Hey folks, this is yet another entry in a series that I've been doing, where I'm trying to get Keystone Hero on every single spec in the entire game, all 39 of them. This is the 5th entry in the series, and the 4th tank overall. I'm a tank main, so I'm starting this off by getting all of the specs that I actually seriously play out of the way, and then we'll eventually get to the ones that I'm less familiar with. But in this case, Prot Warrior is a spec that I am very familiar with, and I started working on Keystone Hero ever since the early part of the season. So in some of the earlier runs in this video, because it's going to start in sequential order, I am actually playing with relatively low item level and most of the stuff that I ran in Liberation of Undermine. So I have Liberation of Undermine trinkets. I'm still playing the Colossus build for the first half of the keys, the first month of the season. And as we get to the later ones, I get better gear. I eventually switched over to Mountain Thane because that's what everybody's playing once I got my full 4-piece, and then you'll get to see how that plays. Overall, I think Prot Warrior is in a very good spot right now. All these keys were extremely easy. The tank just completely cruises through dungeons, but it was still fun to play both builds nonetheless. And, gotta get the easy ones out of the way so that I can eventually get around to learning the hard stuff. But without further ado, I guess we'll just jump right into the first key. Had to do some fancy editor Harldan stuff here because in most cases, I include a minute before the key starts where we're discussing strategy. And for the very, very first key that I recorded this season, Operation Floodgate, I forgot to record until 5 seconds into the dungeon. We were running, the timer was going down, and I realized, oh crap, I need to start recording because I want to use this footage later for the challenge. So it's going to be pretty abrupt, but thankfully it happens before I actually get into combat with anything, so you don't miss any important stuff in this first key. But yeah, take it away, present day or past day Harldan, whatever it is. Editor Harldan will have to do some fancy cut. But yeah, I'll stop yapping now.
I forgot the cheese spot.
How the fuck did I get aggro? That's through misdirect.
Yeah, I mean, my damage isn't even that bad on Prot. That's crazy.
I mean, unless Stampede doesn't count for misdirect. That doesn't make sense, though.
It's weird.
Because the only
Wonder
other
what
time
that
I had
could
this
be.
issue was Pack Leader. Alright, time to die again.
I got these ones. I have no shimmers left. Ow. Kick.
Send
Pick
the
a
guys to the side.
boss.
Okay. No. You all have CDs?
No.
I do.
I go into boss whenever she gets close.
Shit.
Wait in!
Hello. What I do?
Power flags.
That's not. I don't know if I can add that mechanic to my rotation.
Fine, I didn't even know that you fucking blinked ahead to keep up with it. I didn't think I need to say anything.
And I just max range that shit.
We have everything.
What do you mean?
Every cooldown.
Sure don't.
Is that a question?
No, I can see it.
Oh. How?
I mean,
I got you, I got you, I got you.
okay, you know a lot of stuff. Does the shield just give you, like, permanent passive mitigation at all times against physical damage?
It should.
What?
Isn't it just armor, which is flat phys DR?
Realize that. I guess that makes sense, yeah. How has nobody brought that up to me before now?
What do you mean? Like in regards to what? Just in general?
So, on my Resto Shaman, I crafted a two-handed hammer to save crests, and, like, I asked a few people, and they're like, well, technically there's talents that buff your shield, but, like, I knew about that. I'm like, yeah, but I'm not running them, so it shouldn't matter, right? It just saves crests. And everybody I talked to at the time was like, yeah, and I brought it up before, and people are like, that's crazy, Resto Shamans are supposed to run a shield. And I'm like, well, why? They say, well, they just do. And Shift is the first person to just now mention that you get passive DR by running a shield, and that's why it helps. I'm like, wait,
Yeah.
what?
As long as it has armor on it, it should be giving you phys DR.
No, I mean, now that you say that, the armor I didn't even think about, because I was thinking from it just like a block perspective.
Yeah.
I didn't even consider that.
I have never seen them spawn this tightly together.
It was
Yeah, this
so
is weird.
perfect.
Now I'm mad at my healer teachers back in season 1 and 2. They never told me that. W
Maybe
Shift.
they didn't know.
Yes, they did.
I mean, to be fair, armor's not relevant super often because most bosses aren't doing fizz damage anymore.
Yeah.
It's pretty rare.
It helps with shooters and M+, but that's about it.
I think the last one was Magmarax that actually did fizz damage as like raid damage.
I mean, in fairness, I mostly play my Resto Shaman and keys anyway, so... I mean, I got 3k last season with a fucking two-handed hammer, so... I didn't think it was that big of a deal. But yeah, that makes sense.
I think it makes a ton of sense crafting a two-hander on a shaman, though.
Huh?
I think the power gain from crafting a two-hander is better than the armor you
Yeah.
get from a shield.
I mean, like, here's the thing. Even with that knowledge and hindsight, I probably would have done the same thing. But I was like, oh, I don't think it even matters. And it would have at least been something to consider. Like, also, when I crafted that, I didn't have that many Gilded Crests on my alts. And I'm like, getting a, you know, what was it? 681 weapon is way more important than, whatever the fuck else I would have crafted.
I think crest save's a valid thing.
Yeah. It also looks cool as hell. And it's been a recurrent
That
talking
more.
point. Everybody's like, why does your Resto Shaman have a two-handed hammer? I'm like, why not? Looks sick.
That's the real reason.
True. Shit. Not running.
I got
Oh
pulled.
my.
There's no way I take this.
No.
Nah, I can't. Oh,
Only
damn
the
it.
strongest
Ah, that sucks.
survive.
I thought I was talented into fucking AoE silence, but apparently with the talent change, I dropped that one. That sucks.
Of power.
Oh my god. That harpoon hurts like crazy.
You just walk into a bomb.
No. I blinked away from a bomb because he was about to harpoon me into it.
I did watch the entire thing happen. He got harpooned, and then he just blinked into Africa and died. The panic was real.
Oh. I thought you were gonna. Oh, it's coming.
Oh, I didn't lose last boss. Oops. guess
We
we
have
can
it up
see her.
now. Hold on. Okay, I can spell reflect each one of these. I should be pretty cozy. Whoa!
Rosie?
I
buddy.
I mean, I lived, so. Oh, fuck you. Neutered Colossus. I needed a spell.
Oops.
I think we do need the percent from the pack on the side, right?
What pack?
Yeah, this. Right, we need this? Yes. Let's just pull it.
the strongest
okay, reset.
survive.
Alright, Editor Harldan here. So, this is one of those weird situations where, I've never run into this before, and I'm like, huh, what do I do? So, fun little background, right? A lot of the earlier keys in this season, I just kind of, like, pressed record on Adobe Premiere, or OBS, I mean. I press record in OBS, and I'm like, maybe I'll need this footage in the future. And it wasn't until like week 2 or 3 of the season where I even decided that I was going to use this footage as part of like this challenge. I wasn't sure if I was going to continue it. So if you've watched the other installments of this challenge, some of the very first keys that I actually did in the season, I actually completely forgot to record. And I mentioned that in those videos, and then I will go and basically run the exact same dungeon again just to get footage of it. This is one of those weird cases where up until literally right now, when I'm actually editing the video, I've been looking through my footage and being like, okay, yeah, I have all the footage I need for every single dungeon. What I didn't realize is the place that this cut off, my footage just ends. I don't know exactly what happened. I don't know if like my OBS crashed or if I accidentally paused the recording or something like that, but it just ends. There's also a chance I don't remember exactly what I was thinking at the moment, but obviously that was a bit of a messy floodgate. So I probably, because it was first week of the season, thought to myself like, oh, surely I'm going to run floodgate again, and I'll just have a dungeon that, or dungeon run of this that's better as an example, because this is like super messy. I could honestly see that being my logic at the time. But here's the thing. As you can see, we timed the key, and 80% of the dungeon run was shown there. And also, while my logic at the time may have been something to that effect, I also think it can be nice to show the evolution over time. Like, you can see here, I was, really low item level relative to everybody else. I was running, Tome of Light's Devotion, Combustible Bomb Suit, and I still had my old 4-piece. And I was running, it doesn't show the rest of my stuff here, I guess it doesn't save, but I was running my old build from Liberation of Undermine, and I still think overall, for my item level being low and me not being as comfortable with the dungeon, I don't think it went too terribly. So I would have loved to show the rest of the key. We timed it with a minute to spare, so it was close, but we got it, right? And it was 11. Now, just so you can see, right, this is my character, same thing. So, no, I'm not just, talking out of my ass, right? This is my Raider IO page. And you'll obviously get to see how my gear got to where it is by the end. So started off with crappy trinkets, but now I'm rocking 2 really nice ones. I'll show kind of the entire process as this video continues, as always. But now I'm kind of in an awkward position where it's like, in past versions of these videos, I've gone back and just re-recorded the entire dungeon again at the end. But I feel like it would be really silly to do that, especially considering, it's actually an 11. It's not even my lowest scoring key. So I don't really feel like doing that right now. I don't want to do that. So here's what we're going to do. A little bit of a compromise. Never had to do this before. So I've been recording a lot of the 12s that I've gotten done for Keystone Legend on some of my other characters. So the characters that I already did for the Keystone Hero challenge, but of course I've still been playing them. I've still been trying to get weekly vaults, and I haven't planned on making a video specifically for that. I probably won't, right? But I've been, like I said, I always just hit OBS, record. And last week I got a 12 Floodgate on my Brewmaster. So I'm not going to show you the entire 12 Floodgate run, but I will show you, how I tanked the last, I guess, the last 5 minutes of the key up until the final boss, because that's the part that I forgot to record on this run. So basically, we'll just go from after Swamp Face onwards, and because I didn't expect to have to use that footage, I actually didn't talk at all on that run, so Editor Harldan will give you some, in-the-moment commentary and explain certain pulls that I'm doing and walk you through my thought process. So, that fun little way to make this not a boring, cliffhanger, I guess. Alright, so, man, I really wish that I had gotten some coffee before doing this. I didn't think I'd need to do nearly as much talking. You can see Swamp Face goes down. I do a little mid-air dash just to save a few seconds there. And I'm 4% ahead in this run than I was at my Prot Warrior, just because, obviously, I planned the route a little bit better. I actually looked it up before starting, so I pulled a few more things early on in the dungeon. But I'm doing a big pull here, rounding up all these little mobs. You can use Ring of Peace to bounce one of those guys in. Now, I just blast. I always try to, whenever I have my interrupt up, get a spare kick on, I think, the lightning bolt or whatever it's called. Just because that can be really spooky if a bunch of them target the same person. Also interesting, I forgot in this key that I was doing way more damage than the Arcane Mage. I guess he's catching up now. Arcane's a little bit weird in that, you know, does a ton of damage in its burst, but then outside of it, it's really bad. And I happen to do pretty good damage as per. Oh yeah, also, you'll hear all these noises. If you watch the Brewmaster Keystone Hero, you're probably familiar with that. But I play with a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure sound pack. So that's what all the little noise effects are. It still works on Brewmaster, but it has extra sound effects whenever I play Windwalker. I see the patrols coming around, so I fire a chi burst to make sure that I get threat on them before they jump onto a random person. See, I'm trying to run around, get the lightning bolt, drag the electrician in so that all the mobs are nice and grouped up. They're easier to cleave down. So one of the advantages of getting extra percent going in here is on my Prot Warrior I had to go to the side and pull those extra mobs, and I'm pretty sure the main reason I pulled more stuff is specifically so we could avoid that. Now, there is a strategy that I'm aware of at really high key levels where you actually have your tank do like a pull on the last two jump starters. So not this pull, but the one right after. And they'll pull them off to the side, and then they'll do either Shadow Meld or a Shadow Meld pot, because that's the thing now. And then everybody else runs by. And ideally, you would just pull like more stuff in the first section of the dungeon to make up for that. But this was a no comms key, just a random Pug 12, and everybody has their own different opinion on how dungeons should be done, but I am very, very, very against complicated skips like that in no comms groups. If you're in comms, if you plan it out ahead of time, and everybody's like, oh yeah, you know, we're definitely going to do this, that's totally fine. You know, more power to you. But I think there's nothing worse than just taking a dungeon that could be easily done with hold W, and then, you know, your tank starts doing some weird shit that nobody's prepared for, and it just turns what could be a relatively easy pull into a wipe. Because obviously the jump starters, yeah, they do a lot of damage, and at high keys, they're going to fuck up your day, but there's just really no reason to overcomplicate them. It's, you know, I'm doing a 12 right now. I'm just trying to get my credit for dinars, so I can eventually buy that when they come out. No reason to make this any fancier than it needs to be. Feels like no damage to me. I'm infinitely more geared for this than I realistically need to be. Yo. I used Touch of Death there. I thought it was going to one-shot. If you're running Improved Todd, which you should be, in most cases. The priest says, I miss Oracle, and I said same. Oh yeah, one thing you can see there, I've since learned, you can see like half my health bar just gets chunked there. Apparently, there's like an invisible attack that the boss does during his roleplay that is like one-shot lethal damage on the tanks. Obviously, it only did half my health because, you know, stagger, but I forget which character I was running this with, and I got dropped to like 10% because I got hit by that. Now I know that, you know, the solution to that is literally just don't be under the boss. You know, when you start the roleplay, just be off to the side, wait for him to finish, and then the moment he is active, then you pull him. You're good to go. Was this the run where somebody stole my puddle? Yeah, this was the run where somebody stole my puddle. I'm like, motherfucker. So you can see, I send little pings to say, this is my puddle, fuck off. Let me have this puddle. And they did not respect that, they stole it. Thankfully, there was one close by. But that's always really frustrating whenever that happens. I will say that, you know, it's funny because I forgot that the priest said, I miss Oracle. And I said same, because at this point in time, this was like a few weeks ago, I was still trying to learn Voidweaver Disc. And having played Oracle Disc last season, I was much more comfortable with it. Since the time of this recording, I actually have to say, I think I prefer Void Weaver, so I do not miss Oracle anymore. Void Weaver kind of fucks, now that I really know how to play it, and it's really clicked with me. As you can see, I'm pretty sure I already did my pings. Yeah. I'm going to try to get this puddle. I should be able to get this puddle, but I'm worried somebody's going to steal it from me. Thankfully, nobody does. But you never know. Whenever somebody's already stolen your puddle once, you just kind of got to expect that they're going to do it again. So I was ready, you know, probably had my finger on roll if I needed to quickly dash behind one of the other ones. Because the worst thing you want to do is get hit by one of those electrical zapper thingies. That is no bueno. Doing pretty solid single target overall. It got my, you can see there I did Fort Brew into Touch of Death. Fort Brew I think will last long enough for this slam. So you obviously want to use Fort Brew as a defensive, that's its intended purpose. But it also buffs your Touch of Death damage, so a lot of times I might hold Fort Brew a little longer if I can squeeze out a bit of extra Todd damage. Worked out. Yeah, unfortunately, I got best in slot crit verse boots there, but a little bit awkward because well, I already have myth track boots, so I can't really use them because even though technically right now at the time you're watching, it's 714 versus 710, you can maybe make an argument for, oh yeah, these boots will be better off if I upgrade them to 710. The reality is, I will eventually need to upgrade the myth track boots to 723, which at current time I have done. It's going to be awkward trying to edit this in, because as I'm recording, my dad knocked really loudly on my door. Thankfully, he made chocolates and stuff, so he was bringing me one. There's a Brazilian chocolate called Brigadeiro, and he makes those a lot, so he brought me some, which is, cool. Unfortunately, it was really loud, and it completely disrupted my recording, so I had to pause and restart. But anyways, yeah, so there's, that was my last key that I needed on Brewmaster for Brazilian Keystones. So now, that's my first character to get 3k this season. I'm still working on getting 3k in all my other characters, but, there you go. There's the run. You'll get to see, over the course of this challenge, I'll sprinkle in some of the 12s, the more interesting 12s that I've done to get Brazilian keys. Honestly, I don't think that was a terribly interesting floodgate, but it just so happened that I had a recently recorded plus 12, and the footage for this one cut out. So, awkward situation. I think this is a serviceable replacement. I hope you enjoyed watching this, bonus footage. And now, back to our regularly scheduled Prot Warrior programming. Alright, I have no comms for this one. I've seen some demonic ways to do this dungeon. Oh, fuck, I already typed content. There we go. It's on 11. We have a rat healer. We'll see if this actually ends up being in any of the footage, but I'm recording it just in case. So, I've seen a lot of different ways of this done. I feel like without, grips, I'm probably going to start by hooking left, because it's really, really, really annoying trying to deal with all of the casters and stuff. So I like this pull in, standard comps without anything fancy, just because you can get a very easy, good lust pull. And you lose a little bit of time having to, double back and stuff, but I think it's better to get, good value. Got a Houndmaster. Just run over and get this. I should also note, I don't really know how I'm going to edit this, if I do edit this and this ends up being timed. Which, I mean, so far actually seems pretty good. Yeah, if Dor can reliably heal that, which it seems like he can, it should be fine. Yeah, the Houndmasters always scare me a little bit. Seems fine. And I like to do this. And then LOS over this section. As long as people don't fuck up. This works out quite nicely. I just need to make sure I find the Houndmaster. When she does Loyal Beasts, I'm ready to interrupt it. Right now. Got a lot of casters, and we don't really have many kicks going on. Slightly problematic, but do a shockwave. Now I can actually use my interrupt for real, so I'm gonna kick this, try to drag it in. Just the very ends here. Let my shield block fall off a little bit there, because I was playing greedy with execute. Which also needs to make sure I'm hitting the right target. Yeah, that's the only problem with doing this with like no grips and easier with kicks and grips. Damn, Pug Hunter is just gassing door up. Honestly, the main reason I'm even recording this, because normally for these keys, I'll record for, you know, well, the funny thing about this, I guess, if you're watching this in the future, is obviously, presumably, if you're watching this, then I've already uploaded a few Keystone Hero on every spec videos. But at the time of recording this, I actually haven't posted a single one. In fact, I haven't even finished a single... Well, technically, I haven't finished a single Keystone Hero per my standards. I've gotten Keystone Hero on my Brewmaster already, but I'm missing a timed Streets at the moment. And I'm probably going to do that tomorrow. And then my plan, at least, as of this particular recording, is, I'm going to... get all of those compiled, and then instead of doing kind of the format that I did back in Season 2, which was like, I tried to do them one by one, and then stream the entire thing, which I feel, you know, would have been really cool if I managed to do it, but it just ended up being way too time-consuming, and, like, the logistical side of things, like, always having to do it at a particular time, made it really hard to actually get meaningful progress done. So the way that I'm doing it this season, as you can presumably tell, so I'm just approaching it one by one, and it's just a compilation of all of the keys that I use to get Keystone Hero, whenever that may be, over the course of many weeks. So I'm trying to document these early on. And there's one or two keys that, like, presumably, if they ended up being the ones used in the final footage, I might need to go back and do some editing and do, like, voiceover, because it wasn't in comms, and I just had music playing. But in this particular case, it is Halls of Atonement on a Prot Warrior, and I don't really need anything from here, and honestly, I kind of hate this dungeon, if I'm being real, but it's because of the fact that I really don't want to run this more often. I feel like if this is timed, that this is probably the only Halls of Atonement that I'm going to do on this character for the entire rest of the season. So... presumably, unless they nerf this place into oblivion. It's just so annoying. I really don't like Halls. Like, so far this has been incredibly clean. But we also have Leek, who is, like, literally the best survival hunter in the world, and Brock is also really good at Warrior. And, I mean, Dor is a good healer, even though his Og Evoker is a little bit of a rat. So it's a good situation, and I feel good about potentially getting this one timed, getting this in the video, and then I can just slam this in. But then if I'm going to do that, right, even though there's no comms, I'd rather plan ahead and not put myself in a position where I have to, like, go back and do voiceover or whatever. So we're just, we're doing this style, which probably won't be used in that many of them. It's also kind of interesting because I feel like the vast majority of Prot Warrior keys that I'm going to end up doing this season are going to be Mountain Pain, obviously, because Mountain Pain is very strong. But Mountain Thane is very strong when you have the full builds. Like, I feel like I could probably play Mountain Thane right now and it would be fine. Like, it would not be bad. It would not be trolling, necessarily. But I don't necessarily think that it would be incredibly good, because I don't have 4-piece. I technically could... shit. I fucked that up. I can do this. Panda racial. Anybody ever tells you that Panda racial is like the worst racial in the game, which I've heard people say, they're fucking idiots. Panda racial is just a free kick sometimes, and a lot of times that is very useful, as you can just see, because I cannot rely on other people to get kicks this dungeon, and that just saved a second loyal beast cast from going off. The first one... First one, I think, was my fault. I tried to kick and I fucked it up. You know, that's what it is. But yeah, I feel like without the new 4-piece, Colossus is just better. Because Mountain Thane doesn't really have anything going for it with the other set. So it's just kind of like, you know. May as well just keep playing this. And I think that's also going to be kind of neat from a, like, watchability perspective. You'll get, like, presumably the vast majority of the keys in this video are going to be done with the new builds, with 4-piece, because I'm already at, like, theoretically 2-piece, and I have, I think I have 1 catalyst charge that I can send, and presumably I'll have another tier piece by next week. So this should be my last Colossus key of the season, but then you get to see, you know, 2 separate builds. You get to see the Mountain Thane build, and you get to see the Colossus builds. One is definitely better than the others. We don't have Lust yet. I get punched. Somebody to eat my balls. Ball, door, eat my ball. Eat my ball. Let's pick that. Tag the Houndmaster over here. I've seen a few different ways of doing this. Personally, I just like to clear out, like, basically the entire first section, and then skip all of the stuff in the middle. I think the problem with pugs is a lot of times you'll have pugs that don't properly, like, avoid the patrols in the middle, so you can run into situations where if a pug, like, face pulls that, you just end up going over counts. So I can see the merit to doing it there. I don't necessarily know which one is, like, more efficient from a pure percent standpoint, but it's whatever. In my experience, like, it's kind of fine. Really, the only times I've seen Hall's Keys bricked so far, which, I mean, I've seen happen a few times, admittedly, is people just wiping to the bosses, and then you just lose minutes of time to people fucking that up. Not this boss, per se. I've seen Echelon fucked up once or twice. Or just, like, full wipes to trash, which that actually I've also seen happen. Nice. I'll stack these, because it really doesn't do that much damage to tanks, and that just lets me keep the area cleaner for the group. A little bit of an awkward positioning here. Is it crumbling? No, it's this one. Yeah, so because the baits on the range weren't super great, this could end up being a little bit awkward for them if depending on how the beam goes, yeah, like this. Sometimes the beam goes back, but here they're going to be stranded a little bit. There's not a lot I can do to fix that. What I can do is I can sit in here, and I can bait this, and then the moment this goes off, then I do a big move. We have tons of space. So now we've just reset the arena, and now the range baited there, so now I'm going to bait mine on top of the existing puddle. Serve as much space as possible. Range baited there. Get another one, I think. No. Then immediately after this, we're gonna have the tank slam. When that goes off, I want to bait under the boss. I'm gonna greed a little bit here. Really want to get these executes in. Can't greed that hard, though. But I want to dump as much of my rage into execute here as possible. I fucked up that outburst. It's unfortunate. Okay, yeah. Could have played that a little bit better, but it's fine. It's whatever. This. Fuck that. Spell reflects. I feel bad for Dor, because honestly, so I've already healed this place as Prez earlier this week, and literally the exact same thing happened to me there on this exact same pull. Everything just targeted me, and I didn't have Obsidian Scales up, because I just didn't know that it was going to do that much damage. And then next thing I know, I just get 100 ode on my Prez Evoker, and I'm just like, what the fuck was that? So I feel his pain. Some of these mobs are just actually fucking ridiculous. I got dropped to, like, I think 1% HP immediately after on this pull. And I'm just thinking to myself, what the actual fuck is this dungeon? On Prez. There's just so much random damage, because there's the Chuck Glaives from the Eviscerators, and then those little guys do a pounce on you. So if it just picks a random healer, it can just fuck you up. I would say in Pugs, this is actually probably not a very great pull to do for that exact reason. But I... Stunborn Slasher... I go into the corner here. Okay, somebody... I don't... How did Dor get that? Alright, well, we're fucked now. 3 of these guys is just a wipe, I think. I genuinely don't know how Dor fucked and pulled that 3rd guy. I mean, it's all the way over there. How did he pull that? They did not proximity aggro, I don't think. That's crazy. Reset it. Don't. Die. That's crazy. I genuinely don't even know how he got that close. Because it was, like, there. I don't... Maybe I'll check the replay. I'm 99% sure I did not pull that. I definitely did not intend to pull it, but I do not think I, like, face-checked it or anything. We'll see again. They are proximity. Oh, fuck. Okay, that's me. That's me. That's actually 100% my bad. Fuck me, I did not know that they were linked. Like, this dungeon is just so fucking shit, man. I don't know why they brought this back without changing any of the things that made it suck. Because, like, back in the day, you literally just never pulled any of this section, because it's so fucking bad, and they did nothing to improve any of it. It's, like, I think more doable now, because we have more utility than we did in Shadowlands. There's more ways to deal with this shit. Tanks aren't, like, literally paper, so you can actually survive things. But it just sucks. It's just, like, this was one of the worst dungeons ever. I've heard people say they liked it, and I fucking hate this place. It's so fucking trash. There's just shit like this. Like, how do you pull this room? I know how you pull this room. Like, I get it, but I'm just saying, you know, hyperbolically, how do you pull this room? It's fucking stupid. It's like... I guess a good way to say it is, there is no... A lot of dungeons, I think, you can look at, and you can say, like, okay, even as a beginner tank, like, looking at it for the first time ever, I have a general understanding of how I'm supposed to pull this. And it's like, I know some of the routes through this place. Obviously, I'm not a beginner tank, right? But I know some of the routes from this place back in Shadowlands. I know a lot of the routes that people are still using right now in the season. And it's still ridiculous to do. How is a brand new tank player ever supposed... I think Door's missing most of these. Oh my god, it barely clips. He hit all of them. That's actually insane. Fucking legend. Okay. But yeah, how is a beginner tank supposed to just intrinsically know how to build that? You don't. Just don't. I don't know how I'm doing on percent, because I got a little bit more than I normally do. The patrols were in a weird spot. I'm sure we'll be fine. I think time-wise, we're still pretty good. But might end up being... I think we're going to be a tiny bit over, which I always would rather be over than under. Right? Or at least a little bit over. Because obviously, if you're ever so slightly under, it's actually not that big of a deal, because you can just teleport back to the start. And like the first few weeks I did this, that was actually my strategy for this place. I kind of just held W and cleared as little as I could, and then I went back at the start. And it maybe lost a minute or two tops, but it allowed me to not like massively overpull and get like an understanding of exactly what I was missing in the start. I think that's usually a good strategy. Pretty hard. How did that hit me? Hello? What the fuck? I was not in that circle. What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? I was not in that. I was not in that. Dude, this game is so fucking bad. Okay, alright, I pulled. There's no real great way to do that as Prot Warrior. Like, Brewmaster... I, like, tag it from a distance. I guess I could heroic throw, probably. Just run in, face tank for a second. Heroic throw it. It's probably the best way I should do it. Okay, this is really awkward. If Loyal Beast goes off, man, nobody fucking kicks in this group. Oh my god. That's probably my single least favorite thing about this dungeon. Is just the fact that, like, there's so many... It's technically not bad for Prot Warrior, because, like, you can block, so it doesn't do as much damage. But, like, that will just eviscerate a Brewmaster, right? And there's so many kicks in this place that it's like, oh, if it goes off, you're just fucked. And then if you're in a group where people just aren't kicking, it's like, what do you do? Yeah, I'm like, maybe, what, 3%-ish over. This. That's. AoE executes. How much is the final guy? I think he's like, what, 6%? Give or take? So... yeah, I'm like 3 to 4% over, give or take. Which, considering I wasn't accounting for that gargoyle, I think like, my guess is, right, like, they're linked if they're both active at the same time, which doesn't happen all that often. And I'm 99% sure the last time I did this dungeon, one of the gargoyles was, like, deactivated, like it was asleep. So I did that same exact pull that I did on the stairs, but because one of the gargoyles is asleep, it didn't pull together. And then, like, my percent was perfect. Whatever. Live and learn. So, the next one targets me. I'll try to... me. I need to get one of those, like, macros that people do, where they press spell reflect, and it's like, fuck you! I'm spell reflecting! If you kick, I'm gonna fucking strangle you! Like, one of those. I've seen a few of them, and it's like, it's effective, but I don't know. It's like, as annoyed as I get when my Spell Reflect gets kicked, it's like, do I care that much? Not really. I think what I need to do in, like, pug situations is just try and snipe Spell Reflect at, like, the absolute last second. So I used it a little bit early. So if, like, the kick is about to go off, then I do it. So, like, here. Ah! Okay, at least I didn't use it. And... yeah, we got one. Send a kick here. The one thing I kind of dislike about the Mountain Thane playstyle is, like, Colossus is so much more about, like, those meaty executes and shield slams. And that's what I live for as Prot Warrior. Like, that is the thing that makes the spec fun to me. Every iteration of Prot that I've really enjoyed has been one of those. Of just, like, you get shitloads of rage and you're slamming single target. Like, One-Armed Bandit execute phase last raid. And I'm just going crazy, pumping out executes. Oh, that is peak Prot Warrior, man. And, like, I know that a lot of people really like the Thunderclap builds, and I get it, especially because, like, a lot of people are used to BFA Prot Warrior, but also, like, I stopped playing Prot Warrior in BFA. Even though it was objectively very strong, I just didn't like that playstyle. I don't like, you know, every other GCD you're just hitting Thunderclap. Because Thunderclap, it doesn't feel meaty to me. You're, like, you know, stomping the ground. It's okay, I don't hate it, but that being, like, all of your damage, it's... I don't know. It's kind of like Bear, I think. Like, Thunderclap, Prot Warrior, and Bear are very similar. Where Bear... But, like, that's kind of always been Bear's thing, right? Like, Bear is just... You slam Thrash basically every other GCD. During your burst window, you're literally just, like, mashing Thrash, Iron Fur, and Mangle over and over and over and over and over. And then, like, all of your damage is Thrash, Mangle, and Thorns of Iron from Iron Fur. And then you're just unkillable because you also have the Iron Fur stacks from armor. So, like, that's... already a tank. That's already, like, a playstyle that you can have. And that has kind of always been Bear's thing. It's always been the super-duper spammy tank. You know, back in Legion, when Bear was super meta, that's how Bear played, for the most part. And just slamming, you know, insanely large radius thrashes was kind of what made it fun. You know, especially in World PvP. I did a lot of Bear World PvP. And also this thing is taking forever to die. That's what it is. This mob is really annoying. But yeah, like that, I guess what I'm trying to say is that has kind of always been Bear's identity, and there is obviously the cat weaving playstyle for Bears, where, you know, it's single target and you shift in to get, like, your dots up. And I think that's cool. I personally prefer that playstyle of Bear, as you might imagine, since I just said I don't really like the Thunderclap Prot Warrior playstyle. So for Bears, I'm not necessarily as big of a fan of, like, the Thrash spam. But I think, like, that has always been more iconic for Bear, and for Bear, I think it especially feels good, because Bear, it's like, it's not just Thrash spam, right? Like, you're spamming Thrash, but also Thrash hits, like, a fucking mile around you. So it is almost, like, fun to just shut your brain off and just cleave down the entire world, and then also, on top of all that, you're just getting these free Moonfire procs. And I'm a little bit biased, right, because I do that for leveling speedruns a lot. Bear's always been very good for that, and that build of Bear is really good for leveling. Because you're just rounding up, like, gigantic, entire, like, little leveling areas, tagging a bunch of things with Moonfire, and then once they're all rounded up, you're getting your free Moonfire procs, and you're just hitting Thrash. Thrash, 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 over and over and over and over and over. And it just, it's so satisfying. So, I kind of vibe with that build of Bear. I don't really mind that that's been, like, the meta playstyle for a while. And, you know, I do enjoy me some some good old cat weaving bear, like in Nurubar Palace with Druid of the Claw. I really like Druid of the Claw. I think it's a fun play style. But Prot Warrior, I could just never get into that variant of it. I've just never found it to be quite as fun. It's also a little bit weird, because I think playstyles like that, where you're just kind of mashing AoE abilities and, you know, pulling the worlds, I think it works really well on something like Bear, because Bear, technically, any tank you want to be facing your target, right? Because you know, dodge and parry. But Bear can butt tank a lot more effectively than other tanks. Like, I would say, honestly, Bear's probably the best, like, butt tanker out of any of them. Just because, for Bear, even though, yes, you have your dodges, can Bear actually parry? That's actually something I couldn't think that I'm entirely sure on. It might be able to. But that's a lot less of its mitigation style. Bear has always been much bigger on its armor to just passively mitigate damage and self-healing. And that, it doesn't really matter whether you're taking back shots or not. Whereas, like, shield tanks, obviously, you need to be facing your target. So, like, Prot Warrior needs to be doing all of that while constantly angling to face the target, and you can say that adds, like, a bit more of a skill element. It does, but if I'm doing something more interesting like that, I'd rather have, you know, an interesting playstyle through and through, rather than, like, my rotation is brain dead, but I still need to, you know, be mindful in my position. Bear, you can, like, literally just shut your brain off. So, you know, I prefer that style of play on a tank like that. But alas, I'll probably have to go Mountain Thane for the rest of the season. And since we timed the key, I guess this probably will end up being the footage. So all my rambling gets to stick around. Oh, that's unfortunate. I cannot trade that to Door. I'm so sorry. I know he needs that too. Oh, fuck. Well, unlucky. Boy. Well, I mean, that's a decent ring. At least he got a good necklace out of that, because I'm like 99% sure Leet can trade that. Yeah, he insta-slams that on. Unlucky. Door, RT and Shark both said that they can help with their DK and Mage, respectively.
Oh. But DK? Death Knight?
Death Knight, yes. RT is a geared
5,
DK.
4,
And
Oh,
obviously,
fuck.
Shark's Mage.
2, 1.
Because you said no demons. Why are they asking me if I know the route? Bitch, I'm the key holder.
5, 4, 3, 2,
You know the route?
1.
Oh, I have no idea what I'm doing.
There's been some slander about your alts.
Yeah, people are stupid. Door is one of the leading slanderers. Which is crazy, by the way. Of all the people to be shit-talking me, this guy, the Rat King himself,
No, that meta's the Rat King, not Door.
what is Door then? The Roach King?
I know.
No, you're the Roach King because you have more alts. You're like an infestation.
Oh, he's the
yeah.
Mole King.
Yeah, I like
he's
that, the Mole King.
Roach
Sure.
King.
He's like this Delve Central.
See, here's the thing. I have a lot of alts, but I actually put effort into all of my alts. Like, they're all really fucking geared.
I am a Jill alt defender.
Yes.
Yes, all the alts are geared.
Some of them are rough around the edges, like that Disc Priest key. But
Well, but like, I'm still
got there.
learning. But here's the
we
thing.
got there.
I always improve. The thing is, I try out new shit and I learn new specs. That's the whole point.
You can't do that here.
That's not allowed. So I'm gonna go down this path.
What I don't get is Vex shit-talking my Resto Shaman, which is just objectively my best healer. Like, that one... every key I've done on Resto Shaman has been super cozy. I healed, like, 12s when I was at 680 on that thing.
You healed Shark Dancer to a 12 last season.
Yeah. Was that on my Resto Shaman though? I think I healed that with Disc.
Wait, what? What the?
No, the 12 you took me through was a Wrestler Shaman key.
Ah, okay.
This fucking shooter is pelting my asshole.
Yeah, this is unfortunate. I did not want to get the other pack. I hate how inconsistent the aggro ranges are.
That's a really good quiver. Oh, can we buy it with Broken Circlet? I have one of those? We do. Give me. Do not want to reroll the crit damage and the mana.
It's back.
Add a prefix mod. Well,
Okay, Patrol's actually in a great spot. I'm gonna drag it.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Were you guys able to one shot the kick boss too before the kicks happened, or
What's the kick boss?
the boss you have to kick?
There's multiple bosses you have to kick.
Really?
there was no kicks we had to worry about. Everything died immediately.
But the street
talking-
boss, the circle
Oh,
square.
the console guy.
Yeah, we got
Yeah.
one kick rotation. We literally killed it after that.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
What the Titan Giant or
No,
No.
Azami.
Yeah. it was
Oh, that's Yes. Well, the guys on the left just be mindful. Yeah, I will say that guy, it's very RNG, I feel. Because, like, the set that we got, Dor, that was, like, the most demonic shit I've ever seen. That was borderline impossible. In our run, I mean, like, the two of us. But then, the one that we had today in our Deathless run, it was so easy. Like, there were just so many different ways to get to where we needed to be. But I think, like, even if we had gotten a bad set, we would have been fine because we had, like, I had Monk teleport to the opposite side, so I could have done a backup. And, like, you can technically take a tick of the circle, especially if you're a tank or you have, like, a turtle. You need to get somewhere. Like, mini-boss. Just watch thread on it. I forgot I didn't have shield block up. Oops. That's what cheat deaths for.
Speak to Danning to learn more about. Use the map device to see if it's functional.
Are you already in endgame, Tess?
Hmm?
Are you in endgame for PoE2 already?
Yeah. Yeah, I made it to the map thing. Took
Pretty fast then.
Well, I knew what I was doing this time. Last time,
Disaster.
like getting through Cruel and all that took for fucking ever.
Yeah. I guess true, yeah, Boosted mentioned there was no cool this time.
No, it's just 1 through 4, and then you get an interlude act, which is like you basically do 1 and 3, but the interlude is you're not doing the story, you're doing like a separate story leading up to like Act 5, I think is what it's gonna do.
Let's see.
But you fight like a whole bunch of bosses and you get a whole bunch of like unlocks and stuff. It's really cool actually.
Yeah, that sounds kind of neat. By the way, Dora, do you still need keys? Do you want to join us after this? You might have gone AFK again.
Oh, they made it so you can see all the elites on the map? That's so good.
It sounds like they did all of the quality of life changes people were asking for. It's pretty good.
Yeah, it was kind of weird, like when I started playing this game and then it came out in early access and then the developers were like, they actually gave a fuck about the game and they were fixing problems in real time. Like there was a new change like every week.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting that they seemed like they were initially defending some of the design decisions that people didn't like, but it wasn't like the Blizzard defense where it's constantly like, oh, we just know better than you guys. Like they actually outlined, I would say, semi-reasonable points for I think why they thought certain things were the way they were, and they went on to like streams and stuff and actually debated like streamers on why they did things. But it seems like they kind of agreed that some of the changes were bad, which I think is good. You know, if you can admit you're
I
wrong.
mean, EGG is very receptive to the community.
Good. I know of two
Yeah,
gaming
what's happening?
companies, right? I know of two gaming companies now that do that, and both of them are huge successes because of it. One of them's actually cannibalizing WoW right now.
Which is that?
OSRS.
Oh, that's more like WoW Classic though.
No,
I don't think.
WoW Classic stole that from them.
We gonna kill a Void Emissary? Okay.
WoW Classic is what they tried to do, except OSRS didn't actually just replay their whole game. They redesigned it from the ground up, pretty much,
Yeah.
and added content to it. And they kept the basics, like the combat system and
Awkward.
the click base and rhythm base stuff. But in terms of like developing bosses and really good stuff, they did a amazing job at that.
Yeah.
Where
And when I-
Blizzard, they just released Classic, and it was just straight up a replay of Classic, which is cool.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree. What I meant is like OSRS is more so stealing the Classic community, from what I've seen. There's like a mass
Oh.
exodus. But I don't
Yeah,
think
probably.
like retail players are at least in any significant number converting to OSRS.
No,
But there's
you
definitely
can't.
an overlap.
You can't grind retail and play OSRS. Well, you can, but it's like it's a big time investment.
Yeah. I think it's more like the design of OSRS is more in line with what people like from Classic. So since they've, I mean, I don't know if you've seen what they've been doing with Anniversary, but it's like a complete shit show. Like they released it, and then they've just let it fucking die. It's been
Yeah.
awful.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of people have realized they just do not give a shit. They're just going to let it rot. So a lot of those people are moving on to different games, rightfully so.
They're doing the same thing to retail. They're just letting it fucking sit. They don't do any shit. They don't do any tuning. They don't do any fixes. They just fucking leave it for months on months, and then they put
compared
out
to what they're
new-
doing with Classic, they give us a hell of a lot more. Not much, mind you, but those guys are just completely left out to dry at this point, which is a shame.
Every time I see something from fucking Wowhead, it's always related to what's coming out at midnight. Like, I don't really give a shit. I want to know what's coming out currently. I don't want to wait 6 months to do something. They always do that.
Yeah.
I can't stand it. They fuck everything up, and then they immediately leave it until the next expansion or the next major patch, where they fuck it up again because they didn't fix it the first time. It's just, I get sick of it.
Yeah. Got no disagreement here.
I absolutely get sick of it. I'm sick of the maybe it'll get better next time fucking mentality, because every single time I've had that mentality since like BFA.
They've gotten a little bit better, at least, but I think it's more they know now that if there's enough backlash, they can't just like ignore it. Like the Legion remix stuff, I think is a good example, where there's so much backlash they had to make a post saying they're gonna add fun to the event, which is funny. But fingers crossed, because I'm gonna have to test that shit a lot, no matter what. I'd rather it's fun, at least a little bit fun. I said he's gonna get first 3, 5, however many. Okay. I think he kind of misunderstood. Yeah. I mean, normally you're supposed to get the first 5 stack, but whatever.
Not the biggest of brains.
It's a rep, Hallie.
He's very involved in his rotation right now. You have to forgive him.
Did he just... this fucking guy.
Okay, well, I just encountered my first bug in this game. There's an elite, and he's just stuck in the hole.
Does that make it impossible to finish the map?
No, I can kill him. He just can't move. Like, he can't touch me.
Positive bug, at least.
Alright, well, he's dead. And they added checkpoints and stuff too, man. They're just fucking killing it. I remember playing without checkpoints, and you'd like die, and you'd be at the beginning of the fucking act or the beginning of the map. Well, I guess you didn't die in maps, because if you died in maps, the map closed. So.
Oh, did they change that?
Yes, they did.
Okay, thank God.
They
That
also
was-
changed it for pinnacle bosses. It's no longer a one thing.
Good.
Which was really good, because it was really annoying to get pinnacle boss keys and then immediately die.
Yeah, I stopped before that because it did not look fun. And going through the whole map thing just looked like a massive slog, so.
I don't know
I
what
did
they
see
actually
they added a
improved with
trade
maps.
thing, like an auction house kind of, which is interesting.
I need to figure out how to use that. I need to buy some gear so I can start mapping.
Shit. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good.
Identify items.
Am I running increased shield block duration? Yeah, I am.
I was gonna say your shield block icon went away there for a few seconds there.
Well, it's because I had shield charge up in like 1 second, so I didn't want to like use shield block normally because I was about to just use shield charge on CD. But then I got whacked pretty hard in that 1 second I didn't have it, so spooky.
Fuck yeah, let the volley go off.
None of them gonna kick.
No.
I'm like the only one who can't kick. I'm getting all the dangerous kicks. This is awkward. It's a really bad time for it to go off. Oh my god, I have so much rage. Dark, you're gonna have to heal me a little bit. I'm not pressing any defensives. It is execute time.
You have a
Yeah.
helmet on you, and that's all you're getting figured out.
Honestly, probably enough. Are you gonna... Yeah, we're killing that. Yeah, we killed it. Cool. Okay, this might be... teensy bit. Ah, okay. That mage
I
just
think
pulled
the
out
other
really
thing
late.
they fixed is the crafting is now decent. Because before it was not good. It was real bad. This
Yeah, I
ring is
did not
fucking
have fun
awesome.
doing that. Oh shit. Oh, this is fucked. Yeah. I'm gonna try to kill this light spawn, otherwise we're not gonna drag it out. Nice.
Travel to the corrupted biome.
Shit. That's not good. I'll reflect that. Pushing it.
This spec is dumb.
Yeah, that's crazy.
5 no HPS and I haven't pressed the cooldown.
What healer did I do this on that I was just struggling? Was it my Resto Shaman? I don't think it was, because I think Resto I was like, I'm usually cozy. But there was some healer. Oh yeah, it was Mistweaver. I remember it. I'm doing like 4.5 million. I'm like, how do I fucking keep
You gotta
going
do
through
more.
this? Yeah,
That's a 5 no HPS pool.
that's crazy. Using that as my first key for Mistweaver was maybe not the best idea. We timed it though, by the skin of our teeth.
Yeah, this is like by far the hardest healer key.
I don't have.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Ah, spell reflect.
Four,
I think I just saved my burst.
1.
Oh, cryptid.
I did.
Supposed to turn around there.
Oh, we have. Yeah, right. We have a repellent. Okay.
Alright. See you Tuesday.
See ya. Cryptid knows the gateway.
Four, 3, 2, 1.
Like, how do people even play Thunderclap Prot Warrior? Execute Prot Warrior is just too much fun. Yeah, that's not a fucking trinket. Like, ooh. Actually, I didn't have Prot Loot Spec on. Ah.
It could have been that.
Could have. It's too much mastery to be usable, but I guess it's free crest upgrades, so sure.
2% pulls that we had, where
Yeah.
like cryptid talent choices would have killed the boss.
1.
And me,
Yeah, but
me
it
and
can't
Tass
just be
high
one
rolling would have
person,
killed the
though.
boss.
It can't just be one person. It's
The fucking one pull where I was doing like 20 million DPS because I high rolled. That shit's
I mean,
ridiculous. This spec is
We
dumb as hell.
also... We had many pulls where people just died super early to dumb shit.
Yeah.
So...
yeah. Like, yeah, should people be running their optimal talent choices? Like saying, because Cryptid didn't fucking run Havoc, or didn't kill a boss.
Does he just, like, pick random talents until he eventually settles on the meta talents that everybody's running?
He hates Havoc. Like historically,
Why?
he always
That's- we
picks
don't
Mayhem.
even- We do not. We run Mayhem on that boss. I'm talking about.
I
Like,
mean, in
execute
general.
damage.
Yeah, I mean in general though.
What's wrong with Havoc?
Like we're just doing the state of mind on Cryptid. He does his thing, and it is what it is.
Isn't Havoc, like, the main mechanic of Destro?
Yes, that is the spec defining feature.
But why
It
would
is
he
also,
play
it's
Destro?
just tremendously easy to get value out of it in raid.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's like if I said I hate Celestial Brew or something.
God, I just fucking bruised my CD. Fuck it.
By the way, Mag, I just wanted to say, if you had pulled one more Gargoyle that dungeon, I think I would have killed you. Just letting you know for future reference.
Was that Mag just fucking ass pulling every
Yeah.
gargoyle in that shit?
I saw him standing under it, and I pinged him, and he still just stood there and let it activate on top of him. I wanted to scream, dude.
I was not having
God
a good
damn it,
time in
man.
there.
Bro, that shit was so ass. I was getting back-to-back fucking silence. I couldn't finish the channel in between one of the casts going off and the other one fucking starting.
Like, at least we typed it, but... Yeah.
It's not working.
Dude, my little gooner fucking AI is so annoying sometimes. Like they'll literally interrupt our cast just so they can reposition themselves to be right next to me.
What is the Gooner AI?
It's my fucking stupid 4-piece. Or 2-piece.
Oh. Oh, the Devastator
Some of the little
guys?
fucking clones.
The squadron.
Look. Now watch this. You see their casting? They literally will cancel, even though they're in range, until they're close to me again to start casting again. Look at him. So stupid.
They're like stutter stepping.
Yes. Look, they stopped the.
What the what? They like turn to you and just stop casting.
Yes, bro. I'm looking for permission to cast again.
It's playing Colossus. This is my last key, is it? After this, it's all Mountain Thane.
Why is that?
Well, finally a 4-piece. But I didn't set up the build in time, so... Colossus it is.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh shit. Rip one of the leak spots. Where do you go here, Joe?
I do the
5,
church.
4,
I know
3,
Boosted doesn't like to do
2,
that on Warrior,
1.
but for this still. I'm gonna tag them and run out. Yeah, this poll is basically, can you kill those little guys fast enough before they kill me? And thankfully you guys can, so... One of you is like hammering your keys in the mic.
I was gonna ask, Blake, you're using a fucking typewriter?
Is it me?
Yeah.
I didn't change my Discord settings. Why would it be doing that all of a sudden?
No idea.
I guess it is me, yeah. Sorry.
No, you're good. It's not bothering me, it's just... I figured it probably
No,
was.
I'll just say muted. I'll have to look at it after this key. I don't know why it's doing that.
Gotcha. Pull down the stairs, I just need a moment for a thread and building shit.
May you chain this, please, sir?
Not until my stacks fall. The Shadow Walker needs to die.
Going AFK.
Alright, you do that. Get a range kick and get that in.
Mine's not over.
That like Z-axis shit.
I didn't even see anything.
Maybe this is tricky to open. It's kind of crazy how even though I'm running like objectively the wrong build, Prot Warrior is still like fucking crazy. Spec is just insane.
Luckily, my daughter and her children are safe. You've weakened the commander and cleansed my home. Thank you.
Wait, oh my god, you aimed that back? Oh shit.
Do you have any desire to pull on top of this?
Yeah, I kind of blew everything because I got hit by that orb. So, I'm just a little scared at the moment. I'll get the patrol when it circles around. Watch this orb, watch this orb. Defensives. That go through the fucking wall?
Did that shit get body pulled or something?
I think so, yeah.
That's just ass.
This is not going to be.
Your survival
Okay.
wasn't necessary.
I have just the boss aggro to me, just by itself.
Really far, but if you can keep it alive.
Anyone?
Like you said.
Oh, I got back. Yeah, sorry, I should have said that if we're gonna drag those, we can't try to funnel the orb here because there's no real angle. I was expecting some shot over there. We're fine though. Not sure if we need percent. I think we do, but I pulled some earlier stuff that I don't normally get, so we'll see. Yes.
I think we're
'Cause-
good.
I think so, because it's like
It's at least
93 and a
6%, isn't
half.
it?
Yeah, it's like 6.5 or something that you get from the last guy. You can always just go back, so not a big deal.
You've saved Merildar, champion. We'll drive the remainder of this shadowy lot from the sea. Wait. No! They've sent a force backup and retaken the Dawnbreaker! Get these shadow cultists off my ship! By the light of the flame! What is that fresh horror?
Perfectly calculated. It's does not matter at all. Yeah.
This darkness is deadly. The lamplighter's blessing will keep you safe.
I fucked up.
That is unfortunate.
What happened to that elite guy?
I saw you and I was like, damn, I should have made the beeline instead of trying to hunt
No,
down one orb.
I thought I could make it, but it's just like a second off.
Someone trade me the ring. Not that one, goddammit.
You don't like favors?
Sorry.
Fuck you, meta.
All right. I've been like slamming my head into raid pugs for like I don't even know. It's been the last 5 hours nonstop, and I've gotten good stuff on most characters. I've gotten nothing to show for it on this character, unfortunately. I got literally nothing out of any of my runs this week. Trinkets, tier. Tier's the big one, so I'm like pretty sure for the last like 2 dungeons I did in this character, I said I'm finally gonna switch to Mountain Thane. And I technically have Catalyst charges, but I have like no real great Catalyst options, just some like generic champion pieces. And that just like feels really bad to use Catalyst charges on that. So, and then like what if I get like a Myth Track piece in my vault? Reality is, I really like Colossus, and I feel like I've just been doing perfectly fine in Colossus, so I'm like 100% guaranteed pretty much to get tier next week, for sure, for real this time. But I figure, you know,
5, 4,
I'll keep playing Colossus as long as I
2,
reasonably can,
1.
and it would just kind of be troll, I think, to burn a Catalyst piece like that. Like, surely, I literally, I pug
3,
a lot of raid bosses. I did not get a single Zenith token to even drop. Like, so I have a decent amount of golds, and I'm not, like, afraid to spend it if there's something that I really need. And probably shouldn't have wasted that charge, but whatever. So I've, like, bought a decent amount of things. Like, I've spent, like, you know, probably 500k this week on, you know, random stuff in raid. And that's, like, in total, I've gotten a lot of items with that 500k. So that may sound like a lot, but keep in mind, I'm doing this on every single class, and that, you know, usually my upper limit, I think the most I spent is 160k on some Soul Hunter boots for one of my characters. And usually I try to haggle it down, but, you know, somebody won't budge. It's like, whatever. But I got a lot. And this week especially, I got pretty lucky that there were a bunch of things that I literally won the roll for. My luck normally is not that great, but I was pretty lucky this week, and there were a lot of things across all my different characters where I just straight up won the roll, so I didn't need to pay anything. You know, love that, right? But yeah, this character was not one of them. Like, my Evoker got insanely good stuff. My Prot Paladin got some good stuff. My Guardian Druid is now, like, actually just geared to the teeth. My Blood DK finally got Soul Hunter boots on Hero Track, which is, like, the one last thing it needs to be full Western slot. Obviously, we've already done the Blood DK challenge, right, but, you know, that'll come in handy whenever I do DPS DK eventually. It'll be nice to have those boots, because it's less important for tanks. It, like, honestly really doesn't matter for tanks, which is why I'm not too concerned. I'm mostly getting it for my characters that actually need it, and what's it called, like, off specs later on. And, you know, like, it's not bad for Bear, because, like, that's one of the things I got on Bear. I got boots and the Soul Hunter's tank trinket off the exact same kill. Won both of them. That was pretty sweet. Didn't need to pay a dime for that, so love that. But yeah, nothing for Prot Warrior. Can't really complain since I got the antenna the week before, so it's like, you know. It would be a little bit ridiculous if I was just getting, you know, full bis on every single character. But I can be a little bit disappointed. But basically, I've done most of the important ones. I still have a few more raids that I need to pug. It's now Monday night. Well, I guess Tuesday morning, so I am quite literally waiting until the last second. Seriously, dude. Couldn't have fucking moved in to get that orb. It's really annoying. I've only done a few keys this week so far, but it is infuriating to me how just nobody does this affixes at all. They just act like it doesn't exist. Like, you can't do that. It gives the mobs a really, really, really nasty debuff. Like, especially this one, which is quite literally the easiest Zalatath FX to do. My opinion, at least. You just run into people. It's so easy. And you'll have people like that dude who just fucking sit in Africa and just don't do it. Like, what the fuck? The amount of damage that he's gaining by sitting there tunneling, he basically was not there on that pack. That's how much, like, of the mobs he's buffing. Relative. I don't know if that makes sense. It's early in the morning, my brain is fried, and I literally needed to do one key because I'm still missing, like I said, most of my keys. And, like, look at that. My orb's literally right there. Fucking nobody soaks it. Every single time I do this fucking affix in pugs, I'm forced to hunt people down to get their fucking orbs. And I don't get it. Like, it should not be this hard. But people literally just refuse to do any mechanics whatsoever in pugs. It's fucking crazy. Oh. But yeah, I'm really fucking tired right now. Unfortunately, I have, like, 8 more keys that I need to do. So, we're gotta strap in. Which is kind of why I'm just like, you know... The other thing is, Colossus is just like, it's such a vibe. I fucking love this spec. I love this build. And I don't want to have to, like, look up Mountain Thane talent changes. And, like, I'm sure it's not going to be that much, but it would be different. And then I'd have to just at least understand, okay, what do I need to change? instead of this, which is literally just, you know, put the fucking demolish in the bag. And it's, yeah. For this early in the morning, kinda need it. Alright. Finally somebody's so fucking thick. Time. Wait, this does like no damage. Wait, this is an 11? This is an 11, and I feel like nothing's doing any damage whatsoever. They must... Like, I know they nerfed Arakara a little bit. This is my first time doing it since the nerfs, just because, like, I never run this dungeon because nothing good drops from this place. So, kind of ironic that, like, Sacred used to be insane, and now it is just turbo ass for the vast majority of specs. It's, like, extremely mediocre. Which, you know, is because Blizzard heavily nerfed it going into the season. Which I don't get why they do that. It's like, ah, yes, everybody liked this trinket, so we're going to make it so now, like, literally nobody wants it. Which is especially annoying considering how broken all the raid trinkets are. Which is like, why do I need to pug the raid on all 13 of my characters? Gee, I wonder. Maybe it's because there's the fucking boots. And there's tier. Which, like, admittedly won't be a concern later in the season with fucking Catalyst, but is a concern right now. But then more importantly, there's like 1 million trinkets for literally every single role that are mandatory. Melee DPS have a bunch they need. Casters have a bunch that they need. Tanks have the fucking Soul Hunters trinkets. Healers have Lumithar's Living Silk and the Nexus King's Command, which admittedly that one is not as good for M+, which is mainly what I'm interested in, but it's like whatever. I never really pug Nexus King, because that boss is just a fucking nightmare to pug. So, I just never bother. And then, oh yeah, how could I forget the Lumithari Antenna, right? Which, you know, I have in this character. So many trinkets that are just, like, insanely overtuned from raid. Vast majority of specs, there's, like, one dungeon trinket that they actually need. Which, in some ways, is good. Because it actually feels better to have, like, realistic ways to farm the trinket. Generally... I guess it depends on how you look at it, because, like, if you are not somebody who's willing to spend gold to buy an item off somebody in raid, then raid trinkets are, like, incredibly hard to get your hands on in most cases. But for me, it's like, I go into a normal pug, I offer somebody, like, 50k for a normal, like, champ track trinket, and that thing's gonna last me an incredibly long time, because I don't care if it's champ or hero. You know, I'm upgrading it to 704, and then I'm spending my gilded crest on something else, regardless of the track. And... so, like, this random dude who's, like, normal is his endgame, 50k is, like, a shitload to him, and to me, it's pocket change. Like, I literally make that much every week doing, like, the fucking weekly boxes, right? So it's very, 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 very easy for me to get those trinkets compared to, like, a dungeon trinket, which, you know, Tome of Light's Devotion, I finally got my first Tome of Light's Devotion on my Brewmaster Monk. And it was after, like, 20 runs, and I still don't have Tome on any of my other tanks, so... Like, I'm literally using my last season Tome on this character, though admittedly I've done very few Priories on my Warrior, but I farmed it a ton on some of my other tanks, Brewmaster especially, and it just doesn't drop. And that can go for a bunch of other trinkets. Like, farming dungeon trinkets can just take an insane amount of time, and then it could just never appear, and getting it on Myth Track, a lot of times just feels borderline impossible, because you just need to Gamba from the fucking, Great Vaults. Thankfully, when we get to Gnar, I think that'll be less of a concern, because, like, dungeon trinkets are actually a lot easier to buy. But this season, I guess that won't matter. Let's go here. Thankfully, it seems they've been doing a pretty good job killing the spiders, so... too concerned. Let's bait in here. Okay, people need to get orbs. Okay, the people are just running around like fucking headless chickens. I need to soak your orb. Fuck off. Okay. We're chill. I think at this point I can probably put on music. This is like the first key that I've done tonight, first of many. So I honestly, like, I just have so much pent-up energy, and, you know, slamming raids back-to-back is just, like, it does a number on your mental. The amount... Oh my god, I gave up on doing Heroic Forgekeeper Araz. In Pugs, the other tanks just don't know what to do. I had, like, 2 different groups. I had to double-check to make sure it wasn't the same Paladin tank. 2 different groups where a Paladin tank asks me, do you know the fight? And I'm like, yes, I know the fight, obviously. I've done this on Mythic, right? I know how to do it on Heroic. And then they say nothing afterwards. They just asked if I knew the fight. I said yes, and then no follow-up. Like, okay. Well then, like, you know, usually the reason why people ask that is because they're trying to coordinate things, and on Araz you do. So then, after, like, you know, 30 seconds, I message them and I say, I'll get the ad in the back during intermission, I'll take first soak, blah, 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 because you do need to figure that stuff out. It's one of, like, the, you know, one of the Pug bosses, I'd say, where you kind of need to coordinate that a little bit, just because if you don't have a tank doing that, somebody gets clobbered, which is then exactly what happens. I message them, they say, okay, got it, and then they proceed to, one of them really just fucked up completely and was, like, just dragging the boss constantly on top of the Arcane Echo, and of course that makes them take 98% reduced damage, so I'm just, like, running wildly around the room trying to, like, get the Echo away from the boss. He keeps chasing me until, like, the raid leader started spamming and raid warnings, like, tanks, what are you doing? But in both cases, we get to intermission, and they just don't pick up their ad, they let it run wild and just start whacking people, and, you know, maybe a little bit of a pro tip, because since clearly a lot of people don't know how to do Araz, maybe somebody watching this video is, like, gonna try and pug Heroic raids, and maybe this tip will stop you from being, like, the bane of my existence. So here's the thing with Araz intermission that a lot of tanks don't seem to realize. The way that, like, a lot of people know it works is there's 3 pylons, and they charge up, and you have to kill the pylons to end the phase. And a lot of people think that it's just, oh, you kill the highest energy pylon, that's the entire thing, and you have to kill them fast enough, and it's just a damage race. There is, like, literally negative damage check on that phase. There is technically a damage check, right? Like, you do technically need to kill it before, What is happening, man? Is nobody getting kicks? Fucking what's that? Interrupt. Like, yeah, there technically is a damage check. You do need to kill the, Oh, I see the problem. People just didn't do their orbs. Which, like, yeah, I wasn't gonna run the mobs around and try and get the orbs. That's... Yeah, of course. Wow! It's almost like when the mobs are doing 20% more damage and people aren't kicking, they're gonna fucking kill people. I hate bugs, man. At least so far, this seems ridiculously easy. They must have gutted this dungeon, holy. So I don't know why we apparently lusted that random pull, but sure. Stop. But yeah, so Araz, the way that fight actually works is you have... Please eat the orb. Jesus Christ. I try to force feed the orb to people and they still just won't fucking pick it up. Literally running over and they're running away from me. Like, I swear to God, some of these people must think that it's actually something that does damage to them. I don't get it. I don't get it. Fucking Christ. Yeah, so the pylons charge up. When a pylon reaches full energy, that's not, like, the check that you need to beat. There's a bunch of, like, little, like, ramping dots that gets put onto the group, and that is the enrage, effectively, for that phase. And it's like a soft enrage. Eventually, yes, it technically will kill you, but it takes so long for that to do meaningful damage. The real thing that people die to, and they confuse this with the soft enrage, is there's this thing called arcane convergence. And when the pylon reaches full energy, it funnels into the middle of the room and it does, like, shitloads of damage. A lot of people seem to think the only way you stop that is by killing the pylon before it happens. But actually, that's a tank job. The tank is supposed to drag the ad in between the line from the pylon to the center of the room, and it blasts the ad. And not only does that stop any of the raid-wide damage from going out from Arcane Convergence, but it also does a shitload of damage to the tank ad. So that's the intended way to do the fight. But so many people don't know that, so every single time I pug this fucking boss, the tank will just pick up the ad, and it's just holding it in fucking Africa, doing absolutely nothing with it, just letting the Arcane Convergence go out. And I can get like 2 arcane convergences if I time it really well, and maybe like a pulse or 2 goes out and I save it. But then, like, in one of the runs that I did, randomly, as I'm trying to drag the second ad over and save the raid by doing 2 arcane convergences back to back, which is insanely hard, because you basically need to like heroic leap across the room and drag the ad in at the last second, and usually 1 tick goes off, because there's not enough time to actually do it back to back. Please get the ball. Please get the fucking ball. Please get my fucking Xalatat thing. Jesus. There's barely enough time to do it, and then as I'm heroic leaping to save the fucking raid, this fucking other dipshit tank taunts my ad off me. He's already holding one of them, but he taunts the second ad for no apparent reason, and then we're just dead. It's like, I don't get it. And the thing that, again, blew my mind with both of those situations, it was a Paladin tank both times, and in both situations, before we pulled, they asked me, do you know the fight? Like, why are you asking your other tank, do you know the fight, when you don't fucking know the fight? What? Like, hello? So that, I gave up, because I technically could use Heroic Araz. I did it on normal this week, because, like, the Tier Helm would let me get 4-piece without having to waste the Catalyst charge. And I tried to pug Heroic Araz, and I gave up. I did it on, like, my Druid and a few other characters, but I tried to do it, and both of those runs, by the way, were on my Prot Warrior. And both of them were tonight, right? And I just gave up. It was like 30 minutes back-to-back, that nonsense. I'm just like, fuck it, I don't need it that badly, right? Basically, I'm pugging that to save Catalyst charge, and it might just show up in my vaults. Seriously, can you fucking... I literally have to angle it, force feed it into the fucking vault every time. I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. I swear to God, I'm gonna fucking lose it. I did this to... This was meant to be like a mental health key, a mental health break of like, okay, these pugging raids for, 5-6 hours is starting to drive me a little bit cuckoo. I need to take a small break and at least, chip away at all of the keys that I need to get done this week. And I love Colossus Prot Warrior. It's a vibe. Why don't I just do that? And this fucking Xalatath affix, man. This fucking Xalatath affix. I just can't do it. Oh, I think they nerfed the web mages. I remember reading that. Pretty sure. Didn't they make it so it doesn't insta-recast? Yeah. Crazy that it did that. Okay, it still recasts pretty quick. But now there's at least that slight delay. This boss became so much more annoying with changes this season. Really annoying. I feel like I have to play way more aggressively on the edge as a tank to make this work. I'm constantly getting swarmed by the circles. I don't feel like it was that bad in Season 1. Functionally, you do the same thing, but it just feels way tighter. Okay. I think I've ranted long enough. Takeaway for any new tanks who don't know Heroic Araz: drag the fucking ad into the beam. And make sure that shit is not blasting the raid. Or I will find you, and I will smack you upside the head, mark my words. Xalatath, eat my Xalatath bar. Seriously? Somebody... I must have been the mage, like, in the corner. I didn't see that anybody missed their Xalatath Ward, but I'm guessing that the mage missed it. Insane, man. Just, like, that dude has been aggressively fucking stupid this run. I'm gonna check the kicks after, and I guarantee you he has not kicked a single time. took us up 9 minutes. Only problem is the last boss is fucking brutal. Like, well, I say fucking brutal. It's not even hard. But people just always overcomplicate it and die to dumb shit. It should be easy, but people always make it harder than it has to be, I guess is maybe a good way to describe that. We also pulled some stuff earlier, and I can't remember the changes. They might have changed percent here, because I feel like the percent at the start of the season was really dumb. So I'm debating, let's pull these drones. I think that's fine. This is like pretty safe. I normally pull those drones because that helps me skip some stuff. But I think this is good for now. But wondering is, do I have any way as a Prot Warrior to get rid of this debuff? I could probably Spell Reflect a single cast, but I don't think I can, like, AMS. Oh, shit. How did that drone? Okay. At least the healer knows to dispel me, so that's good. But a little bit nervous about pulling more. Because I've been in positions where this gets really sketchy. Okay. I want to do these 2 drones. Oh my god, the flyers are in Africa, man. Whatever. I don't like doing this big drone pull. This is really sketchy. But I'm gonna have to do this and just kite. Because the flyers are not in an ideal spot. Should be fine, I think. Okay, good. I don't love this. Flyers are not lining up the way I want them to. AoE taunts, because threat is going to be a little bit tricky here. And a shockwave just to help me kite a little bit. Demolish almost fucked me there. Had a heroic leap in the chamber, though. Okay, I need to kite, but I don't have heroic leap, so I'm going to run over to this ledge, and I'm going to drop down. That'll buy me a little bit of time. Nice. I think I played that really well. I'm pretty pleased with that. Boom can also pop off, damn. Alright. Alright. Okay. Yeah, the mage dying was not in my plan. Well, I was gonna chain, but then the mage died. So now I'm not gonna chain. It's fine. This is a little bit of a sketchy pull anyway. It's so much easier to do this when you have ways to reset your stacks. Which I'm used to, but I guess Prot Warrior doesn't really, so that's kind of awkward. Okay. Mage is back. Wasted a shield block shard, but we should be fine. Shield block uptime is very easy with Colossus. I don't know exactly how it is for Mountain Pain, but I believe with the Undermine set bonus, which obviously I still have, it's significantly easier. Pop a shield wall here, mostly for the damage, but also just because, like, I'm not really going to need it for anything else. Okay. I'm not thrilled with how that last section went. I really don't like this last section, but at least my my percent was spot on. I normally pull a few extra mobs. I adapted to the extra pull at the start perfectly, I think. This count is spot on. So I'm pretty pleased with that. I haven't Haven't done the heroic leap on Prot Warrior in a while. The timing is a lot tighter than some of the other ones because it's not a teleport, it's a jump. But I'm gonna go for it. And if I miss it, so be it. Okay. Nice! Oh, punched my butthole up a little bit there, if I'll be honest. But we got it. Okay, we top that up. Fine there. That first one's the most important. Please. I need you to eat this. Nice! Doing everybody's Zalatath affix while fucking heroic leaping out? Holy shit, I'm insane! Did any of them... Oh, one of them went off. Man, I'm literally the only one who did that mechanic and... Ah! And I hate the antenna, I'm gonna be honest. It's so annoying. I'm gonna shield wall here just in case. We're good though. We're good. So fucking good. Just eat that. Look at the dome! Hell yeah! I don't suppose any... Yeah, no. Actually, there's no plate, so I guess unless somebody got Arakara Sacred. Whew! Alright. That was... that was a stressful key. We timed it, though. I feel like I did pretty well. Pleased with that. Alright. I guess, yeah, that's it. Editor Harldan, skip to the next dungeon. Okay, we continue with my Prot Warrior key journey. And I am pleased, or, well, a little bit sad to inform you that I have finally switched to Mountain Thane. So, as much as I really love Colossus, the reality is that it's just not... I don't want to say it's not good, because it's definitely playable, as you can see. I've been playing it. But I will go into pug raids, and I will, like, play out of my mind and get what I would imagine is, like, one of the highest Colossus parses, and I'm, like, 1,000,000 overall below, you know, the Mountain Thane tanks. This thing just does so much more damage, it's so much tankier, and it's just brain off, right? You barely need to put any effort into actually playing it, so... It's just kind of like, why would you play Colossus? Which makes me sad, because I love Colossus. But, such is life. Thankfully, I looked into it, and it seems that the overall talents that you switch, like, there aren't that many of them. Mana oil, I'm just trying to make sure I buy this stuff. And I'll just buy 18 for now, sure. So, a lot of, like, the utility talents and stuff that I'm used to playing with, seems that pretty much you just run the same. Really, I'm trying to think, like, what did I lose? Not really much that I'm used to. I'm probably going to take a little bit more magic damage, but I'm also going to take less damage overall, so that's fine. And based on my memory, it's been a hot minute since I played Mountain Thane, but I'm pretty sure it's just, like, face roll easy, like you're pressing Thunderclap like every other GCD, does tons of damage. Pretty straightforward. Also, in other news, I got my boots, which, for tanks, this is, like, whatever. It's not important at all, but... having this because I will need to eventually play Arms and Fury, and obviously these boots are very good for DPS. This is really nice. They're all just bis stats, like, they're really good. So, happy to have that. I have my 2 trinkets here. I think I mentioned that at some
5,
point.
4,
And then, yeah,
2, 1.
my gear's overall pretty good. What is not on Mythic? Oh. I'm so confused why they just all started running out of the instance. Oh boy. It happens. It's early in the morning. This is still the Mythic Dungeon week. I'd imagine that all of the remaining keys that you're going to see as part of this video will be today. Because I have to get 4 dungeons done for the Mythic Weekly. We have 3 dungeons left in the challenge, and debating on whether or not I'm just going to do like a random, like another gambit, just to quickly blitz through it, or I might record, like re-record footage for a different dungeon. Like, what would I do? Honestly, I have 11s for all the stuff. If I was missing, like, if one of these was a 10, I might re-record it to get, like, better score. But I don't really feel like
5,
trying to do a 12
4,
today.
3, 2, 1.
An 11 to, like, slightly improve score would have been fine to maybe do. Honestly, so what I'll probably do is you'll see the remaining 3 keys.
5, 4,
This is Streets?
3, 2,
Okay.
1.
Interesting. I thought this was Gambit. Not a big deal. I do need Streets, but I don't know why I thought it said Gambit. Just early in the morning, me being dumb, I guess. I also admittedly wasn't paying super close attention. I looked at the I put in the group finder to sort through the dungeons that I am missing, and obviously both of the task messages are included. So I just clicked on the one that needed a tank, and it was this one, which apparently is Streets. Okay, I was mentally preparing for a Gambit, but this is fine too. Check a heroic throw, get that around the corner. Now, one thing I always forget when playing Thane is my cooldowns come back so fast. So I should use them pretty frequently. I also no longer have the Undermine 2-piece. So one thing with the Undermine set is your shield block up time is like incredibly high because you have shield charge, like CDR, like crazy. That's no longer the case, so I will need to be mindful of that. And actually manually, yeah, I'm gonna have to manually shield block a lot more often, but that's fine, because it seems to come back super fast, so. This is... I guess technically I can get away with using Outburst on Thunderclap now. Didn't even think of that. I'll have to look into later on. Honestly, it really doesn't matter, because there's some times where I accidentally use Outburst on Thunderclap. You're not supposed to, but like sometimes it pops up as I'm hitting Thunderclap for Rage, and I'm just like, oh, fuck me. You know, fat finger kind of thing. I'm definitely sure that in terms of like rage generation, it's still more effective to use it on Shield Slam. That's just kind of always the case. But I would suspect that for damage on multiple targets, it's actually okay to use it on a Thunder Blast, because I'm pretty sure it just increases the damage. So if you're increasing the damage of a Thunder Blast, which does, yeah, a lot of damage, then I feel like on multiple targets that would actually be significant for Mountain Thing. I'm sure there's probably a cutoff of like at 2 to 3 targets, it's worth doing. But we'll see. It's one of those things where that's like so min-maxy that that's the kind of thing where like if this wasn't a spec that I was like actively maining, I probably wouldn't even be thinking about interactions like that. It wouldn't even like cross my mind. But I think about that because like, you know, I'm used to playing Prot Warrior. It was one of the specs I mained last season. So I'm used to trying to go for Parsis as Prot Warrior, so min-maxing this spec is just kind of, you know, second nature for me. So that's kind of the step that I'm thinking about, like how the passives interact for like the optimal damage. Even though, honestly, it's not that big of a deal. What is happening here? I think it was on the rogue and the rogue vanished? Nice. Just gonna try to hit that with a shockwave, but got it. What is going on with that fucking weapon, man? That thing is going all like, look at the other two are fucking stationary, and that one's just. Didn't know they were supposed to do that. Is it just like a random chance to move, and this one randomly is just going fucking sicko mode? I mean, look at it. The other ones are literally not moving. Nice. Spell Reflect and Shield Wall for this, just to make sure I take, like, literally no damage from it. I gotta say, Streets is, like, one of the most chill keys. I think it is, like, one of the easiest keys possible now. My main issue before, honestly, it wasn't even hard, like, early in the season. There were parts of it that were a little bit tricky, but I think a lot of that had to do with people just weren't familiar with it, whereas they were used to all of the other dungeons. But I never thought it was, like, a super hard key. The only thing... Okay. That's interesting. I wonder if that'll rip him through the wall. Okay, it doesn't. It's interesting. There must be a limit. Spark like that? No. Woo! He gets yoinked! Oh, that's crazy. So after you reach a certain range, the game just says, get over here. Yeah, I think pre-nerf, the only part of Streets that was, like, objectively really hard, with, like, some stuff is a little bit overtuned, but Mythos Oasis was, like, fucking insane before they changed that boss, because that's the only thing they really nerfed. But yeah, that boss with, like, the shield was fucking ridiculous. But, I mean, they changed it, and now Mythos Oasis is maybe the easiest Mythic Plus boss ever. I feel like they over-nerfed it a little bit. Not that I'm complaining, but I'm just very surprised to win from, like, the hardest Mythic Plus boss to the easiest. Incredibly tight damage check, where, like, the healer needs to go crazy, to there is basically no damage check at all, and there's also nothing to heal. Like, they just removed any difficulty from it. And now this key is just shut your brain off. The only problem is, you know, it is still a long key, right? 5 bosses is, ugh. Especially compared to Gambit. Gambit, 20 minutes in and out. Gambit is... I feel like Gambit probably is just the best key for farming weeklies. I haven't really had to do that much so far, because we're at the stage of the challenge where I'm still trying to get dungeons done in every character, so each week I've been, you know, just... Alright, what dungeons do I still need? We do that. So I haven't really thought about that stuff. That said, every now and then when I'm just like, you know, the last 2 or 3 weeks, I need to get like a singular dungeon done on my Brewmaster. Gambit has been my go-to. But I haven't really put much thought into it of like, is this the easiest one for vaults? It's more just, I kind of like Gambit. I think it's a fun dungeon. But honestly, I do think it probably is what you go to. AoE Stormbolt is actually so fucking sick. I forgot I had that. I was like, I looked down, I'm like, oh, I don't have Shockwave, and then I was like, oh, I'm Thane. I can do that thing. I need to get used to doing that. I'm gonna be honest, I don't hate this as much as I thought I would. It's still, like, you're playing Prot Warrior, the main thing is, the talent changes that you took to play Thane before were very significant back in like Season 1. You ran like a completely different part of the tree. And I thought that was going to be the same thing here, but I was surprised that like the main thing that I love right now is AoE Execute. Feels amazing to play. But the core talent package is honestly very similar. The only thing you drop is you drop like some of these nodes to buff your executes more, and you take the one where it's like Demoralizing Shout has a lower CD when you hit targets with Thunderclap. But honestly, I like that talent. That's like the one thing about Thunderclap builds I like, having just insane uptime on Demo Shout. Really, really, really nice to have. So the fact that you, with the current tree, can just kind of take everything else, I actually don't mind this as much as I thought I would. It's also kind of like, in raids, you know, talking to my Prot Warrior friends who have been playing it this season, a lot of them are like, oh, this sucks for raids, because obviously if you're going for parses, it's a very RNG-heavy spec. And so every time I talk to them, they're like, oh, I hate this iteration of Prot Warrior, because it's just a complete slot machine as to whether or not I'm allowed to do damage. And in a raid environment, I could definitely understand that. You know, I sympathize with that. I love going for parses. Brewmaster currently is, like, very deterministic once you know what you're doing, which means, you know, obviously gonna jerk myself off a little bit here, but I'm, you know, my parses for Brewmaster right now are really fucking good. Obviously, I haven't had a chance to really improve them. You don't really get that until later in the season, so we'll see by the end of the season how they look. But, you know, I've already gotten a rank 1 on Plexus Sentinel. I've gotten really good parses on a lot of the other ones. I got like a rank 3 on Forge Weaver. So, I really like Brewmaster, and the main thing that I enjoy about it right now is that there's virtually no RNG. It's very, very, very consistent once you understand how it works. Okay. It's unfortunate that it got passed to me. Harder for me to help with that. But all that to say, although I kind of was in the mindset of like, oh yeah, Prot Warrior right now, not fun to play, you don't really feel it in keys, honestly. I haven't like noticed like, yeah, sure, sometimes I get infinite Thunderblast proc, sometimes I don't. But that isn't like affecting how I approach this key. It's just that sometimes I do more damage. And over the course of an entire key, it's probably going to average out a lot more than it would over a like 3-minute boss fight. So I think my overall damage from key to key probably won't look too bad. I can't imagine that I'm going to be like, this is weird. The druid is stuck behind. This pull can be a little bit awkward. Oh. Alright, since when that target tanks? I didn't know that could target tanks, I'm gonna be honest. Okay. Okay, that fucked me up a little bit. Why? Did they change this? Did they change this? They must have changed this. I've never been targeted by this before, and now I've been targeted 2 times in a row. They must have done a hotfix where it prioritizes tanks and healers. No? Am I just really unlucky? Okay, well this has become really awkward. Okay. I could have used Disrupting Shout there, but I would rather save that just in case. For a rainy day. I also saw... Like, if I did not have Shockwave up in like 1 second, I probably would have, but... Post office. This does remind me a lot of Guardian Druid, though, I will say. But it's like, I can't complain, right? Guardian is like... It's not my favorite tank. It's kind of one of those weird things where, like, how do you describe your favorite? of something. Because, like, when I think about it, I always say, like, Guardian is not one of my favorite tanks. But then, whenever I play Guardian, I actually really enjoy it. Like, Guardian is such a vibe. So, there's, like, arguably, I have consistently enjoyed playing Guardian Druid a lot more than other tanks. And, it's kind of one of those funny things of, a lot of people say they like easy-to-play stuff, and I'm always like, oh, I like a challenge. But, I think it is just kind of human to be like, sometimes you do just want to shut your brain off and relax. And Guardian is really nice because you can do really difficult stuff. Seriously? Seriously, nobody? I got 2 of those? And nobody wants to get the other one directly in melee? That's kind of crazy. That guy was literally standing there not moving. You're Fire Mage. Most of your stuff you can do while moving. Whatever. But yeah, it is nice every now and then to just be able to say, you know what, I'm going to shut my brain off, and I'm just going to press Thrash. And it's a difficult thing to say of like, oh, I enjoy this, because like, the reality is, I do. I do enjoy it. It is really fun pressing Thrash. Like, when I, this morning, when I sat down to say, alright, I have to grind out 52 keys-ish. I have to get 52 keys done. What am I going to get started to get this long day of grinding off to the races, right? And the very first key I did, 30 minutes ago, was a Guardian Druid key, because I'm just, like, you know what I'm in the mood to do? It's early, I'm, my coffee's still getting into my system. I want to just press Thrash a little bit and snooze the redemption, and that's exactly what I did. And you know what? It was as easy as I expected. Did a Gambit, we just kind of cruised through it. So, that's Guardian Druid for you. And kind of feeling the same way in the Streets of Wonder. We're just vibing. But then, it's like when I think about what my favorite spec is, I'm usually not thinking of from a perspective of like, this is cozy. Like, oh yeah, this is something that like I could literally always play no matter how tired I am, because like, you can do basically full uptime by just mashing the buttons. And when I think about my favorite Druid builds, it's one of those weird things of like, I always think, oh, I love the Cow Eating builds. Because I think back to, like, Narubar Palace when I was playing, Druid of the Claw, and those are the builds that I find so fun. Somebody got to do that, buddy. I'm not going to pick that up as a tank, because I got a threat. I got you. You're good. Deposits. Oh. Is this bugged? No? Oh, the rogue has it, and he's just doing nothing with it. Okay. I saw a book on the ground, and I'm like, is that the book? No, it's just the rogues being a fucking idiot. Alright. But yeah, like, I always think of specs like that have a really high skill ceiling that I can like really optimize. Those are the ones that I think I enjoy the most. But then, like the ones that I have the most fun with, arguably like on an average, are the easier specs. Like Moonbear. Oh my god. Okay. That mage just somehow ripped massive threat off me. He just went turbo mode. We're fine. It's not even top damage. I wonder how he did so much and right out of the gate. Especially he's playing fire, right? Ugh. Missing 1%? Okay. What did I forget? Whatever. But yeah, like Moonbear, I'll be honest, it's definitely among my like favorite tanks. I say like favorite air quotes in terms of like most fun to play just in a vacuum. Especially because like I use it for speedruns a lot, and that's one of the reasons why it's so nice for speedruns. Like I really enjoy Windwalker as an example. I think, using the leveling speedruns is probably good. I love Windwalker. But whenever I'm doing a Windwalker speedrun, which has been most of them recently, it's a lot harder to do mid-run commentary because Windwalker it's a very involved spec. And it's fun. I think it's really, really, really interesting. And it has, like, you know, the big mini burst windows that you have to do every, you know, Storm Within Fire and stuff. And that makes it really nice for leveling, right? But having to, like, optimize that burst window and make sure I'm doing proper damage, which especially for a world record attempt matters, even though it is leveling. I still have to be effectively parsing while leveling. So that makes it a lot harder to give, like, on-the-fly commentary. Whereas whenever I'm playing Guardian Druid in a leveling run, it's so easy to just talk through what I'm doing, because my actual rotation is just Moonfire, 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 Thrash, 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 Thrash. And, there's just, like, really zero thought that goes into it. I don't know, I'm not even gonna bother with them. So what do I do for percent? That's the question, I guess. I think the better question is, what did I miss that I normally pull? I think normally what I do is, instead of pulling the 2-pack, by, like, the, what's it called, the menagerie, I do the 3-pack at the end, which I'm probably going to have to do anyways. But now I'm going to be over, instead of it being perfect percent. And the dungeon's so forgiving that it's kind of like, who cares, but... Am I talented to intervene? No. Okay. Thinking, like, can I intervene this guy to speed it up a little bit? No, I cannot. Well... let's do this. So I think this is the same pull as the one on the other side, except it has the extra caster guy, which would have been the 1% I needed. So I think I just do that pull and just don't pull those guys by, like, the very first gate. And then I do a double pull, but I do the middle gate and the far gate as the double pull. And then I would just single pull the mini boss and maybe, like, heroic throw the far guy. So there's, like, one guard on the gate on the other side, and do that with the mini boss. That would be cleaner. What's funny is, honestly, I've probably done this exact route, like, so many times, and been, like, 1% over, now that I think about it. But because I do these runs, like, so spread out, it's so hard to remember. Like, I'm used to the route that I did at the very start, and then I just kind of repeat that over and over and over. Okay, triangle. That's okay. I Lumathar shit. Okay, that's very easy, sir. Soon. Fucking joking. Okay. Ah, rip my Demo shout. I guess I should have been paying attention to boss timers. That was avoidable. Shuri, any second now, man. That's the thing, the boss timers sometimes are just wrong. Yeah, this is a weird one. Can take it now, I think. Where is this? We have to take triangle and then take it back. Or no, triangle and circle. There. How'd the mage get hit? Man, you have blink. You can ignore the mechanic. Whatever, 2 chests. Do I get anything? I got, actually, it's one of the few things I needed. Because that is bracers. And although I don't want those, I have bracers on right now with a socket. So that's just free crest upgrades, and then I can get that to 704. W. Also, I hit 2k, so I get an extra catalyst charge. Don't need it, but now I have it for next week in case I want to change something, I guess. Cool. Yeah, well, that was overall a productive run. I'll cut to the next one, I guess. Alright, it's decent time in the evening on Monday night. So I guess Monday evening before reset. Now I'm finally getting around to doing most of my keys. I did Vengeance, Demon Hunter, Keystone Hero, finished that up earlier in the week. And now I have to actually get all of them. But the thing is, the Vengeance, Demon Hunter, Keystone Hero I had to do 3 keys for. And I still have to get 1 more done, because at that point, if you're 3 out of 4, you may as well finish the vault. So I gotta do that. Finally getting around to doing other stuff like Warrior. But the nice thing is, I realized I don't have Gambit yet. And I have a Gambit, you know, on this character. I just pulled it out of my vault. And turns out, with Gambit, it's incredibly easy. I almost did a content without ready checking. Oops. It's incredibly easy to make a group. It took me like under 2 minutes to make this group, and these are all like 3k players. Because like, I mean, duh, if people are filling their vaults, it's the same thing that I've been doing on my mains. I just slam plus 10 gambits. So this is probably going to be the most lopsided, you know, steamroll I've done this entire challenge. Fingers crossed.
5,
but it's
4, 3, 2.
Yeah, it's been a stressful week as usual. I've been doing a lot of raid pugging, and I've been saying that kind of every single week now.
4,
Like, oh man, I've pugged so many raids.
2,
But
1.
this week, I really pugged a lot of raids. Because, like, all the past weeks, like, I did a decent amount of raid pugging, but I didn't have time to, like, do every single boss that I wanted to. So in a lot of cases, I would only pug normal raid, just because, I mean, it's just a lot easier. You can have, like, a group of monkeys on typewriters doing normal Mana Forge Omega, at least all the bosses that I care about. It's really, 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 really easy. Heroic, obviously, right? Like, I'm not going to say Heroic's hard. You know, I'm currently 6 out of 8 Mythic, so it's not as if it's, like, literally, oh my god, super duper difficult. But for pugs, the reality is, pugging raids is a lot different than just doing it normally, and there are a lot of mechanics. Like, yeah, look at the damage. I don't know how the healer died. I think he stood in, like, a boost early. Which is kind of weird, but, I mean, the DPS in this group are just actually fucking obliterating this dungeon, so this is going to be just a pure yap key. Which is nice, you know? I need some of those every now and then. But yeah, certain bosses, like the big one that I've just stopped pugging entirely, is Heroic Araz. Heroic Araz, especially, like, the tanks, and well, a lot of times I'm one of the tanks, and I pugged Heroic Araz a little bit more, like, earlier in the challenge, because it used to be that the only tanks or the only characters I was really doing heroic pugs with was... Oh shit. That should have left fade. Can't be completely autopilot. But I was mostly doing it on my tanks, and then my other characters I wasn't bothering. But actually, at this point, most of the characters for this challenge, the only characters that can't really do heroic pugs consistently are my mage and my warlock. I'm still only doing normal on them, but the rest of my characters are all, like, 700 plus. Even my rogue can get pretty consistent invites to heroic raids. And that means that if I'm not tanking, Raz is basically just a coin flip as to whether or not you actually succeed with any given group. The average pug tank just does not know how to do that boss, and it's a fucking nightmare. So, like, I just gave up. Thankfully, I don't really need that much off of Raz. The only really good things from it are the ring, which only some of my characters kind of need, and it's like, it's not that important. I also, for the characters that need it, I always do normal. Like, for instance, I did do normal Raz on my Druid this week because Feral apparently really wants Ritual Forge, and I got Ritual Forge. It's only champion track, which, like, you know, would love to have a higher version, but having any version of, like, a best-in-slot trinket is definitely better than none at all. The only weird thing is I have a myth track Lily that I got on my Druid's Vault, which is good, but from what I've seen, like, Ritual Forge is just so much better for Feral than, like, any other trinket that I think even at 704 it's going to be worth using over my 707 Lily. Can't complain. It'll be nice to have that. But my Druid's in a weird spot where I cannot get a second trinket to save my life. I'm fine for tanking because my Druid has, what's it called? Ceaseless Ire brand. So, right now, on my Guardian Druid, I've been running Lily of the Eternal Leave, the Myth Track one, which, like, isn't great for Guardian, but yeah, it's fine. Still run it. Ooh, that's bad. I almost charged into that. I probably would have lived. But, yeah, I'm running Lily, and I'm running my brands, which is a perfectly viable combo for Guardian, if not, like, absolutely this. But Feral seems pretty specific. It's like, you look at Warcraft logs, and you see, like, the trinket distribution. I don't know why the mage just said we don't have any melee. It's like, okay, do we need melee for that? Maybe he's saying, like, because I'm worried about the pull, but I ran straight into the pull. I didn't even delay it at all by any significant amount, so I don't know what he's schizoing about. Whatever. Definitely need to kill the Void Emissary, though, so I hope they swap to it. But yeah, like, every single Feral log that I look at, it's like, overwhelmingly, Ritual Forge and Astral Antenna. And the more I think about it, I probably will switch to Feral next, because I'm very close to finishing Guardian Druid Keystone Hero. Like, it'll be done next week. Technically, I could finish it tonight if I wanted to, but there's a lot of other stuff that I gotta get done. But I'll be finishing Prot Pally and Guardian next week, pretty much at the same time. And then it's just a question of which one I decide to release first, probably Prot Pally. But, you know, even if I don't immediately release the Guardian Druid Keystone Hero, like, I'll still have it done, and then I'll still, you know, need to start doing other keys. Which means that I need to start thinking about, you know, what I'm going to do for my other vaults. And I'm kind of reaching that weird part of the challenge, right, where my initial spec for a lot of my classes is either done, like in the case of, you know, Demon Hunter, Resto Shaman, Brewmaster Monk, and stuff like that. They're all finished. But a lot of those, I don't really feel comfortable playing my second spec just yet. And now, that would be fine, right? But I would ideally want to get my progress done on, you know, the challenge, instead of just getting a weekly key with the spec I already have. And, like, you know, last week and the week before, the way I got around that on my Brewmaster is I did my Resilient 12s. But, like, as of this week, my Brewmaster is done with Resilient 12s, so later tonight I'm going to have a Monk key to do, and I'm honestly not sure what I'm going to do for that. I'm, like, kind of torn between, do I want to just say fuck it and do, like, a random +10 Gambit? Just to get it over with? Which, honestly, considering how much I have to do today, I might just do that. We'll see. And, like, in the case of my Blood Decay, I'm not ready to play Frost yet, but I'm still missing a few 12s, so I'll probably start doing that. Same with, like, my Resto Shaman, probably. I don't want to play Ellie just yet. But, like my monk, for instance, I'd like to start moving into something different. And unfortunately, I don't really have great trinket options. I guess, like, I could probably play... I could definitely play Windwalker. In fact, maybe I probably should do that, especially because I have all my 12s done already. I'd have to look it up, though. Like, obviously, I know how to play Windwalker. I've played it, plenty of times before in the past. I used the main Windwalker briefly. But there's a difference between, like, knowing how to play something. It's like, yeah, oh, I can play Windwalker. And every now and then, like, I'll apply to a raid group, like Heroic Pug or something like that, and I'll apply as Windwalker if they're full on tanks or something like that. Because I know that, like, I'm good enough at Windwalker to just walk into a random Heroic Pug and at least, like, do what I need to do to clear it. But there's a big difference between doing that just to get into a Heroic raid group and get a chance at loot, and actually playing it for the challenge. The entire point of this is to play it right. And I have not looked up anything for Windwalker yet. In fact, I'm almost certain, just by, like, stuff I've seen in passing, that Windwalker is playing a completely different builds this season than what I played in Undermine. And although I've already done a few Heroic Raid Pugs as Windwalker, I even did a key earlier in the season as that, but admittedly that was while I still had my old set bonus, so, I wasn't necessarily a big harm in playing the old build. But I recently did a few Pugs, and I did see that, like, the new set bonus was a little bit different, and I still did really good damage. I think I was, like, number 5 overall in, like, Heroic Soul Hunters, which, to be fair, with my Monk's item level, is... you would hope that I'm that high in overall, but, like, I definitely was not playing absolutely perfectly. What? My shield charge just got munched. Okay. Thanks, game. I just pressed it, and went on cooldown, and it did nothing. There must have been a weird pathfinding issue, but I had no idea that if something like that ever happened, it just didn't... it activated it, and then it just literally did not give you the ability. That's new. Never seen that. Thanks, game. But yeah, anyways... I'd have to look up the different Windwalker stuff, because if I'm going to do Windwalker Keystone Hero, which I probably should, like, start working on that, I've kind of convinced myself while talking here that it is something that I should start working towards. There we go. Drag boss a little bit. But I'm still going to bait over here. Drag the boss a little bit. Make sure I don't fuck this up. So this could always get a little bit finicky. Yeah, I got 3 of them. Good. Wait, oh, I only got 2? That guy was clipped? Yes. This should hit. Lady, though. Lady is down. I kill the furthest ones? Yeah, and the last guy should be... yeah, he won't even reach. Perfect. That worked out well, because our group's damage was insane, but that boss can be so fucking annoying. Yeah, it's, just after the first guy. Let him make a judgment call. I didn't even realize we hadn't lusted. Normally I would lust Hooktail, but I'm guessing what happened is it only came up like mid-boss because we got there so fast. But yeah, it's, I think for this challenge it's important to at least, like, play correctly. And not, like, go in YOLO, like, I'm gonna play whatever. Now, sometimes, you know, like, for the beginning of this Prot Warrior challenge, I think that's a good example of, I played... Okay, well, it's all well and good. I don't know why we're... Just because we have lust doesn't mean we magically have enough interrupts to do a triple here. especially with the troll being in a fucking terrible location. And them interrupting literally as I'm doing the shout. Yeah, I mean, okay, that's fucking stupid. I did not pull that for a reason. Fucking pulling it for me is just fucking brain dead garbage. I hate pug DPS, man. Doesn't matter, it's not gonna throw the key, but it's just so fucking stupid to just be like, be lust. I mean, multiple things there, right? Like, I said up to you, that was my way of saying, like, judgment call, like, don't be a fucking idiot. But what that does, that means, like, you know, when you think it's the correct time to lust, not press lust and then go, oh shit, we don't, well, okay, now we're still just pulling shit for me. Yeah, it doesn't mean press lust and then decide, oh, I guess we should probably pull in more mobs for the tank because I have now pressed lust. Although, admittedly, I think it was the warlock. So the mage lusted, and then the warlock was like, I need more, and then pulled shit in. It's like, yeah, we're still a triple caster group. We still can't handle all 3 interrupts. Honestly, if the knockup hadn't happened as I did the silencing shout, that might have actually been recoverable, just unfortunate timing. But yeah, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so with like my Prot Warrior, right? Earlier on in this challenge, I played the arguably non-meta build, and I played Colossus for a while. But that wasn't me just being like, oh, I'm not gonna look up the new build. I knew what the correct build was. That was like me making a judgment call as somebody who knows Prot Warrior of, while I still have the old tier set bonus, I think that Colossus is more than good enough. And I was playing a good build of Colossus. Like, I'm familiar with it enough to know. But also, that's kind of one of those situations of, like, I've played Colossus a lot. It is one of my, I would argue, main specs that I literally played for most of last year. So that isn't necessarily me just saying, fuck it, I'm not going to bother learning. You know, it's like, okay, I made a judgment call that, you know, in the immediate moments, I'm going to play a variant of the normal build because I think it actually is better with my situation, and this is a spec that I'm confident enough to make that judgment call with. But Windwalker, although I know Windwalker pretty well, and I'm able to play my Conduit of the Celestials build fine. It's like, honestly, the build that I'm playing right now on my Monk is basically like an endgame variant of the build that I use for speed level. So I'm familiar with it, I know how to squeeze as much damage from it as possible, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's like a good build. And I'm nowhere near as familiar with it as I am with Prot Warrior. It's like Prot Warrior, I have actually gotten good parses with this, with that build. I know how to play it really well, I know how to tweak it a little bit depending on my current gear. So, slightly different story. Yeah, oh, all that to say, I think I cut myself off a little bit earlier, but because I'm now able to actually reliably pug Heroic, I've pugged like a ridiculous amount of raid bosses this week on both difficulties. Primarily the ones that I need, right? I'm not just doing full clears, but if I need Lumathar, I'll do it on normal and heroic. If I need Soul Hunters, usually, like tanks, I usually need it if I'm still missing brands on both difficulties. Other characters at this point, I have champion boots on all of my 11 main characters, excluding, the 2 that I'm still in the process of gearing up. So I did heroic Soul Hunters only on all of them, except the ones that do have hero track boots. But in the past, I did a decent amount of raid pugging, but then there was, like, the Mythic week where I had to do some M0s on some of my characters to try and get them gear, and then the week before that, you had fucking time walking and stuff, so there's always been something. Or no, it was the Delve bonus event, and then time walking before that. But this week, it's mop time walking, which, I could run 5 dungeons to get a single piece of normal raid gear. That's not worth it at all. A random piece of normal raid gear, the amount of time it would take me to pug 5 dungeons is, like, not worth it. The only reason I even did the Cataclysm Time Walking quest is because the Firelands raid gave me so much good shit. So, in reality, I was getting more, like, for the hour and a half it took me to do Firelands Time Walking, on 2 characters at the same time, because I can do 2 different accounts at once, I was getting, like, 2 to 3 pieces of gear on average for each run, split across those 2 characters. So you could argue, in practice, it was like 45 minutes for like 1.5, 1.75 pieces of gear. That is like way better in terms of like time investment compared to like running 5 dungeons to get a single piece of random gear. And a lot of the pieces that I got were things I actually needed. Oh shit. That's nice. I don't know how good that actually is, but the nice thing is I'm lacking really powerful second trinket options for both Fury and Arms, so obviously, you know, when I eventually swap to them, and I think Solia's is at least a passable thing. Oh, nice. We have a portal. Let's see. Let me double check. We have, yeah, it's like, it's okay. Arms, I basically would need Cursed Stone Idol. So, if I were to, like, play Arms right now, I would probably use... Would I use Secret Technique? No, I'd probably use Arcano Core, which I picked up from Raid this week. And I would use, obviously, my Astral Antenna. But that said, I'm pretty sure Arms is still really bad. I haven't looked at tuning in a little while, but... yeah, okay, it's still... Wow, it's still really down. Maybe things are different in Raid. Let's look at... Why is Unholy so low? Wow, Unholy's way lower in... Unholy's, like, really down bad in Raid for some reason. That has to be a statistical anomaly. Like, there's something wrong there. Yeah, if I look at Heroic Raid, Unholy's nowhere near as bad. But then, if I look at Heroic Raid, Arms is one of the worst. Okay, so... Wow. Arms is, according to current Warcraft log statistics, the lowest DPS by it. A decent margin. That's rough. Next closest is Outlaw Rogue. Sheesh. And Outlaw is the last Rogue spec I'm going to play anyway. So I guess, yeah, I probably will just wait for Arms and Outlaw probably, I guess, and hope that they get some buffs by the end of the season, by the time I get around to them. And then, let me update my spreadsheet. Got one more warrior key down, and my Gambit score is... Gambit score 335. Overall, a relatively clean run, which is to be expected with, you know, those DPS were all really good. As I said, honestly, I kind of cranked too. Not really terribly surprised, because I knew that Mountain Thane Warrior was really good. It's just, you needed 4-piece to make it really work, and I was struggling to get a proper 4-piece setup for a while there. But now that that's solved, now I just need Ecodome. Honestly, if this rolled Ecodome, I may have considered running it this week, but... Not gonna try and pug it again. The only thing is, I'm always worried. I'm not gonna look now, because I have way too much else to do tonight, but... next week, I'm probably gonna try and get my final Prot Warrior key done very early, because I want to find out, and just rip the band-aid off, did I forget to record one of the earlier Prot Warrior runs? Because I was so sure I did not forget to record a Vengeance key, and then when I went back in, I'm like, oh, fuck yeah, I forgot to record one of them. And I think that's it. I know I did forget to record some early in the season, but one thing I do remember for sure is the very first key I did on Prot Warrior this season. I remember to record that, because every now and then when I clean out my backlog of video files, because obviously it takes up a lot of space, I have to move it to an external hard drive. I like look through each one to be like, okay, is this still needed? If it's like a Brewmaster key, I'll move it to my external hard drive. Like, I don't need this footage. Still want to have it just in case, but I won't need it for any editing that I am aware of, so move it off my computer right now. And I do remember seeing my very first Prot Warrior key on there, so I know I recorded that. Beyond that, my memory is foggy. I don't remember exactly which video files have what, so it's entirely possible that, like, my second or third key, which, in the case of my Vengeance Demon Hunter, I believe it was my third key of the season that I forgot to record. Or rather, in that case, I intentionally didn't record it because I was like, oh, we're not gonna time this so that we did by like 1 minute. But I don't think that happened here. So fingers crossed. I would love if next week I just go in, 1 key, bam, we're done. Worst feeling is having 2 keys done, and it's like, you don't get a second vault slot, but it's like you have to do double the amount you've currently done to get another vault slot. Yuck. Also, if I look at Fury... yeah, Secret Technique isn't bad for Fury. I guess if I were to play Fury right now in M+, which I'm not going to, but, like, the trinkets I'd run would probably be Astral Antenna and the Secret Technique I just picked up, so... Oh! Another big thing I only just occurred to me. I finally got a 701 trinket. So I've been waiting forever to finally get trinkets so I can upgrade the item level on these things. Because I don't want to, like, dump that many runes crests in. But I throw this on here. And honestly, like, gilded crests I try to be really stingy with. But although I don't want to spend, like, 20, 30 rune crests beyond what I would have to, if I'm only spending 10 rune crests to get my trinkets up to 704, honestly, fuck it. I'll do it. Because that is actually a pretty sizable power spike. I don't want to have to sit around and wait for yet another trinket to drop, so we're gonna let it rip. So this, I can upgrade to this for free, but then if I upgrade to 704, then I can upgrade this to 701 for free, and then I'll just get it up to 704, because obviously 701 to 704 you just always immediately send. There's zero reason to hold off on that, because you can only get it by upgrading. Unless, like, you're raiding, but I'm not going to pug, like, the last few bosses of raid. That gets me 1 more item level beyond what I have, and I can update my spreadsheet. That is 704 trinkets, 704, and 705 overall. Perfect. Huh. Okay. That's pretty good. Yeah, I'm glad that I realized that. Otherwise, I would have gone probably all of next week without remembering to upgrade my trinkets, but that is really, really, really nice. It's annoying me that I couldn't finish upgrading these. And yeah, I guess... Honestly, with Arcano Core, this probably would have been a perfectly fine trinket to have for Fury. If I absolutely needed to. In fact, actually... There's a case to be made that I'd actually rather run Arcano Core and Astral Antenna on Fury. In both cases, I think Keystone Idol would be my theoretical BIS alongside Arcano Core, but... I mean, here's the thing about Keystone Idol. It drops from this place, and Halls of Atonement can eat my entire ass. I fucking hate this dungeon with a burning passion. So, I am not going to farm this. So the only way that I get a Keystone Idol is by getting it out of my vault on Myth Track. And I mean, if that happens, like, fuck yeah, okay, I'll take it. But, yeah, absolutely zero chance that I am going to, not fucking running this place. I'll have to do it at some point to get a 12, but honestly, I might just do that while knocking out Fury Warrior later on in the season. We'll see. I'm not really too concerned about getting 12s done right now. It's kind of the thing of, like, for characters like my Blood Decay, where I don't really want to play Frost and Unholy yet, because I don't have the perfect gear for it, and I also just don't have really the time to learn yet another new spec this week on top of everything else. I'm fine to keep playing Blood, and, you know, while getting my weekly keys, I chip away at another 12. But realistically speaking, all I care about for getting 12s is by the time that the Turbo Boost rolls around, which is like, what, the 21st, I think? I have all of them done on at least the important characters, so that I could buy specific things. And there's still plenty of time to do that. And honestly, you know, I don't need to have it done by the 21st. Like, I could still just this week, while farming crests, get my last 12s done on characters that are missing it, so... Really no major rush for that. We'll see, though. We'll see. And I guess before I forget, because this is why I hate Valor Stones. Like, I'm completely out of Valor Stones on, like, 3 different characters right now, and it's just a constant pain. And yet my Warrior, for some reason, has just a million of these things, so... I guess to make sure that I don't, like, forget to spend them in overcap, I'm just gonna upgrade this stuff. Anything that I might potentially use, I may use this in the future, so yeah, let's upgrade it to 704. And any other hero track thing that I may use in the future. Probably not any of this stuff. Yeah. Yep. Necklaces, no. Rings, I've already upgraded. Could upgrade another ring, who knows, maybe I'll use this. And anything else? Looks good to me. I don't want to spend all my Valor Stones, but I think, like, at this amount, I'm unlikely to randomly overcap by running Delves, but I'm at, like, 1,500, so better safe than sorry. There's a good chance I'll use a lot of that stuff, so screw it. But yeah, alright, that's one more key down for this week, and should be only one key left in the video, and then you're gonna get to see my great vaults that I will open in about 14 hours from the time of recording, give or take. My math is probably not amazing. And totally, I'm predicting I'm going to get super amazing drops. My warrior is going to get the Cursed Stone Idol. I've just manifested it, calling it now. And all my other characters will get super awesome loot because I busted my ass this week. So, manifesting that here. Alright, I'll cut to, I guess whatever character is. I'm not going to cut to it in the video. I'm going to cut to the next Prot Warrior key in the video. Editor Harldan's going to do that, but me, personally, IRL, right now, I'm going to do... I'm going to IRL cut to the next weekly key. I'll stop talking. Alright. I got into a group, so I figured I'd just start recording now. I mean, I suppose I could always edit this out later. If I decide it's like, you know, oh, too yappy or whatever. But, yeah, so I'm doing Ecodome Aldani. Honestly, it's a 12, but I expect this is just going to be, like, fucking cake, because, frankly, Aldani is a piss easy dungeon, and yeah, it's not going to be too hard, I think. I mean, I know I can tank this. I guess the only question is if we get, like, a group that completely shits the bed. That's really the only concern here. I'm, what was I gonna talk about? Oh yeah, I didn't do the, you know what? So, I'm gonna be going into this with only one embellishment. That's what I was gonna talk about. Because I remembered when I started this recording, I was like, oh yeah, there was something that I wanted to, like, yap about before starting the key. And then I remembered, I'm like, oh yeah, here's all the stuff that I've changed last second. And then it occurred to me that I forgot to actually do all that stuff. That being said, it's really not that important, so you'll see this after this key, the end of the video, basically. I got 5th track tier chest from my vault, which, like, pretty good. Only issue is this is one of my crafted pieces. A chest piece. Because the way that Prot Warrior generally builds their embellishments is you put, like, one of your tier pieces is not great. I think it was, what was it, pants or something? One of your slots you would like to put your crafted item in. And that's, like, what all Prot Warriors are doing. Makes sense, etc. Unfortunately, you know, obviously, I take what I can get, right? And Prot Warrior stats are, like, you know, you can mix them around. So, it's more than fine to use this, and of course, I'm using it. The downside is that, of course, now I don't have double the effect of Ascendance. I basically am missing an embellishment. But the overall net item level gain of running this, or the chest piece, is more than I get by getting Writhing Armor Banding. Embellishments are really not that impactful. They're good, but they're not, like, absolutely critical. You need to 100% have them or you're trolling. Now, what I was planning on doing, and, I guess, yeah, now I'm gonna... I wonder, do I even bother doing this now? Maybe I just wait until next week. Screw it. Because my initial plan was I was going to do the quest for Dementius and get my Enchanted Runes Crest, because I already used one of them on this chest piece. But then if I use the other one, I can craft a belt, and then I can craft the belt, that's 704, replace my Delve belt, and we'll do that, right? And then put Writhing Armor Banding on that. But now I'm kind of thinking about it, and it's like, although I planned on doing that prior to starting this key, it actually almost doesn't really make sense for me to do that. As much as it will suck to do this plus 12 without an embellishment, what I'm probably better off doing is just letting it ride here. And then next week, because that's when Turbo Boost comes out at the time of recording, I craft a 720 belt, or I guess whatever it'll be with the boosts, with Gilded Crests. And then I can just like slap a socket in that, and then we're good to go. And overall, that'll just be more efficient from like a money standpoint. Well, gold, you know.
3, 2,
So I'll probably just do that and screw it. And I mean, let's be real. I do not expect this key to be incredibly difficult. And if you're watching this, then that means it wasn't, because this only ends up the video if it's timed. As much as I need to get 12s done for the eventual Dinar vendor, and I'm trying to get that done while completing the challenge. If this isn't timed, it's not ending up the video, and I will do another timed key, 12 or 10 or whatever it is. So, let's hope you're watching this, because that means that I just went in, one-banged 12 Eldani, and walked out and moved on with my life. One unfortunate thing is I did pug my raids this week already on Prot Warrior, and I did not get anything good on this character. That being said, vast majority of the stuff that I actually need is, I've already gotten. But this is... wait. Never mind. I'm dumb. I got Hero Trap Boots. Okay. I'm stupid. I'm thinking of my other character. Yeah, so that's another thing I got. So, yeah, everything that I literally just said for the last, 10 seconds, ignore that, revert it. This was actually one of the characters that did get loot. Across the board, I actually didn't get many good things out of the heroic runs I did today. Yeah, not super duper great. The two big things is my Prot Warrior got the boots. Just remember that now, so that's lovely. And the even bigger thing is my Prot Paladin finally got a fucking trinket. Which, I'll talk about that when I do Prot Paladin Keystone Hero, which will be the other one I'm recording this week. And that's kind of why it's particularly good. Because out of the two Keystone Heroes, actually, there's 3 Keystone Heroes I'm going to finish this week. Druid, Paladin, and Warrior. And out of those, 2 out of 3 have actually gotten the stuff I need. The ones that got nothing really were just ones that I wasn't... Well, I'm going to still do a key this week, but they're still a ways off from completion, so it's a little bit less critical. And I guess I should note that while Druid I will be doing last out of the 3, I also haven't done my my weekly raids on that yet. I've been meaning to, but I started doing raids at 8 PM tonight. Because it is fairly early in the week for when I usually do it. Honestly, I'm way ahead of the curve here. Because, yeah, maybe I didn't mention that. It's only technically it's Friday, but it's 2 AM. So it's Thursday night. Borrowed time, Thursday night, kind of. But I'm already halfway done with all my raid pugging, which normally I don't even start until Friday night. And I have comparatively less to do now, because that's one of the nice things about, starting pugging raids, well, starting doing anything, really. It's easier over time. So I've already gotten so much I need from raids that on most characters I only need 2 heroic bosses specifically. Don't even need to do normal on half my characters at this point, because I already have the normal version. So on my Druid, for instance, there's really nothing I need. I have heroic boots, and I have a 704 normal, champion track, brand of Ceaseless Ire. So my Druid only needs heroic Lumithar and heroic Soul Hunters, and I don't even need normal of either of those bosses. So I just go in, Like, probably do that tomorrow. It's pretty late tonight, so finding pugs is going to be difficult for the next, like, 12-ish hours. But tomorrow I go in, I just bang out 2 bosses, and then that's another character done. And it's really nice, finally feeling that. Like, I have a surge of motivation. Because I think I mentioned this. It's so hard to keep track. I mentioned this in a recording, but I think the recording where I first brought it up, you actually won't see until the end of the Prot Warrior Keystone Hero. I added like a little addendum there. Which I guess if you're watching this, make sure you watch all the way until the end of the Prot Warrior Keystone Hero, because the way that this is getting recorded, right, is since I'm finishing all 3, Druid, Warrior, and Paladin in a single week, what I've been doing so far, which is, you know, including the Great Vault to the end, well, that doesn't really work now, huh? Because I only have 1 set of Great Vaults. So I'm putting the Great Vaults first on the one that's, Oh, this is a little bit awkward. Oh, nice, they CC'd it. Fuck, yeah. Yeah, so I'm putting the Great Vaults on the first one, which is this, the one you're watching now, so that'll be right after this. Assuming I haven't forgotten footage again. I'm really hoping, I'm 99% sure I haven't forgotten anything for Prot Warrior. Also, why am I, like, top damage? I don't think that's supposed to happen. That's really not supposed to happen. Doesn't really feel like the key is super slow so far, but it's a bad sign when I'm top damage. And kind of blasting on. It's like, it's not bad. But yeah, so I've included the key, the Great Vault opening at the end here. And because I also want to upload Prot Warrior by the end of this week, because I will be finishing it this week, I don't have Great Vaults to include. So my solution is I've included, unless something else happens in addition until I post it, there's probably going to be 2 extra bits of footage that I include in that video. One of them will be a Resto Shaman plus 12 that I did, which I record all my plus 12 keys and stuff, even on, like, even if I don't think it's going to be done. So, like, for instance, I've already done Keystone Hero on Brewmaster, Blood DK, Resto Shaman, and now Vengeance DH. But every time I do a key on one of those characters, even though the challenge is over, I record it. Now, most of those cases, it's just like I walk in, simple 12, we blast it, well, you know, it's not going to end up anywhere. But I had an absolutely insane Resto Shaman key where it was a 12, somebody disconnected, and we basically 4-man the entire dungeon and timed it with like a minute to spare, and I feel like I played out of my fucking mind. It was like one of my proudest healer keys so far, especially given the context, right? And, you know, I was trying to fit in extra damage to make up for the fact that somebody DC'd. So I was really proud of that. So after that key, I'm like, fuck it. I'll include this in the Prot Warrior one. Initially, I wasn't planning on it, just recording it just in case, but the moment that run happened, I'm like, I gotta include this somewhere. So did that, and then since I figured, well, if I'm already gonna do some editing and add the bonus Resto Shaman key in, then I can add some other footage to the end of the what's it called? The Prot Warrior Keystone Hero. And I recorded something very special, which I'm not going to spoil. It's not very long. It's like, I think, 20 minutes. It's basically like similar format to the Great Vault opening, where I'm doing stuff gearing related and yapping about my decision-making process. But it's special, and you'll understand why when I do it. But one of the main things that I do mention there, I think for the first time, but that is like more just an afterthought, right? Of like a, oh, by the way, also this happened just recently, is I am joining a new guild, which is actually a significant step up. So I'm pretty excited. I believe it is the highest ranked guild I've ever joined. So that's exciting. Nerve-wracking, but exciting. But it's one of those things of like, I've been kind of like intentionally riding the like barely below Hall of Fame range for a while. Not necessarily because I'm like, oh, I want to go out of my way to not get Hall of Fame, right? Like, nobody makes the conscious decision of like, oh, I want to barely miss getting Hall of Fame every single season. So that was never my goal, of course. But for like 2 years now, I should have interrupted that arcing zap. But yeah, honestly, I would say 3 years now, I've been kind of just like floating on that level of like barely not getting Hall of Fame, but still getting CE relatively early in the season. And the reason for that has nothing to do with like, you know, like you said, obviously nobody chooses to not get Hall of Fame. It's because I just never really wanted to push any bit higher, because I kind of had the mindset for a while now. You know, I kicked one of the arcing zaps. I kind of was hoping somebody else would kick the other one, but I don't know, it doesn't look like it. That's my cheap death here. Admittedly, that was a very, very ambitious pull, but... But yeah, I've just been kind of comfortable. I've been kind of telling myself, like, for a while now, that as long as I just keep raiding with, you know, people who I enjoy raiding with, then I'll just be happy, right? And I've been feeling kind of like an itch for a while now to, like, keep pushing. Because, like, for many, 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 many years, obviously, that was the mindset that I had. You know, of, I want to just keep getting into better and better guilds. Like, I've gotten cutting edge, like it used to be, like, years and years ago, pretty much ever since Legion, when I got my first cutting edge. It was like, I started, you know, like anybody else getting into Mythic raiding with, like, I want to get cutting edge. Well, then I finally got it. My first cutting edge was Kill Jaden, which, honestly, I'm kind of proud of, I guess. For a first cutting edge, I think KJ has now historically proven to be one of the fucking harder ones. So... that being my my first real foray into CE rating was definitely, you know, a good Kickstarter, so to speak. Okay, nice. My Shockwave got that. But it's a little bit awkward. I was gonna go Panda Racial this guy, and then he got ripped, but at least Arcing Zap got stopped. But yeah, so I've been... after that, like, after getting my first CE, obviously, I wanted to do it again. I really liked Mythic raiding. So I kept having the mindset of, like, I want to get better and better and better and better and better. And then, kind of, after a certain point, you reach the point where it's like, you're consistently getting CE. And it becomes, like, when you first get there, right, it becomes really hard to motivate yourself to keep going forward. Because when your entire goal has been to get CE and then always get CE, like consistently get CE, guaranteed every single tier, yeah, you wanna get to guilds that do it better. But then now the metric changes, and now it's no longer I want to hit this milestone, it's I want to hit this milestone, but better. And with a better environment. And that can be really tricky to put like a fixed evaluation on. I'm trying to think of the right way to describe it. And I kind of thought, like, since for so long my main goal was just like always getting CE, I kept climbing. I was at like the world 1000 range for, you know, a while back in like Shadowlands or something like that, and we were getting CE. It was like you were basically guaranteed to get CE at that point still. It wasn't like race to world last. But there was a lot of fucking around, you know, sometimes even at that range you just miss raid days, people can't show up, it's like a little bit disorganized. So, like, it's good players, but just a very chaotic environment. And I wanted, like, more structure, so I kept applying to, like, more established guilds, where it's like, no, we raid every single, like, time that we're scheduled, like, 3 days a week and stuff. But, I mean, for a few years there, I was still in college. Right? I still had kind of a fixed schedule that I really had to adhere to, so one big thing for me is I still wanted to find guilds where it's like they didn't overtime, right? They always rated at exact times and never went over, because I knew that was a big thing, like the higher up you go, and so I kind of stayed at that range for a while. Guilds that were, you know, really good, got CE at a fixed time, but like didn't really push too hard. It's like, we're good players, we're definitely going to get CE, we're going to show up, we're going to do our raids every time it's scheduled, every single week. But, you know, we're going to barely miss Hall of Fame, and that's okay, because a lot of the guilds that raid Hall of Fame, they're like 4-day guilds, or overtime a shit ton. That's just kind of how it goes. And I knew that, and I was okay with that. I was just happy to have CE on a consistent schedule. But here's the thing. I'm now in a position where, I mean, I graduated college almost 2 years ago at this point. Actually, I think it's been a little bit over 2 years at this point. And I started focusing more on YouTube. That has been going well, all things considered. And now I've been spending way more time playing this game, and I've still been mythic raiding. But now there's kind of that drive, right? After like 2 years of still, like, you're consistently getting CE, I'm like trying to learn new things, which is like one of the main reasons I'm doing this challenge. But now I feel like the main thing holding me back, it's, you know, it's not my schedule, it's not IRL, it's not like my personal motivation or whatever. Like, I'm busting my ass outside of raid to do everything that I possibly can every single time. It's my guilds, consistently. And like, am I okay with that for the sake of having an environment that that is fun, right? And I almost just feel like, obviously I want a fun environment, and then like when applying for guilds, right? Like, I haven't actually raided with them yet. I just joined this guild, but, you know, based on the conversations that I had, the interview and stuff like that, they seem like a guild that does have a fun environment. Because I did, you know, I've raided high enough that I've experienced a decent amount of toxicity, and I don't give a shit how high ranked the guild is. If it's a miserable experience, fuck that, I'm not doing that. So I definitely was very picky when applying to guilds, and wanted to make sure that I got to one that was like high enough and had the same mindset that I was looking for, but also seemed like they were a fun guild, not a guild that like is just, you know, fuck everybody kind of, I'm trying to think of the right word, you know, basically toxic is the word I'm looking for. Just I'm thinking of a more fancy word that I can't think of right now. But you get the idea. This guild seems like that. I guess we'll see. I'm obviously, you know, hopeful. I'm excited. But it's definitely something that's important, right? But I did kind of realize that, nah, I need to keep pushing myself to really feel motivated, and to really feel like my time is being rewarded in this game. Because if I'm putting in all this effort to do all this crazy shit, well, I want to put myself in an environment where that is what other people are looking for as well, I guess. It's kind of hard to really formulate my thoughts while tanking a dungeon actively, but I think I'm doing all right. I don't even remember how I got on this subject. Just kind of yapping, I think. Basically, that's just where I am. I guess, oh yeah, I know the reason I was saying that. Because I got a head start on all of my raids and stuff like that this week. And it's, I think when you're applying to guilds, and it's like, every single day you're like, you know, checking the recruitment stuff, and sending out applications, and blah, 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 blah. Man, it's exhausting. You know, I put in the time, because obviously you can't get into a good guild without, you know, fucking writing applications and doing all the boring shit. Rating's the fun part, but, you know, the whole interview process and stuff like that is part of it. You gotta go through that if you want to have the cool, you know, raid environments. So, I had to do all that shit. I hate interviews, I hate all that, but I don't shirk it, right? You know, the amount of times I've been in guilds and, like, you see the applicants that come in, and everybody knows when you see, like, that application that's just dog shit. And everybody just jokes, like, oh my god, look at this guy's app. Like, this guy does not give a shit about joining this guild at all. It's like, why do you want to join our guild? You have good prog. You know, do you think you would be a good fit for our team? You know, explain blah, 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 and they're just like, I do big damn, or something like that. Like, dumb shit. Where I will admit, I hate formulaic interview questions, but I think, you know, everybody hates formulaic interview questions, and the fact that I at least try to put in a bare minimum effort of, like, writing a coherent response, like, nobody wants to be asked, like, what are your greatest strengths and weaknesses, etc., 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 but I at least try and, you know, write a good response. It's something that actually makes some semblance of sense. And it's not fun to have to write all that. Nobody likes it, but... Yeah, this is awkward. My, I don't know why the erratic ritual cast was just super delayed this time. Thankfully they didn't overlap, but I don't know why the first mob just didn't fucking cast it. So I'm like, I don't want to delay this pull any further, but he's just not fucking casting. It looked like kind of in hindsight, I did almost stagger the pulls perfectly to where the casts weren't overlapped, but normally I like it to be a little bit cleaner. Yeah, and now we have erratic rituals slightly overlapping. It's unfortunate. I think it's probably fine, but, like, the first cast didn't, but then, it's so fucking stupid. Stupid fucking bull. They gonna be res him? If they're gonna be res him, I'll chain pull. Well, now I can't chain pull, it's fine. Still awkward. We gotta kill the Evoke Spirit. I don't know. That guy does not have enough fucking health for where we can just burn him and ignore the Spirit. Yeah. That's the problem. You fucking people always fall for that bait. You cannot fucking burn through that. Not at that health threshold. You just end up wasting damage because now he has a bigger shield. Right? So. The damage in this group is fucking dog shit, admittedly. But grab those. Is this enough, actually? I might be short. What did I skip? You know what? I skipped a patrol. To grab that. I was gonna grab that, like, during the boss. I just forgot because I'm sitting here yapping. We're fine, though. We have 8 minutes. We can... back after. Oh, but yeah, so I guess main thing I was gonna say, I got a head start this week, mainly because it's so draining when you're constantly, like, applying for guilds and stuff, and I just, you know, the fact that I have everything lined up, and I'm feeling fucking excited. I'm so fucking pumped. So I finally have the energy just, like, get going on the shit. Yeah. Boss. I can't type. Like, obviously 5%, but we're getting the fucking buff for boss. Like, duh. And go back after, you're not locked in. My defense, I had to try and type really quickly, and I didn't expect them all to just stop and wait. Like, obviously we're missing 5%, but why the fuck do you think I went for this pillar? Yeah, I know what I missed now. I forgot the patrol, which I believe that would have been the 5% that I'm missing. And then there's sometimes where I don't pull that extra 2 near the pylon, and instead pull extra in before, but I think that's fine. I'll have to see how it all lines up. This is really awkward. I'm not making it to that. Oh, fuck that, dude! What a hitbox. What a fucking shit hitbox that is. I'm making it to that in time. I fucking hate this boss. This boss is so fucking shit. There's just some specs that, like, do not have the mobility to get that. The timing is way too fucked, especially because it spawns inside a mechanic. So, like, theoretically, I could hold W and make it to that, but it's in a fucking mechanic. And, like, yeah, I'm a tank. Technically, I could live that damage. But I just die. I don't care enough. I want to press an offensive just for a small damage buff. That also costs me a lot of survivability. The rocks. God. Also weird that sometimes they spawn really close. Yeah, like here it's almost certainly better for me to just sit here and slam executes. Stuck in combat, it's fine. Never pulled these mobs, to be honest. Honestly, this doesn't seem that bad, though. I don't know exactly how clean this will be in percent. I think we're probably slightly over, but... Like, is this really that bad? I don't think it will end up being that bad. As long as we just don't stand, like, literally on top of it, we're fine. You have to actually lick those guys' buttholes for them to pull. Wait, one of them died and we did not get any percent. Hello? They give no percent. They give no percent. These mobs give no... Are you fucking kidding me? These mobs give no fucking percent, man. There's no fucking way. Okay. Alright. We pull a singular waste creeper. Alright. Well, now I know that, yeah, never mind. These mobs give fucking terrible percent. You definitely cannot pull these. I mean, we're so fine on time. It's whatever, but... I'm annoyed that I missed that patrol. Actually did. Oh, you know what? I think I missed an entire half of... Yeah. I actually missed more than a tiny patrol. I really fucked the count here. I just realized how many mobs I missed. Yeah, I never pulled one of the packs on the side. I mean, in the end, it worked out. But yeah, that was maybe my worst routing I've ever done in Ecodome. Oh well. What are you gonna do? Shit happens. Shit I don't need. Does anybody get a Lily? The fuck was that damage? Oh, he might. I think he's talking about the incoming damage. Yeah. So nobody got Lily. I don't think I actually need it, I'm pretty sure. The trinkets I have would be better for Fury and Arms. But... yeah. That's it, I guess. Honestly, I'm sure that I lost my train of thought and forgot to yap about something, but yeah, honestly, being, like, I guess I didn't go into a ton of detail, and I'm not going to. Since I discussed this a little bit, I'll at least finish my train of thought, right? I'm not going to go into a ton of detail here about why I left my previous guilds. You could probably guess just by some of the reasons I said I'm, trying to push for better guilds. There's obviously a little bit more to it than that for, like, that specific guild that you're not going to get here. I don't need to air out dirty laundry. But I definitely felt like I could be doing better. And so I initially was planning on leaving after Dementius. And let's just say, I always feel honesty is the best policy, and that good communication helps. And, not everybody appreciates that, let's just say. So, when I feel that there's maybe some inescapable differences, and I don't really think that some certain people are making the right choices, and I think, hey, maybe it's best for me to upgrade after the raid is over. Some people take that really, really, really personally, and then are like, oh, well, actually, why don't you just leave now, right? So, sometimes in hindsight, and I don't know, like, on one hand, right? So, like, there's a reason why I kind of have this mindset of I won't, like, suck people off, right? I'm not going to tell people what they want to hear. I'm just gonna, speak my mind. I'm gonna tell it how it is. And if somebody doesn't like that, it fucking sucks, right? I'm not gonna be an asshole. I am sometimes an asshole, right? I think everybody's an asshole sometimes when they feel they need to be. But I'm just blunt, and on a lot of stuff like that, I'm honest, right? And how do I put this? Obviously, sometimes there's, benefits to telling a white lie, or, not always trying to escalate every situation. And I definitely tried, especially in this case and in many others, to be like a peacekeeper and not make things worse for as long as possible. But at a certain point, if you can tell that, like, somebody is just too far gone, I'm not gonna, keep trying to appease them over and over and over, and keep just telling them what they want to hear, and doing things that I know are wrong. I'm just gonna say, hey, fuck that. This is the truth. This is how I feel. And if they don't like that, which in this case, they didn't, oh well. And, like, look, could I have tried to, maybe bend over backwards to appease people here and, killed Dementius with previous guild? Potentially. But in the end, it kind of worked out, because I got out of a situation that was kind of shit, and it gave me basically 3 weeks to just send applications. Actually, well, the first week I was just like, I'm gonna just chill. Don't want to rush to send any apps. So 1 week of, like, a mini vacation. Wasn't really a vacation. I was still busting my ass doing, like, this Keystone Hero stuff and, other YouTube videos. But then 2 weeks of sending in apps, doing interviews, and blah, 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 and now my situation has improved. So, in the end, I think that my outlook was the better one, and I think it was worth it. And, like, I tell my dad of, like, oh, I'm switching guilds again, and he's like, oh, don't you ever, like, stick around in a World of Warcraft guild for more than blah, 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 blah. My dad's always like, oh, you should always try to, like, be diplomatic and stuff. And it's like, I am, but diplomacy doesn't necessarily mean just, like, capitulating to what the other person wants every single time. And frankly, he should know that, because a lot of times he also plays, like, Giga Hardball with, people in his job and shit like that, but it's just, it can be frustrating having to, like, kind of defend my position and my choices and stuff. But I think I made the right ones. Fuck, I didn't even know there was a fucking hole here. At least I can mount up. There's enough space for that. But yeah, it's, always gonna have difficult situations like that, and they're not always the super easiest to handle. I think I made the right call here. Obviously, TBD on long term if it works out. I really hope it does. I'm definitely, like, tentatively really hopeful and excited. But I can't fucking predict the future. You never fucking know. So, who knows? Who knows? But yeah, we'll see. That might go pretty well. I'm happy about that, and it's definitely given me, like, a lot of encouragement, because I basically, like I said, I've been kind of in a holding pattern for the last, like, 3 weeks of it feels really weird, like, when obviously I raid. I love raiding. I've at times, even recently in Liberation of Undermine, raided 6 times a week, and I mean, that can be kind of exhausting. Especially that schedule was, because I was raiding mornings and nights. So it wasn't like, raiding, like, on 5 different days. It was raiding twice on 3 different days. So that was kind of brutal, because it was like raid, sleep, wake up, raid. But I mean, I did it, and I did it. I killed Gallywix twice. Progged it on 2 different guilds on 2 different characters. Why? Because I fucking love raiding. And I love playing different tanks and stuff like that. So it was worth it in the end. So going from like situations like that to now I'm not raiding at all, at least prog mythic raiding, for like 3 weeks, it's like, I would say, scary, right? You know, it's easy to sit there and say, I know that I am making the correct decision for myself in the long term, and I think it's important to, you know, reassure yourself of that. But I mean, I have really bad anxiety. I really do. So it's really tough having to try and manage that. But I think I did it, and despite being, you know, internally an anxious wreck for probably the last month, I managed to do all the applications. I managed to do an interview successfully, at least. And I kept chipping away at all this stuff. I took, like, you know, I didn't make as much outside of, like, this challenge, right? I've definitely done a shitload of work in this challenge. And probably more so than I would have normally with all the raid pugging and stuff. Probably because, you know, it's a more of an easier, like, you know, just sink my teeth into this. But, like, an example would be, I admittedly haven't recorded as much for, like, the catch-up gearing video as I want. That's going to be a problem. I'm probably going to have to figure out, like, time this weekend to get progress done on that, because obviously Legion Remix is next week, and that's another reason why I wasn't, like, in a big rush, because obviously I am going to really sink my teeth into Legion Remix, and I want to make sure that I have as much done now, and I'm well rested and not burnt out from making videos and stuff, so that I really can dive right into that. So there's that, right? But I would like to have my catch-up gearing guide out by the time that the second phase of Turbo Boost is done. So what that is, that 21st, which, you know, there are a few weeks, but when you consider I'm going to be doing a lot of remix testing around this time, and I'm joining a new guild, so I'm going to be raiding with that new guild, and, you know, that's obviously time too. I do kind of need to get a head start on that, so I'm gonna do my best to do that, to get that head start, and get a lot of footage that I need, because I really want to have that out by the 21st, but that's going to be a lot of work, a lot of editing that I'm going to have to do, so we'll see. It's going to be exhausting, probably, but that's everything, right? You know, all of this shit's exhausting, but I got through it. I kept punching forward, working on this challenge, and I'm really happy with the progress I made on this challenge. Honestly, at this stage, I'm still behind on Mage and Warlock, and Mage Mage I want to get into 10s this week. I was thinking maybe I get Warlock into 10s, but I mean, something has to give, right? And I think if I have to choose between, do I try and push to get my Warlock into 10s this week, or do I try and get footage for that catch-up gearing guide, I have to choose the video. So the Warlock has to wait, but then also, am I going to do that next week with Legion Remix? Almost certainly not. So it's a little bit awkward that my Warlock's going to be in this kind of fucked position of I'm going to be, like, kind of an entire month behind all of my other characters, which, yeah. Honestly, at this rate, there's a very good chance that one of my off-specs is done before the first Warlock spec. And that, if that happens, that's fine, because last season, I committed to doing every single class first, and that actually kind of bit me in the ass a little bit, because Warlock also took me the longest, and I was working on it until the very end, and I was kind of, like, holding back on some of the other off-specs that I had effectively fully ready, just because, oh, well, I gotta get Warlock done first, and Warlock's a fucking pain in the ass. So I mean, my entire approach to the challenge this time around has been kind of way less formulaic shit, you know, less restrictions, more open-ended. It just, eyes on the prize, end goal is all that matters. Get Keystone Hero on all 39 specs, learn how to play all 39 specs. whatever I need to do to optimize my time and to make this actually possible, I'm gonna do. And if that means that we leave, like, the first Warlock spec isn't until I'm into, like, the 20 to 30 range of Keystone Heroes, and all of them are backloaded, so be it. Frankly, with Turbo Boost, it only gets easier to get characters caught up. And considering right now I have 11 out of 13 classes are cruising. Like, they're fully online, nothing is going wrong. They're all... What's my lowest geared character out of those 11? It's still my rogue at 703, but my rogue also still has one really shitty trinket. So, if I replace that trinket, I'm probably tied with my evoker for 705, and my evoker has gotten shafted on gear in a few ways. But yeah, they're all at least past 700. And my mage, Sun Fury Arcane, is ready to go. I'm ready to play that. This week, I'm 99% sure that I can send my crafts, which is gonna suck because, like, Turbo Boost next week. But admittedly, it's kind of like, I need to get my mage in the 10s this week, and as much as it sucks that Turbo Boost is next week, I can't go in with, like, a crappy staff. So I'm going to at least send those crafts, and then just get my weapon and my Writhing Armor Banding. We'll call it there. And I'll save anything else. And then my Warlock, I just keep holding on. And I won't waste any time. I'll still pug raids and try and see if I can get, like, a few items. I still need boots, right? So I'm going to keep trying to get boots. My mage also doesn't have boots, but I haven't done any raid pugs yet this week, so maybe I get that, maybe I don't. We'll see. But, yeah. It's realistically achievable. The main issue with this challenge, right, is it's just something that I need to continually sink time into, which is why I'm trying to, like, get everything done, because, you know, Legion Remix is right around the corner, and I have the add-on that I want to work on, and that's going to take a lot of time, and, you know, I did some, like, already research, as I mentioned before, about, like, add-on creation, and I know... you know, show it again, right? I made this little Hello World add-on. Haven't really done anything since then, but I did enough research to be able to know, okay, I can make this. And just that alone, and, like, the other reading that I've done on it, I have confidence that I can do it. Getting started, like, at all, getting that first step is the hardest part. And now I know that it is possible. But it's still going to be a monumental task. And frankly, I can't even really get started on the leveling guides and stuff itself until I have access to Midnight, which, you know, the alpha won't even be an accurate test because values are going to change so much. But I need, like, Midnight Beta to really start testing that. But what I want to do, and this is something I'll probably do, I don't know exactly when... like, a precise time when I'll get started. Really, it's just whenever I'm like, okay, I have a moment to breathe, time to give myself more work. When I have that moment, I'm going to try and make, like, the framework for the add-on, and test it in Legion Remix. Does it mean it's going to be available at the start? Probably won't be available for, like, at least another month or two. But I want to have, like, a super-duper early alpha version of the add-on, specifically to test a Legion Remix campaign leveling route. Just so that I'm like, okay, I have something functional. And that way I can use that as, like, a testing ground for it. And then obviously Midnight comes around, and then we test it there. And I don't really think that anything that I plan to do with the add-on will be hampered by the add-on restrictions. Based on what I've read on the add-on restrictions, doesn't really seem to be affecting leveling stuff at all. So that should be fine. But it's, you know, it's just yet another thing that I need to work on. Right, so, and I'm doing all of that while also voluntarily basically doubling my workload for raids, kind of. On one hand, it's like, I've already been putting in all of this effort for raiding stuff, even without that expectation. Like, I haven't been in guilds that expected me to gear up all 6 tanks, and yet I've been doing it anyways. But, you know, just in terms of times and, like, general preparation, obviously there will be more of that, naturally. So I'm taking on that workload, but that is something that I want, and of course that also gets, like, higher priority, right? So, yeah, I have a lot of stuff to do, but all things considered, I'm pretty happy. I feel I've managed my time relatively wisely. I also, just got a 12 done, which means I just killed 2 birds, 1 stone for eventually unlocking Dinar, which is pretty good. I can update my spreadsheet, actually. Got to do that before. So 1 mythic for the keys, and then Anji has 369 score for Dome. That's Prot Warrior. That is Prot Warrior. So, yeah. Yeah, final thing, I guess, to talk about. As we go through some of these Keystone Heroes, I think one thing that will be neat to talk about is, exactly how I feel about a lot of the upcoming changes. And, the data mine, like, or well, not really data mine, they put out patch notes, but the Midnight Alpha changes for a lot of class stuff. And talk about, how I feel about the spec that I just finished and how I think the changes are going to look going forward, because obviously a lot of these specs I'm going to have to relearn, it seems. And I've already recorded a few. What I think I'll do is, because I've already done Brewmaster, I've done Brewmaster, Blood DK, Vengeance DH, Resto Shaman, I will... Yeah, I think this is a good idea. When I record the prop heli thing at the end, I'm going to give my thoughts on all 5 of those specs. The 4 that I've already done, and obviously prop heli. And then I can talk about, in depth what I think about a lot of that stuff. With the exception of Vengeance, Demon Hunter, and Brewmaster, I'll probably skim it a little bit because I have very strong thoughts on that. Which I will reserve a little bit until the Midnight Alpha, but right now, if Brewmaster doesn't receive serious changes, that might warrant a video whenever I get access to the Alpha/Beta, and then I will talk about all the problems with that. Same with Vengeance, Demon Hunter, but kind of the inverse. A lot of the stuff I like. I have a lot to say about that. Mostly good, but some bad. But I think I'll talk about those more in detail in the Prop Heli video, because there's not going to be a great vault opening. So it's already going to be a little bit shorter than the usual ones if that footage wasn't included. And the bonus footage in total kind of only amounts to like 1 hour compared to the usual 2 hours-ish of Great Vault stuff. So that'll pad out the runtime a little bit, I guess. And spawning in Discord. But yeah, what's it called? Last thing I guess I'll say here is I will talk about Prot Warrior, at least. Now, there's not really that much to say for Prot Warrior, because it actually might be getting some of the smallest amount of changes out of any of the classes or specs that I looked at. I'm trying to find... Man, Wowhead posts so much shit, huh? That is crazy. They've already drowned out their development post, and the website loads so fucking slowly. There we go. Protection Warrior. Yeah, that's Paladins. Here we go. So I'll go through Warrior. There's not that much to say here. They did some tuning changes. Thunder Blast does double damage. I mean, that could just be like a tuning knob, right? Honestly, numbers like that mean fucking nothing. They also said that Demolish makes the Warrior immune to forced movement, which I thought it already did, but maybe Demolish only doesn't break if the target runs away. I know it does that, but maybe it doesn't make you immune to forced movement. Yeah, either way, cool utility buff to Colossus, so that's nice, I guess. There is a very big change to the class tree. Basically, they completely removed, like, the vast majority of powerful damage options from the class tree. Thunderous Roar is gone. I'm kind of fine with that. Thunderous Roar is just kind of a whatever button. You press it, it does damage, and it, like, with, so, like, we talk about this stuff, right? It makes enemies take increased bleed damage. It's like, it really, it's just they press this button for more damage. It doesn't meaningfully interact with any of your shit, so I'm fine with it leaving. We're losing this stuff, Immovable Object and Unstoppable Force. So I'm kind of glad an Immovable Object's gone. This actually was one of my bigger issues with Prot Warrior. At least the raid builds, right? You press Shield Wall and you get Avatar. It feels bad having to spend Shield Wall to get this buff, which is kind of weird because a big complaint I've always had about tanks is whenever they make it so your damage abilities or your survivability abilities give you damage. It feels really awkward to be put into a position where it's like, yeah, I kind of need to use my mitigation to boost my damage. Prot Warrior has always been the classic example of that with stuff like this, but also because shield block increases shield slam damage. Now, in the vast majority of cases, you have like near 100% uptime on this, so it doesn't really matter, but there have been times where shield block uptime is low, and you have to really ration it out, and then it feels really bad where it's like, I know that I need extended shield block uptime because I'm going to be tanking for a while, but I'm sitting here overcapping charges when I could spend it to buff my shield slam damage. And during periods like that, I really did not like how Prot Warrior played because it felt really bad trying to optimize damage on it. And in those situations, I should note, Prot Warrior was not considered meta. Prot Warrior is very feast or famine in that way, where in all the times it's good, well, you usually have like 100% uptime or close to it on shield block, and then the times it's bad, it usually ends up being the case that shield block is not very easy to maintain. It's not necessarily because of that, but generally when Prot Warrior is overpowered, it's because there's something fucked in its rage. The way I like to call it is the Prot Warrior rage economy, right? And the times when Prot Warrior has been really broken, like right now, and like in Liberation of Undermine, its rage economy is just like insanely juiced, and you are just dumping rage left and right, and you have insane uptime on shield block, and you can spend a shitload of rage on executes during execute phase, and it feels amazing. And whenever that happens, oftentimes Prot Warrior is very strong, because that causes a lot of snowball effects, where you get like crazy CDR from anger management. Where is it? Yeah, here. Which anger management is now on the class tree. So you still have this, even though it's not on the spec tree anymore. We also, Avatar got moved to our spec tree, so we still keep this. It's just not on the class tree anymore. But they didn't, I believe, they didn't give us Unstoppable Force back. And this is one where, although I don't like a movable object, obviously, Thunderclap Prot Warrior uses Unstoppable Force. And that's kind of critical to Mountain Thane, right? Having more frequent shockwaves. I mean, if you don't have shockwave that frequently, it can entirely be possible that you overcap charges to Thunder Blast, so that can feel kind of yucky. I don't necessarily know if I love that. And we lost some other like random small nodes. For whatever reason, this node is now like at the bottom of the tree. The layout of the tree is really weird. I'm not gonna like show it here. You can look on Wowhead if you want to find it. But it's like, here, I'm curious. I'm gonna pull it up on my own. You can check it. I'm not gonna switch my OBS display. But it's one of the weirdest shaped talent trees. The best way I can describe it is it looks like the fucking Twin Towers. It is very strange. It's like there's just a bunch of random interconnected nodes down the middle here, and then there's like two blocks. It does, I think Wowhead's initial display made it look a little bit weirder than it actually is. It's a little bit more interconnected at the bottom, from what I can see here. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure. It's definitely strange. Am I looking at the Midnight Calculator? Rumbling Earth. Didn't they say they removed that? Or no, they removed Seismic Reverberation. Oh, right. Yeah, that's fine. Fuck that talent. So that's gone. Yeah, and then one of the big things, so obviously the bottom section here is Anger Management Last Stand, which is no longer a defensive for Prot Warrior and is now like a like a soft cheat death of you drop low, and when you hit like a certain health threshold, in this case it's below 20%, you get a heal that boosts your maximum HP. So basically Last Stand is now a proc on low health, which I think is good, because Last Stand right now fucking sucks, and you feel bad having to take it, but you kind of need to take it for Thunderlord. which is still there. Thunderlord still exists. Same spot. But Last Stand's now on the class tree, and everybody gets access to it. Champion Spear is still there, but to my knowledge, let me see. Champion's Might and Piercing Challenge, were they removed? They were both removed, yes. Challenger's Might. They said, yeah, I think they typoed that. Either way, I'm pretty sure this stuff is gone. Targets chained by your spear, yeah. So, but you still have spear, and just having spear as a utility is the most important thing. And then you have another talent called Battlefield Commander, where your shouts will give you different benefits. So Battle Shout just gives you more attack power. There's like radius increases for the utility shouts. The big one that a lot of people are talking about is Rallying Cry now gives leech and movement speed to people, in addition to its normal effect. So it's just going to be a lot stronger of a like defensive utility ability, and it's now a Stampeding Roar, in addition to giving people health and leech. So honestly, that might be enough to make it good. The problem is, it's in the capstone section here. So it's like right next to this area. The reason why that's a problem is you see these little nodes, haste increased, crit increased, dual wielding this stuff. That's all still here. So that, like, these three nodes still exist. They took out Armor to the Teeth, which frankly I think is good. They did completely remove it, right? Let me double check. Never mind, no, it's not here anymore, but it is still on the tree. It's like somewhere over here. Okay, I kind of wish they would take this out because it really sucks. It's like, oh, you get damage based on your armor. Well, okay, so then why would I ever take Fight Through Flames? The problem is this is perceived, right, by the developers, I would imagine, as a physical damage mitigation versus magic damage mitigation. Except it's not, because this one, A, requires you to be in defensive stance, which in keys you basically always are, but in raids you should be stance dancing to really min-max your damage. 90% of Prot Warriors, I think, don't do that, but if you want to min-max, you should. And so that means you're not always in defensive stance, whereas this always applies, and it boosts your damage because of Armor to the Teeth. So this is not a real choice. You have to take Armor Specialization. This is unchanged, by the way, on the new tree. The Prot Warrior Spec tree is, like, very close to exactly the same. I'll talk about the changes. Honestly, a lot of the changes seem to be, like, they changed some stuff about how Arms and Fury work, which meant they changed the class tree, and they added stuff to the class tree that Prot Warrior had in Spec tree, so then they just kind of took that out, because now Prot Warrior gets in the class tree, and then added stuff in for Prot Warrior. Like, Rend is now on the class tree, and that means that it's no longer on the Prot tree. So, yeah, I guess. And there's, like, some weird stuff. Sidearm is now on a choice node with Retaliation. But yeah, the main issue here is, in addition to these nodes, in place of this, they also put a Mastery node. Mastery increased by 1%, auto attack damage increased. So, these are all in the capstone section, which means you're gonna spend all your points on that. So, I don't really like that they added this fancy new thing that, like, you get more damage. Now, admittedly, Battlefield Commander does make your Battle Shout give you additional attack power. So, it does give you damage in that sense, I guess, and you could maybe make an argument that, like, the 3% damage, or 3% attack power that you get from that is more than the other stuff. I haven't even really looked into exactly how you would build this, because I'm certain they're going to change around placement on the trees. It's an early iteration. I'm more interested in exactly what they're adding. But most of the same stuff is on the class tree otherwise. Outside of, like, the capstone section, this got the biggest change, and there's, like, a few utility things that are different. But, like, what's it called? Frothing Berserker is still here. This is still here. This is still here. Thunderclap is actually easier to take, which is nice. I don't like how it's here now. It's in place of Intervene, so you could actually just go take it immediately, and you don't need to have that, like, point in Stormbolt, which, admittedly, I forget to use 99% of the time. So that's nice. You don't need to talent into that if you don't want to, so you could just take... actually means you could take Pain and Gain for like a bit of extra healing if you don't need the CC, which I think is good. More flexibility like that is always welcome. And yeah, it looks like we should be able to easily get access to like basically whatever we want. In fact, I'm just gonna throw some points on the tree and just take everything that I would want to have as a Prot Warrior. Can I get it? Second wind, yep, I can get that. Get armor to the teeth, because you kind of need that. Take shockwave. Reinforced plates still here. Obviously, you need this because it synergizes with armor to the teeth. We'll take blood and thunder. I want double time. Yeah, so the first awkward thing I've seen is double time is still in the same spot, but obviously here, accessing double time is not hard because you take crushing force. Intimidating shout is here, and piercing howl is here. So you need double time. So I have to take one of those to access it. It just feels really awkward. I have to take barbaric training, and I have to take spell reflect. Okay, yeah, I don't... This class tree, yeah, this is why I said, like, this... I'm looking at it now, and, like, one of the biggest issues I see is you can't really take Impending Victory. You kind of can, actually. Never mind. I take it back. You can kind of take Impending Victory. It's just way more awkward than it is right now. Yeah, this really fucking sucks, huh? This really fucking sucks. This is a very, very, very shitty tree layout. You basically can't take honed reflexes, right? How do you... The honed reflexes is like... Basically, imagine a node branching off from Spell Reflect that goes here into the middle and doesn't connect to anything. That's where they put honed reflexes, which is really awkward. And the weird thing is, Rallying Cry is still... It's like... You can't really justify taking this? Because, like, you need Spell Reflect as a tank. I have to take Shockwave because it's, like, required to get down here. I can't... Like, here, theoretically, I could take, like, Crackling Thunder and, like, drop Shockwave if I really wanted to. That's not an option on this tree. Shockwave is mandatory to access Reinforced Plates and Blood and Thunder. So, where is it? Yeah, so this thing that makes it so Thunderclap affects nearby targets with Rends, that's a talent, again, that you have to spec into on the class tree, and you can only get it by going Armor to the Teeth, and then it's basically this here. That really fucking sucks. This is awkward as hell. So I've taken all of the mandatory talent points, and how many floating talents do I have? I have 2 floating talent points now. So I could either spec into Honed Reflexes, Rallying Cry, Resonant Voice, which is the effects of my shouts last longer, or a bunch of utility abilities that nobody will ever take. Like, this is still a dead node. The upgrade to Intimidating Shout is still dead. This thing here is, like, somewhere around here. Nobody will ever take that. It's completely dead. You basically need to take Intimidating Shout, though, now, so I guess you have that. Concussive Blows is, I believe, on the tree right now. This thing, yeah. This is its own node. It still does exactly the same thing. This is so weird. This is so fucking weird. You definitely need to take one-handed weapon specialization, because this is going to give you by far the most, like, damage point for point, compared to, like, something like this. So, that's fine, though. One-handed weapon specialization is here. Cruel Strikes is here. Wild Strikes is off to the left, and then the Mastery one is where Wild Strikes is now. The new Mastery one. So, if you have 2 points to spend, I feel like it feels really bad. It feels really bad not taking Honed Reflexes. But then it's such a weird situation where it's like, let's say you want to take the new talent, Battlefield Commander. It's not easy to take Rallying Cry, but if you're gonna invest in that talent, like, you theoretically should take Rallying Cry, right? That's the main thing people are talking about. But it's really fucking hard to invest in that. I mean, you just don't really have any other option, huh? You gotta take Rallying Cry, and then I honestly think you'd have to take Honed Reflexes. I should note, the values are doubled in Midnight. 10% CDR. So that's pretty fucking good. And although Resonant Voice is another talent that makes it so the effects of your shouts last 20% longer, it's like, yeah, that's nice in terms of it buffs Rallying Cry, but I don't, like, it doesn't give you any personal buffs, really, so is it that impactful? I don't know. Like, I guess, does it affect Demoralizing Shout? I suppose it probably would affect Demoralizing Shout, so then in theory, maybe you should spec into that, but then what do you drop? I guess you have to drop Crackling Thunder, which feels really bad, because having the extra range on Thunderclap is, you know, really nice, but, you know, technically it's not mandatory. In theory, you could drop Bounding Stride, I think. Yeah, you could drop Bounding Stride. I think you have to. That sucks. But it's utility. You could drop Second Wind. That's another thing you could drop. Basically, yeah, you have a choice between Second Wind or Bounding Stride. Which I guess, fight dependent. You know, if you don't really need the mobility, then that's fine. But Second Wind is really good in some cases. Yeah, I guess there's just going to be situations where you don't need this. Technically, I'm not talented into Second Wind right now. It just sucks because it's in an easier spot to take in Midnight, but you just kind of have to drop it because you need to put a point into Concussive Blows, because Concussive Blows is where Barbaric Training is. It's the only way to access Cruel Strikes, which I don't think I'm going to take, but it also, like, it's not a bad node, right? You get a lower cooldown on your kick, which is good, and you do more damage when you interrupt, so, like, what's not to like? The only reason you generally don't run this is because Seismic Reverberations just does shitload of damage. Except this is getting removed. So that means that you're probably going to, yeah, okay. You run that, and then you run One-Handed Weapon Specialization, duh. You definitely take Crushing Force, which is still a talent, but now it's a single point node in the capstone section that's only 5%. You don't run Last Stand, because Last Stand is a... Unfortunately for Last Stand, I talked about how, you know, they're changing it, and it's good that they're changing it, because right now it sucks. But you're never going to run Last Stand, because it's still a very mediocre self-heal. And it's in the capstone section, and it competes with other stuff. You obviously take Anger Management in the capstone section, because duh. And now I still have a decent amount of talent points left to spend. I probably take Wild Strikes here, because Wild Strikes is good. That lets me take either Sidearm or Retaliation. I'm probably just going to take Sidearm. Where is Sidearm? Sidearm's here. Obviously, in this particular case, it's, you know, different. So, take Sidearm because it's, you know, free damage. And then I take Champion Spear. And then I guess I do take Battlefield Commander. You actually can access that easily. And for a single point, if I don't need to put anything else into it, it's not too bad. And now Prot Warrior has 2 points left to spend in the capstone section, either on Cruel Strikes or on the new 1% mastery and auto attack damage increased by 50%. And that's a tough one. Just out of curiosity, how much did my auto attacks do? Not that much. Obviously, this is AoE, right? But I have a feeling that you'll probably take Cruel Strikes. Generally, I think crit is better than mastery. And execute critical damage, at least on single target, is probably more important than auto attack damage. That being said, every point of the new mastery talent gives you 50% auto attack damage. That's a lot. Doubling your auto attack damage for 2 points versus getting 10% execute critical damage. I feel like that actually might be better. That is going to be 100% it. You sim your character and find out, though. So, like, who fucking cares? That doesn't matter. The important thing is, we don't take last stands. We can access basically all of the damage stuff in the capstone tree, so that's pretty good. We're still losing this. We're still losing all of Thunderous Roar, but we're able to take Spear. We're able to take Anger Management. We're able to take all of the juicy damage options, and I guess you don't really have that many other options. You probably are just going to take the Shout buff, so that does mean that you will be taking Rallying Cry as an external in most cases, I suspect. But the downside here is that you lose Crackling Thunder. Actually, you know what? If we're playing a Mountain Thane build, obviously this sucks. And in Mythic Plus, I like to have Crackling Thunder. But the fact that I can at the very least keep Bounding Stride, don't get Second Wind, don't get Crackling Thunder, would I love to have those? Sure. But now that I've, looked at this long enough, I don't hate this. I actually do not hate this. I think that, I want everything, right? Who doesn't want everything? Everybody wants all the fancy goodies. But it's kind of fine. I think I'm kind of okay with this. So, yeah. I actually, now that I've really, sunk my teeth into it and looked at, the pathing and stuff, I think this could use some changes. One thing that I would like is, as of right now, Intimidating Shout is here. And this node, Berserker Rage, and, what's it called? Piercing Howl is here. The only way to access Double Time, which is a mandatory talent for many reasons, is to take one of those. And right now, on the current, temporary tree that I threw together, I'm taking Intimidating Shout. But I really would like it if they... Because there's nothing here, Bitter Immunity. I think did they just remove Bitter Immunity? It doesn't say they removed it. Where is it? Did they just forget to mention it? They might have forgotten to mention it. Oops. Yeah, it looks like they did remove Bitter Immunity, I think, which is fine because nobody was taking it. But they forgot to include it on the list of talents that they removed. Unlucky Bitter Immunity. So bad that Blizzard forgot to even mention that they took you out of the game. That's a rough one, bud. But yeah, there's nothing there now. It's just empty space. So why can't we just have a node from Rallying Cry down to Double Time? Obviously, yeah, that does save you a talent point, but that's the idea. I'd like to be able to save a talent point. There are going to be situations where I don't want Intimidating Shout. This is an okay CC ability, but I mean, there's a reason I'm not running it in Mythic Plus. Would I much rather be able to not spend a point on Intimidating Shout and put it in, I don't know, Stormbolt, put it in Rumbling Earth, which right now you just can't take? Yeah, would definitely prefer that. I could take that point, I could put it into Second Winds, because there are niche situations where this is nuts. Hell, I could take 5% move speed or something like that. But right now, that is just a gateway node. You have to take that, so I guess I'll take it. Not going to feel good about it, though. So I think that is the only thing about this tree that I just really don't like. I really don't like that they make it so you still kind of need to invest in Rallying Cry. It's well, if you're going to put Rallying Cry there, then give it connectivity to Double Time to make it more enticing to actually take it. And give more pathing options. I also think it's weird that, they have, I didn't even realize, yeah, we have shit like Second Winds here on this current tree, the live tree, that's just sitting here in the void. And, they have a lot of those nodes on the Midnight tree, where it goes down and it's just in the middle here. Just add a second fucking arrow that connects it down here. Give me more options. Yeah. I do not hate this, though. There's other trees I've looked at, like Brewmaster, which I'll talk about, that I'm really not happy with, and that's a solid class tree. Looking at the Prot Warrior tree, it's exactly the same. So here, because basically I'll go through it step by step, right? Because it's almost exactly the same. The class tree got pretty majorly overhauled. Prot Warrior Spec tree is basically identical. So you're obviously going to take all this stuff. I'm just double checking to make sure the values are exactly the same. Yep. Yep. All exactly the same values on this tree. And yeah, brace for impact. And yeah, and then you have 1 point that you can spend. The only thing that they've changed is best served cold is no longer a thing. And now revenge. Yeah, so best served cold is baseline to revenge. So the whole your dodges and parries make your revenge cost no rage. That is baked into the spell, but it doesn't have the or actually wait, it already is. A chance to make revenge cost no rage. Oh, this makes it happen more frequently and increases the damage. Okay. So then did they just remove best served cold period? Actually, I don't see any mention of it here. Yeah. They don't seem to have actually addressed the fact that they appear to have just removed best served cold, which is fine, I guess. Yeah, because they said the only several talents have changed locations. The following talents have moved to the class tree: Anger Management, Last Stand, Rend. But then they don't actually say anything about Best Served Cold is replaced. So that's weird. But the main change out of this is that Revenge is now baseline a 3-target spell. And in order to make it a 5-target spell like it is now, you need to take this ability. So that's kind of a nerf, I guess. I don't hate the idea of that, kind of. Obviously, if tuning is, like, done properly, then that actually makes it almost easier in some cases to take Disrupting Shout, though in Mythic Plus, obviously, you kind of need to take this, because you need your Revenge to be able to hit all targets. So, yeah, that's kind of important. Shield Wall is now moved to where Rend is. And this node is here. Yeah, these nodes just switch locations. Interesting. This is exactly the same. So I'll take, like, Sudden Death, right? This node is exactly the same. Thunderlord is exactly the same. In place of Last Stand, there is Brutal Vitality. Brutal Vitality... Oh, no, I'm stupid. I'm fucking dumb. Best Served Cold is here. So they did just move it. They just didn't mention that. I guess several talents have changed locations. Okay, yeah, sure, whatever. Sure. This is the same. This is the same. Right, okay, so then we take... This would be Best Served Colds. Definitely you would take that. And this is the same. Punish is the same. Spellbreaker, Hunker Down is the same. Deep... Oh, yeah, they removed Red Right Hands, and it's Deep Wounds now. So, Deep Wounds is now just a bleed that your Execute applies, instead of just a passive thing that happens, I guess. Which is fine. I mean, this is just a generic damage modifier. Like, a lot of builds don't even take this, because, like, yeah. And... Last Stand's cooldown. Okay, so... Unnerving Focus is gone, it seems? I'm trying to make sure I'm not, like, wrong again. Because I thought for a second that they removed Best Served Cold and it just changed locations. I don't see any mention of it. I don't see it on the tree. I believe that they've removed Unnerving Focus, and that they did just forget to mention, which is fine. It would be kind of weird. This doesn't really work well with the new Last Stand. But basically, obviously this is now a passive on the class tree. So this is gone, but Bolster's still a thing. So I'm guessing Bolster is now... When Last Stand procs, you get Shield Block, and it triggers 60 seconds more frequently. This is obviously trash because we aren't even taking in my hypothetical build Last Stand. So you wouldn't run that. Then you get to choose between Brutal Vitality. Here, this is a choice node. Brutal Vitality or a new talent. I can do this all day. 6% of damage you block adds to your active Ignore Pain or the next Ignore Pain you activate. So basically, it's either damage you deal or damage you block buffs your next Ignore Pain, which is fine. Either one of those. I mean, Brutal Vitality is pretty solid. They're both fine survivability nodes. You can take this if you want to. And then Thunderlord is exactly the same. Thunderlord you will probably take if you... Well, you would definitely take if you're playing a Thunderclap build. You maybe won't take if you're playing a different build, but, you know, TBD. Fueled by Violence is now where Shield Wall is, and remember, Shield Wall got moved to Rens. This is... Yeah, so this would be Impenetrable Wall or Defender's Aegis. I forget which one you actually run, to be honest. But obviously, we'd take that. We'd take Enduring Defenses. We would take the... I'm just playing... I'm spending the points here and then in my talent calculator, right? Just to get that sorted. And I take this because that's Deep Wounds, right? And then you have Tough as Nails is still exactly the same, so you'd never run that. You'd take this because this is Fueled by Violence, so you're healed for 85% of your bleed damage. This is basically just, you still need it to access your capstones, so you're kind of forced into taking that anyway. And now you have one floating point. Yeah, one floating point. So the only thing that's a little bit awkward is if you wanted to take Thunderlord, then you have to drop something, which would probably be Deep Wounds. You would just lose the damage from that. But that is, yeah, that's a little bit awkward. Don't know how much I love that. It also, the fact that you need to, like, you could technically not take Berserk Cold if you really wanted to. Like, it is a damage bonus, but it's not, like, absolutely insane, especially for Thunderclap builds. But the difference between your Revenge being a 3-target and a 5-target, or, well, a 3-target and just a flat AoE is kind of massive. So you do kind of need to run the new talent that makes Revenge AoE. Like, that is kind of crucial, so that just makes it further difficult to take Disrupting Shout. Don't know how much I love that. So there's maybe a case to be made of, like, in Mythic Plus, you would have to, like, I don't know, not run Punish? Like, how would that work? Maybe just not run Sudden Death? Yeah, probably you drop Sudden Death. You drop Sudden Death, you'd take, that would be Brutal Vitality, you'd take Thunderlord, and then you take Disrupting Shout. And you would hurt your damage a little bit, but I think that would be necessary. And then obviously single target, you just wouldn't run either of these, the Survivability Node or Thunderlord, and you'd put those points into damage. And then if it was single target, you also wouldn't need Disrupting Shout, you wouldn't need Berserk Colds. Frankly, on raid bosses, you could probably drop both of these and run Fight Through the Flames and Armor Specialization, just for the extra mitigation. So that is some nice flexibility. For raids, actually, I think this spec tree is actually better for Prot Warriors. It's just a shame that for dungeons, you're a little bit hamstrung, no pun intended, in terms of what you're actually able to take. Then this is Avatar, so obviously you have to take this. Then you have a few options. You would pretty much definitely take Whirling Blade, because that's exactly the same. You definitely really take Heavy-Handed, Violent Outburst, Battle-Scarred Veteran, and then you would go here. This would be Heavy Repercussions or Into the Fray, whichever one you want to take. And then you take Shield Charge, Booming Voice, and then it's just, you know, these nodes, right? Which I think right now, Shield Specialization from a survivability standpoint is just king, and then I think you take Focus Vigor. Indomitable, unfortunately, yeah, is just in a really awkward spot. This is all exactly the same, pretty much. The only difference here is that this is now Avatar, and this is Heavy Repercussions. All of the other nodes are exactly the same, so you just kind of build it same as you did before. And And yeah, that is like basically the vast majority of the changes. Oh yeah, the only other change is now Violent Outburst is only a Shield Slam buff. So one of the biggest pet peeves I've had playing Prot Warrior is when I get Violent Outburst, like as I'm hitting Thunderclap and it consumes it, and then that's just a wasted Violent Outburst, that feels awful. Now it just makes it so your next Shield Slam gives you the bonus. Which, admittedly, this is one of those where, like, it does kind of simplify the rotation. And there are a lot of situations that people have been justifiably complaining about of, like, they're really dumbing down some procs, and sometimes I do think they've gone way too far, and it's not good. But this is one of those of, like, you never want to spend this on Thunderclap, ideally. There are just times where either A, you have to spend it on Thunderclap, because otherwise you're fucked, you're just sitting there pressing nothing. So, you just have to do it, and then it feels bad. Or you are, like, it procs as you're hitting a button that you don't mean to hit, and you go, oh, fuck, shit, I did not mean to do that. I didn't realize I just consumed Violent Outburst. So, this is definitely one of those fixes where it simplifies the buff. It like, does lower the skill ceiling slightly, but it lowers it in a way of, like, it's just less annoying to manage. That stuff I'm fine with. I actually like that they're doing stuff like that. Random annoying buff tracking is just, it sucks, man. It fucking sucks. Nobody likes to do that. So, I would actually argue Prot Warrior is still going to have more, like, little buff tracking things like Heavy Repercussions that will make it important, or that will be important when you're playing it. So, it still has that going for it. But, yeah, having stuff like Violent Outburst fixed a little bit is good. End of the day, right, we don't have any of the hero talent changes. None of that has been added, so we don't know the new hero talent nodes for Mountain Thane or for Colossus. Can't really comment on that. And Prot Warrior's Apex talents haven't been announced. Now, I'm probably going to make, like, an entire video dedicated to this eventually for all of the tanks, because obviously I'm a big tank person. Love tanking. But, I figure it could be cool to at least go over this stuff in every single video, and especially in this one where, what's it called? I do have Great Vault footage to put in this one. Huh. Yeah, this is probably going to be a long one, so, well, either way, I'm going to have a lot to talk about next time when I talk about Resto Shaman, Vengeance DH, and all that jazz. I'll probably... Honestly, I was a little bit more in-depth this time around. Yeah, I'll have to think about how I want to do that for the next video. I'll see. Because this took me... I spent way more time sitting here yapping than I had really expected to. But overall, I think, you know, it's good. It's also nice to, like... I did, like, reading, obviously cursory reading of, like, all specs when I first read through the patch notes, but... Doing this has actually given me, personally, more perspective on the Prot Warrior changes. And I was kind of like, about the Prot Warrior changes. It was fairly minimal, all things considered, but I wasn't super thrilled with a lot of them. But looking at it now, seeing the big picture, I'm kind of fine with it. I really don't mind it at all. It's basically, it's like, if anything, Thunderclap Prot Warrior, so Mountain Thane, is taking a bit of a hit. Which I kind of like, because I've been pretty vocal about I prefer Colossus. And this just means that Colossus stonks are up. So, fuck yeah, we like that. We're here for that. But yeah, I guess I'll stop yapping here. I'm really hoping I don't need to re-record another dungeon, because that's going to make the editing process really awkward here. I'm hoping that I just cut to vaults. We're good to go. You get to watch that, and then that's the end of the Prot Warrior Keystone Hero. But yeah, thanks for tolerating my yap session. And I will let Editor Harldan take it from here. Alrighty, it is Great Vault time. I'm hoping that this won't take me... How long did it take me last time? A really long time to record the Great Vault section, like over 2 hours. I don't think it's gonna take that long, but I'm not gonna, like, rush myself. It's more just like, you know, there's plenty of things that I need to get done today. Or, well... No, I guess the nice thing is I don't need to get anything done today. It's not like the, you know, Monday night where I need to get my Great Vaults finished. Everything that I need to do today is, like, I would like to get it done now instead of, pushing it off until later in the week. But there are a bunch of things I would like to get done for videos and whatnot. So, yeah, I don't want to spend a super long time, but it'll take as long as it is. So, as usual, I'm starting opening vaults on my second account, just because I usually like to end with my main characters. And I'll switch over to my spreadsheet and see how much I've gotten done. So overall, I'm pretty happy with what I managed to get done this week. It's, similar to previous weeks. The big thing here is I got way more raids done. I got, and in a lot of these cases, like 1 heroic obviously means I killed 2 heroic bosses. And in many of these cases, I actually killed 3 heroic bosses, and I just didn't really feel like doing a 4th that I didn't need to get an extra vault slot. I was just like, whatever. But I did a lot of heroic raid pugging. I also pugged a good chunk of the raid, everything but the last 2 bosses on my mage. Didn't really get much, but, hopefully I get something good out of vault there. I would say I was much closer this week to hitting all of my goals compared to, like, last week, where I tried to get the Mythic Dungeon quest done, and I, missed that. Actually, I'm curious, what is this week's event? There's nothing. Okay, it's the arena event. Honestly, kind of nice. Obviously, last week was mock time walking, but because there was no raid, I didn't do it on any of my characters. And I don't even think it would have been worth the time. I might actually do it on some of my European characters, because at the time of recording, obviously, the European reset isn't for, like, another 13 hours. So, that's one of the main things that I want to try and get done today. I want to try and work on some of my European characters and get them a bunch of stuff before the weekly reset. We'll see if I have enough time to get all of that. Most of the stuff I managed to achieve. I forgot to do Nightfall on my rogue, which, not that big of a deal. It's primarily the Bis Outlaw offhand is from the Nightfall weekly, so, like, in theory, I should be doing it every single week. I'm not going to play Outlaw for a while, but obviously, it's 1 chance per week. I should be maximizing that, but I kind of forgot, and it also isn't, like, a super high prio for me. I wanted to pug more raids on my Warlock. I thought about doing that last night. The problem is, when it comes to pugging raids, you can't really find lots of raid pugs at, like, demon hours. There's just not groups. So, it was pretty much last night I can either get started on my Mythic Plus dungeons, or I could try and pug raids on my Warlock. And in the end, it might have worked out that if I had started last night, I could have theoretically fit it in. But it's one of those things where, like, you never know, and I think the fact that I barely scraped by a lot of the dungeons I wanted to do anyways, I think it was probably the right call to just make sure I got my 10s done. They're more important at the end of the day. My Warlock also is really lucky in that I have 2 very good M0 trinkets, Parapodia and Lily. So I don't need to get raid trinkets quite as much as some of my other characters, which have gotten pretty bad luck. My mage still has 1 really crappy trinket that I'd like to replace. So that's the main reason I prioritize plugging on my mage. Didn't get anything, but we'll see how to get out of vaults. I did potentially consider getting my mage a +10, but right now my mage has no score, so that was literally bottom of my priority list. It was kind of like, if I have time, I'll do it, but I was way too busy. I don't think it's, like, the biggest thing ever, especially because stuff like that I prioritize last because there's a high chance of failure, right? On all my other characters, I had a +10 already. My mage, it could have been that I spent 2-3 hours doing that, and then I didn't even end up getting a +10 in the end. I could have gotten a 9 and then had some, like, demons crawl into my key and deplete it, and then I'd be stuck without a +10, and then effectively at that point all my time is wasted, because if you're not getting a myth track piece, there's no point in doing that. You may as well just farm keys to get the hero track stuff. The odds of getting a good hero track vault option are terrible. So it's kind of all or nothing. You either get a 10 or you don't waste your time. And I figured I didn't have enough time to guarantee I got the 10, so I was just like, yeah, I'll focus on getting everything else done. And the final thing, and probably my biggest mistake, is I only have 1 vault slot on my Demon Hunter, which is really unfortunate because I did 3 10s on my Demon Hunter. And I did 3 Vengeance Demon Hunter keys to finish the challenge last week, and then I was intending to start Havoc. And I left that to last because in the like order of priority, it is like getting a second vault slot for a character is obviously significantly lower prio than getting at least one vault slot on every character. But at like I think 8:50 this morning, I finished my Monk's Key, which I saved for last because that was the safest one. And man, I had I'll show you the breakdown when we get to opening my Monk's Vault. Worst Mythic Plus group I've ever seen. It's funny because in one of my recordings, I forget which, I said like, oh, I'm gonna do my Monk's Key next, and I'll probably just pug a 10 Gambit because worst case scenario, if I'm in a group with 4 complete garbage players, I can completely hard carry a 10 Gambit on my Brewmaster Monk. Little did I know how accurate that would be, because that's exactly what happened. I don't think I was the #1 damage overall, but I was the second overall damage on Brewmaster Monk, and I had to basically solo the final 20% of Celia. It was the worst group I've ever seen in my entire life. And I think it was a bunch of like slightly higher IO players all playing their off specs, and I think they were like friends in comms or something, but like there were some mistakes they made where it's like, I don't give a shit, you know, if it's your off spec or not. Like, obviously, I'm playing a bunch of specs that I've never played before, and I put in the bare minimum to try and at least play it somewhat properly, and these guys had no fucking clue what they were doing. If you're losing on overall damage in a dungeon to a Brewmaster Monk, even a good Brewmaster Monk, it's embarrassing. But you'll get to see that whenever I open my Brewmaster's Vault. I'll show you the numbers. It was crazy. But I was kind of, like, exhausted after that, which is why I'm assuming my brain just forgot that, oh yeah? And I glanced over my spreadsheet, I'm like, yep, done all my keys. Nothing left to do. And so I tried to do some pug stuff on my Warlock. I got my Warlock a Delve Vault, because at least I'll have something in there, instead of literally nothing. And then it was like 30 minutes to go until reset, and I realized, oh, fuck, I never did the Havoc key. And if I had remembered, I might have been able to, like, get Havoc set up and do a Havoc key with, like, an hour to spare. Or within the last hour, with time to spare. Maybe. I'm a little bit annoyed just because I had intended to do that, and I'm just pissed off that I forgot. But all things considered, these are, like, relatively minor things. I still made a lot of progress in the challenge, and more importantly, one really nice thing, not a single one of the keys that I did this week was depleted. Not one. Which is really nice, because in some of the earlier weeks, a lot of the, you know, healer keys I did ended up being depleted. A lot of the earlier keys I did on my Hunter when I was still playing Survival got depleted. Some of my Rogue keys have been depleted. And then it's like, you know, kind of bittersweet of, okay, sure, I've made progress towards the challenge, or I've gotten my Great Vault, I mean, so at least I get a Myth Track piece. It's helping me with the challenge, but that's a week of no progress in terms of getting a dungeon done. But with the, I guess, obvious exception of my Monk, where technically we did time it, but it was a 10 Gambit, I literally only did this key for Vault. Every single other run that I did was progress on the challenge. With, in the case of my DK and my Shaman, I did Resto again for Shaman and Blood again for DK, so I didn't make progress on this challenge per se, but on both of these characters I did a plus 12 that I didn't already have, so I made progress towards Resilient Keys on those two characters. So I at least made some progress on 11 out of 13 of my characters, well, I guess 10 out of 13 of my characters towards the challenge, and on out of the remaining ones, my Monk at least got a Vault and some stuff, and my Mage got a Vault of Raid things, which there's a lot of stuff that my Mage could get from Raid that would be pretty sweet, so we'll see if I manage to hit. Really, the only character that made, like, next to no progress this week is my Warlock, which I've already just decided that's going to be the last character I focus on. It's, yeah, once again, Warlock is... Going into this challenge last season, Warlock and Rogue were the two classes I had never really played much at all, and I wasn't sure which I'd leave till last, and then when I tried them both out, Assassination really clicked, and I love that spec now, so I've been pushing the Assassination challenge, really enjoying it, and Demonology, which is what I picked for Warlock, did not click at all, and I do not like that spec, and so when I'm gonna pick Destro as my first spec this season, but I haven't even looked into Destro. I just know I don't want it to be Demo. Everybody's told me AF is not in a good spot, so Destro it is, and maybe I'll click with Destro, we'll see, but I've just resigned myself to the fact that it's the only class where I'm just not really vibing with it, so I'm going to leave it until last, and just fixate now on all of the stuff that I am comfortable with. But that's the progress I made. And on my priest, let me just move things over. And also I'm gonna pause the recording real quick, because actually I do need to respond to a Discord message real fast. Alright. Okay, so priest, I actually have I did a lot of stuff on my priest. Obviously, on all of my characters, I have at least one myth track vault slot. None of them had got 2, unfortunately, because my demon hunter, like I said, I forgot. But all of them have at least that. So, obviously, we're hoping that that's something good, because you want to take the myth track piece over whatever else is in there. That said, I did manage to get 2 raid slots on my priest, 1 heroic, 1 normal. On all of the characters, except for, like, my monk and DK. My DK doesn't have a raid vault slot. But my monk and DK are the only characters I've actually done Salhadar and Dementius on. I haven't... Like, I don't even bother with those 2 bosses and pugs. Partially because they all drop really crap loot. I think this week I'm going to start pugging Salhadar on, like, 2 of my healers, just because they like the Salhadar healing trinket. So it'll be nice to have that just in case. But there's, like, no good loot off Dementius. It's actually... I can't remember the last time a final boss had such crap loot. Maybe the Jailer? But, like... I mean, you look at Dementius' loot table. Like, this ring is good. For some specs, you could argue it is their best-in-slot ring. But it's just a ring. And the bonus effect is, like, okay. But is it really that good? No? It's like... It's kind of whatever. So, I have this on my warrior because I pulled it out of a time walking box. And I would, if I had this on, like, my prop Harldan, I'd probably use it. And I guess on my priest, I'd probably use it. Like, there's a few characters where if I had this, if it just popped into my inventory, I would probably equip it. But is this so good that I would be willing to pug Dementius, which is infinitely harder to pug than, like, most of the other bosses in the raid? No. I'm just not going to waste my time. At the end of the day, I gotta allocate my time properly to make sure I make as much progress as possible on this challenge, and Dementius is just not time efficient. He drops a crappy tank trinket that I actually have on a few of my tanks, just by chance, but I do not want to get this on any of my tanks. It's not a good trinket. If I got this, even on the 2 tanks I have it on, which is, actually, I think my druid got it out of a box, but I know for a fact I have it on monk and blood DK, and I, like, almost never use this. Monk, I use it for prog sometimes, but obviously Mythic prog is a lot different than the vast majority of other situations, and I used this on my blood DK, and I was not impressed. And I think I used it every now and then when I did heroic hard mode Tazavesh earlier in the season. And it never procced, but it was nice. I literally only ran it because I'm like, having the cheat death makes me feel safe. And that's it. It's not a good trinket. Well, it's a good mythic prog trinket. It's not a good all-purpose situation trinket. So, would never really care about this. This trinket is, like, extremely terrible. It's only pretty good on pure single target for a handful of specs, but then it, like, falls off hard on AoE. And most of these specs I'm playing on AoE, so I don't care about this thing. And then, like, all the other loot here is just, like, who cares? So, don't need this. Then, like I said, Salhadar, the only actually good thing here worth farming is this thing on, like, 1 or 2 healers. So I might start pugging this, probably only on normal, because on normal this boss is not that bad. So I might just do some normal pugs, because, like, yeah, for the healers that want it, champion track good enough. And if I still find that I really want it later in the season, I could, after Turbo Boost, pug it and get a hero track or something. We'll see. And, like, obviously, Maw of the Void is cool and all, but for all the people for all the classes that I would actually use this on, my Druid has a Myth Track weapon, my Blood DK has a Myth Track weapon. That's it, I think. I don't really know what else could even use this, so I don't really care. It's a cool weapon. If I got this on Myth Track, I'd use it on some classes, but obviously, I'm not going to on any of the characters that I actually, play. Then none of them are killing Mythic Salhadar anytime soon. And, like, you have the Void Glass stuff, but ironically, one of the only characters I have right now that hasn't crafted a Myth Track weapon is my Warlock, and my Warlock got both Void Glass weapons out of the what's it called? The Time Walking boxes. So, it just kind of works out that way. But, like, there's just nothing off these two bosses that I can really use. So, I've pugged everything else pretty much. And, all that to say, in this particular case, what do I want on Priest? So, I think I've gone over this every single week. And I'm fairly sure that as far as dungeon loot is concerned, I don't really want any dungeon trinkets in particular. But if I did get a dungeon trinket, I would want something like Parapodia, Lily, some sort of on-use would be nice. But if I look at, like, healer, you can still get, like, that trinket as a healer. So, any DPS trinket that I may later on want as Shadow, I can still get on healer spec. And any trinket from Raid, same thing. There aren't, to my knowledge, that I can remember any healer-specific trinkets. And I think the only one is, like, Nazrini's Mystic Lash is, like, healer or DPS only, not healer. But then, you know, that's, like, a very mediocre trinket. Yeah, Shadow doesn't actually use that. There's, like, one or two casters that kind of like it. Shadow doesn't appear to be one of them. And all the other trinkets Shadow would want for Raid can drop in healer spec. Meanwhile, Lumithar's Living Silk is, like, one of the main things that I still really, really need. And if I got that, that would be massive, because I still have a crappy trinket. So all that to say, I opened this vault as healer, because there are enough healer-specific things that I could potentially get, and all the stuff that I might want as Shadow can be gotten in both specs. I got... that is very good. That is very good. Oh, it has Leech? Oh, no shit, dude. Alright, yeah, I don't really need to spend much more time thinking about that. Holy fuck, what a vault. I replaced my only veteran piece with a Leech Mythtrack tier item? Oh my god. That's fucking crazy. That is so fucking crazy. That's a good start. That's a good fucking start. Oh, man. Wow. Wow. Okay. Also, if I recall... Okay, I did fully upgrade my gloves, so I can remember if I did that or not. I can also, in theory, switch out one of my tier pieces now. I guess it would be shoulders? Because the others... Shoulders are pants, but pants are hero track. I could put these on. It's more haste. I might actually do that, yeah. I think that might be... Yeah, actually, I'm just going to slam that now, because I think that is just objectively correct. I don't need it for 4-piece now, and more haste on disc is actually very good. So I'm going to put Spell Thread. It is Daybreak Spell Thread? Yeah, Daybreak Spell Thread. And... always goes into here. One thing I'm wondering is, should I use, like, the max mana enchant on my chest? But Crystalline Radiance gives you more primary stat, which, like, obviously that's nice, that boosts your healing. Whereas the Pants enchant is, do you want mana or do you want stamina? And I think in that case I'd rather take the mana. But it's, I could see it go either way in both cases. And then I just want to upgrade this by 1. Nice, yeah. It's really good. That's 707. Does that boost my overall? Yep, my priest was 706 before. Fuck yes. And then... Oh yeah, I haven't updated my priests. Basically, the way that my spreadsheet is structured, I have that main page that I showed with, like, all the different tracking, and then I have little tabs with individual info about, like, all the gear and stuff like that. I've been updating I have a section for my IO on different characters. That I've been keeping it up to date just because it makes it easy to figure out, like, okay, which keys am I missing without having to, like, you know, open this up. And it's really good to keep track of that because as we get later into the challenge and I will already have, like, high IO on this character, but then I'll need to figure out, like, okay, for this spec, which one am I missing? I'm going to make sure that I keep good tabs on that. But a few characters, including my priest, I haven't updated their gear. I'll do that later. I'm not going to do that, like, right now. But that is important, so I will try to remember that I need to keep that up to date. Another thing that I want to remember to do is my ring here. This over here. Hopefully I remember. This I believe I intended to switch to it. Actually, as it stands right now, I don't necessarily think I want to. This is going to be a good holy ring, though, and it did allow... I already upgraded my current rings to account for that. Okay, yeah. I think we're fine, then. And... I guess I can upgrade the chest. Yeah, I have plenty of gilded crests. And tons of valor stones. Yeah, no, ooh. I rocket that up to max immediately. That is 75 gilded. Perfect. And that brings me up another item level to 708. That is absolutely lovely. That is so nice. All right. Yeah, that is fantastic. I'm so happy with that. That is a so that's a mix phenomenal and fantastic. I'm happy with that vault. That's a good fucking vault. Now, that being said, I did have a lot of options there. My rogue also has a lot of options. On this character, it's exactly the same as my priest, and that I have one heroic raid slot, one normal raid slot, and then the myth track dungeon slot. I haven't done heroic fractalus yet. Yeah, I didn't pug that far. So the raid vault will be heroic soul hunters and below. The normal slot will be normal fractalus and below, which is only relevant because did it not give me... I hate this stupid quest. It's so buggy. Technically, I don't even need to pick this up. I'm not going to do Koresh world quests, but the notification's just going to piss me off if I forget. So I'm just doing that now. I'm going to once again open this as a dagger spec, just because I want to, if I'm going to get a weapon, I would want a dagger. No real decision needs to be made there, and we'll just evaluate the options. Okay. It's not these two. Have I crafted bracers in this character? I already have, yeah. So it's definitely not these two. So really, it's a question of, do I take Sackroot? I'm honestly unsure. Because, so here's the thing. I have a Raid Finder Astral Antenna. Now, obviously, Astral Antenna is pretty good, but Veteran Track. How good is Arakara Sackroot? Not for assassination, not very good. Antenna is definitely better, which I kind of figured, right? Sackroot is just not a great trinket. I'm using it on like Hero Track, but actually justifying taking on a Myth Track, that's a tough one. My Raid Finder Antenna is almost certainly better than, yeah, it would be better than a Myth Track Sackroot for assassination. Now, for sub, yeah, also for sub, yeah. On single target, this is like a little bit better. But like, and I'll check Outlaw. It's actually considerably better for Outlaw than it is for the other specs. But Antenna is still better. But it's like, it would definitely be, if I look here, yeah, actually, it would be marginally better at its current item level than even a Veteran Antenna for all specs. And obviously, Nether Prism is like Gigabyss for both assassination and sub. It's like their best trinket by far, and I already have it on Champion Track. And yeah, so I'm never taking this off. It's also very good for Outlaw, though I think technically not Biss. But like, I could use this trinket setup. Ideally, I'm gonna get a better antenna. I'm gonna keep punging Raid, but I could use these 2 trinkets for all 3 rogue specs and be perfectly happy. This is BIS for... Yeah, it's basically BIS for Assassination and Sub. And it is... like, one of the best combinations for Outlaw. So, yeah, as crazy as it is, I don't really think I take this trinket. It's... I save a few crests. It's also... Yeah, I do already have 6 tokens, but I don't have... Yeah. That feels bad. That is a big bummer. But in fairness, there isn't really anything I could have gotten outside of just, like, a hero track antenna for trinkets. The real bummer is that I didn't get something else. Like, I haven't gotten a dagger, I haven't gotten rings, I haven't gotten... I mean, there's multiple different slots where I could have gotten mid-track tier. So that is a bit of a bummer. This is pretty unlucky, especially considering, you know, I actually have 2 slots here, and neither one of them hit, so this is a bit of a feels bad. Definitely one of the weakest vaults I've gotten all season, which, at least I'm taking a full socket. It could be worse. There are characters where I don't have a full socket potential, and it's going to feel bad if I get a dud vault on those, but, you know, you still don't love it. Speaking of which, my Blood DK has the most limited options. This is outside of my Warlock, which I don't really count that much because, like, I scrambled to get a single Delve slot on my Warlock last second. My Blood DK has a single Myth Track dungeon slot. That's it. It's literally just a YOLO. Does it hit or does it not? Which means that I'm opening this as Unholy, and I'm not really going to think much more of it. Because it's basically just a question of, do I want Cursed Stone Idol if a trinket drops, or do I want Tome of the Priory? And I don't really care about Tome of the Priory. So, we rip this as Unholy, and we just see what we get. Baby! Apparently I didn't realize I had a Delve slot in this character. So I would have had, I had insurance too. Oh. Oh, baby, Cursed Stone Idol with the finance. That is juicy as hell. Oh, man, that's juicy. Oh, that is so good. Oh, that's so fucking good. That's so fucking good. That's so good. Do I have antenna on this character already? I don't. Ah. If I get antenna, I literally, that's like the best combo for, yeah. That's literally the best combo for both Frost and Unholy by like a gigantic margin. Cursed Stone Idol and Ash. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god, man. That is juicy. That is crazy. Does that let me upgrade my trinkets? I don't think it does. Because that's my first Myth Track trinket on this character. Yeah, I haven't gotten any more. Damn. Yes. You know, the nice thing about that is, with that out of the way, that's like 1 dinar that I won't have to spend, and I can also just now start opening all my vaults as blood. That is actually insane. That's so crazy. That's so fucking crazy. There's no fucking shot that just happened, man. Wow. I have no vault options. I have to hit Cursed Stone Idol. All right. I feel less bad about my Rogue's Vault now. What the fuck? Now that being said, I would very much like it if I could not get yet another trinket on my Druid, because my Guardian Druid has gotten basically a whole collection of trinkets. I have a Myth Track Lily, I have a Myth Track Celia's Secret Technique, which, like, both solid trinkets, but neither of them are technically BIS, which feels bad. And, they were both kind of in that situation. It's like getting the sack root on my rogue, where I'm not thrilled with it, but in both of those cases, they were at least, like, good enough to justify taking. But I'd be kind of bummed out if I get yet another mediocre trinket on this character, especially because now that I have 2 decent myth track trinkets that are usable for all 4 specs, I would pass on anything other than, like, an actual Abyss trinket, which would, I think, for Druid, basically just be Cursed Stone Idol. There isn't anything else that I would use. Yeah. Would I even take Cursed Stone Idol if I got it on Druid? I actually don't think I would. Maybe I would just because, like, it's technically better than Lily for Guardian. But Feral would run Ritual Forge, which I now have. I have now Lumithar's Living Silk for whenever I play Resto. So, while the Nexus Prince, or Nexus King trinket is apparently, like, insane for Resto Druid, I do have Lumithar's Living Silk and a Mythtrack Secret Technique, which is a perfectly viable combo for Resto Druid. So I'd probably just run that. So really, I don't want anything on this character for trinkets. If I had to pick out of any dungeon trinket, what would I want? It would probably be Parapodia for balance. That's the only trinket that at least would be a slight upgrade. Because I think it's, like, about equal to Astral Antenna. Especially when you factor in the fact that Parapodia is guaranteed, Antenna is a bit annoying to deal with, so with them being that close. My Druid is also in the same exact boat as the last few characters, where I have 1 heroic slot, 1 normal slot, and then a mythic dungeon slot. It's the last character that I have 2 raid slots on. It's a tough one. It's a tough one because I have Lumithar's Living Silk. So, while getting this on Hero Track would be cool, I guess, I don't care that much. So, what am I even hoping to get outside of, like, I think out of trinkets or any special effects? Nothing in particular. So there's a case to be made of, if I open this as tank, I could get a Hero Track Brand of Ceaseless Ire, and I could get a Myth Track Tome of Light's Devotion from the dungeon slot, which I wouldn't be thrilled with, but it would at least be solid. I'm probably not going to play my Baron Raid, but at least that would be a takeable option. And I would still have Antenna. Antenna is by far the most important thing, but I can get that in any spec, so it doesn't matter. If I open this as Feral, I can get Cursed Stone Idol, but that's, like, really niche. And honestly, if I had to pick between what would I rather have, Cursed Stone Idol or Tome of Light's Devotion, at this point in time, I would pick, I'm trying to grab my phone. Just, like, slipped out of my fingers, man. Difficulties, please stand by. But yeah, I would not actually use Cursed Stone Idol, I think, because it seems like every Feral Druid is running Ritual Forge, which I now have, so even on Champion Track, it looks like I would still use this over even my Lily, I think. I would probably sim it before, but there's no way, like, Cursed Stone Idol would be better than either a 707 Lily or a 704 Ritual Forge for Feral. It would be better for Guardian, for sure, but it would be extremely niche better for Guardian and only on AoE, and I already have a good AoE trinket, so if I had to pick, like, if you literally put a gun to my head, said, Mythtrack Tome of Light's Devotion or Cursed Stone Idol, on this character, I'd take the Tome. Just on the off chance I ever play this character in Raid. It would be nice to have that guaranteed. So, I don't open this as Feral. The only raid trinket that I really want still as balance outside of a, Hero Track upgrade to this would be the Nexus King trinket. However, I have not killed Nexus King on Heroic on this character. So that is not, I haven't even killed it on normal. So that would not be able to appear in the loot table, so that's not a consideration. Maybe in the future I could try and do that. But right now, I don't think Resto is the play. Because, yeah, Lumithar's Living Silk would not really be great. So, I guess... but then, so, the other thing, the final consideration, if I get a weapon, I would definitely want it to be a caster weapon, because I already have a Mythtrack Agi weapon, which is good for both Feral and Guardian. So there's really no weapon I could get that would be better. So I feel like because of that, the only thing... I don't want that. I want, like, a Mythtrack tier piece, which I can get on anything. I want a Hero Track antenna. I can get on any loot spec. The only specific thing that I really, really, really want would be a Mythtrack caster weapon, if that has to drop. I would definitely prefer that over a Mythtrack Agi weapon. So I open it as either Balance or Resto. So then the question is, do I want to run Resto for the chance that a Hero Track Lumathar trinket appears, or do I want to run Balance to take those options out of the pool and increase my odds of getting damage trinkets? Because I think there's probably less of them overall. So then what would that allow me to get? But then, like, what trinkets would I be adding to the pool? I'd be adding Nazrini's Mystic Lash, which is not that great. I'd be adding... I think Mereldar's Toll is the damage trinket, I think. That one's pretty terrible. Harvester's Edict. I'm not sure if healers can get that. But I'm adding a bunch of trinkets that are just kind of bad. So, I don't think that I improve my odds at getting anything particularly good by running Balance. And while I don't necessarily get many good things by running Resto Loot Spec, I think the only thing that I could get that might be a slight upgrade while still running Caster for a potential weapon drop would be the Heroic Lumathar trinket. And while it would feel bad to take that, it would technically be an upgrade. So, I'm going to go Resto Loot Spec. It's between Guardian or Resto. This feels kind of weird, but if a Mythtrack weapon appears, I would actually take that, and it would be a nice long-term upgrade. And that I can only get out of Vault. Whereas, as much as I would love to get a Hero Track brand of Ceaseless Ire, so I don't need to pug Raid again, the reality is, it's not hard to pug Heroic Soul Hunters, so I can just keep going. And I already have a Champion Track one. If I didn't have this, I would definitely go... Tank Loot Spec. But in reality, I'm not going to upgrade this past... Actually, I theoretically would if I had a 704, because I do have two 707 trinkets, so I actually would get the upgrade for free. Shit. I didn't even think of that. Yeah, actually, because of that fact, the Hero Track would actually make an immediate difference. That swayed me. I'm actually... I'm gonna go Guardian Loot Spec. Fuck it. Punished. Instantly punished. That's a weapon. That's a tough one. That's a tough call. I think Resto Loot Spec was the correct play long term, but Guardian is not only what I'm still playing right now, but it is the spec that I am infinitely more likely to play in the future. I always try to prioritize my tank specs. Funny thing here is actually this is not a bad weapon. This is I believe Abyss Feral weapon. So like it is really good. Yeah, this is like insanely good for Feral. But for Guardian, I actually believe the weapon in my vault is my Abyss. Yeah. Because like Feral prefers Mastery, and then the haste is nice. So this is really good for Feral. This is, like, actually nuts for Guardian. That being said, neither one of these is True Abyss, because the True Abyss wouldn't be either. It would be the Arakara staff. So, like, even though the stats are slightly better for Guardian, I'm basically going from, like, third Abyss to second Abyss, and then I still don't have True Abyss, so I don't necessarily think that's worth taking. And then, I guess the question is, do I take this necklace? And I completely forgot I already had this. So no, I don't take this necklace. I don't take this ring. Because if I were going to take that ring, I'd just take this. And a Crit Mastery ring would technically be a small upgrade in terms of item level. But I would not wear this. My rings are better on Guardian. Feral wants heavy mastery. So none of my rings are good for Feral. Technically, this would be a slight upgrade for Feral, but on Feral, I really want the Forge Weaver Araz ring. Like, really, really, really want that. And then I would need to either craft a ring or find something better, because I would want mastery. Or, in the case of Feral, I could just run something like a crit haste ring, like a balanced thing like this, and just use this to balance out my stats a little bit, and if I have, like, heavy mastery everywhere else. But I would never use that there. Balance, I think, is what? Haste mastery? Balance is mastery, and then kind of a mix of the other stats. So once again, like, this is not a terrible ring, but then the decision I need to make, basically, is, do I want a mediocre ring that I could theoretically just get out of a Delver's Bounty, or do I want a socket? And I think I take a socket. I think this is an unfortunate socket take, but at least it is a full socket, so... Silver lining, and the nice thing is I can actually use the socket immediately. So, while it sucks, it does suck, I'm just making sure it would be correct. Yeah. I immediately put this on my belt. Because my belt I'm almost certainly going to use the remainder of the season. So, you're never happy to take a socket, but I'm a little bit more happy to take a socket when it is something that I can actually use right now. Whereas right now I have two characters that have two sockets that I actually can't use either socket on them. Because I just don't have any viable slots to make use of it. But here, I have a crafted belt. I'm going to use this on all of my specs. I specifically crafted it with a balanced stat distribution for all 4 specs, with Dust Thread Lining, which is a good embellishment for all 4 specs, again. So I will be able to use this as one of my Druid embellishments on every single character. And it may not be your absolute BIS, it is BIS for some. I think a lot of Balanced Druids and Resto Druids run this, but it's like second BIS for both Feral and Guardian. And it's, takes care of my Delve Belt, so I already crafted this last week. It's fine. Not thrilled about that, but... I mean, I think the amount of logic that I had to go through on this character, my slots are fairly limited at this stage. Right? Like, I could have gotten, like, Mythtrack Pants, I suppose. I could have gotten, like, a Mythtrack Ring. Mythtrack Ring, Mythtrack Bracers, I wouldn't have been thrilled about, but I would have taken. Mythtrack Pants, Mythtrack Chest. Mythtrack Helmet would have just been an item level upgrade, but I would have been fine with it. Because obviously, Tertiary and Socket. This was, like, an insane pull from a Delver's Bounty. So, I had limited options on this character. But there were enough potential things. It's not like my Monk, where there's, like, literally one thing I could theoretically get out of the entire loot pool. I could have gotten upgrades. I didn't. Oh well, it happens. What gem do I want? I have my Blasphemite. I have all the colors. I think I want a Versatile Ruby. That would balance out my stats pretty well. Versatile Ruby. And it'll kind of end up being, I have a Haste Mastery belt with a Crit Verse gem in there. But sometimes that's how it goes. Balancing stats is more important. Obviously, I'll sim later on. Tanks are largely feely crafty. You just kind of gotta know, like, this is the right balance of survivability and damage, but there will be just a mathematically correct answer whenever I start playing my other specs, and we'll sim it then. Bit of a bummer, but honestly, I've gotten 2 of the craziest vaults I've ever gotten, like, ever so far, and we're only 4 characters in, so, like, half of my vaults have been insane, and 2 of my vaults were a complete socket. All things considered. Not bad so far. Not a bad start. Okay. Resto Shaman. Resto Shaman, I have one heroic slot from Raid, and then I have the dungeon slot. Let's see, yeah. Last week I took the ring. Realistically speaking, I would just like to get Mythtrack tier. Mythtrack tier, I would take a Mythtrack belt if needed. Would not really like to get a Mythtrack ring, but I would accept it begrudgingly. And that's kind of it. I have a lot of good gear on this character. Like, a Mythtrack helmet would be insane. Mythtrack gloves and... yeah, Mythic gloves or, like, chest or something would be nice. So there's options here. Once again, I'm opening this as either Elemental or Resto. But the big thing that I'm still missing for Resto is I'm still using this, which Signet is like, it's fine. But I really need a better trinket than this. Ideally, I really need Lumithar's Living Silk. There's other things I could use, but that would be insane. And so I think that I go Resto Loot Spec just because I would like to see Lumithar's... if I don't get, like, just a nice item level boost in the Myth slot, I would want Lumithar's Living Silk in the Raid slot, ideally. So, yeah, I'm gonna go that. There's really not much I can get from Ellie that I would be thrilled about. Man, are you fucking kidding me? Wow, that's kind of insulting. That's a really bad vault. That is a really, really bad vault. Wow. I already have shoulders. I think this is the third time I've gotten offered Mythtrack shoulders in this fucking character, man. The one slot that I already have Mythtrack in, yeah, that actually kind of pisses me off. And then also, like, dog shit boots, right? It's actually insane that boots are even still a thing that can show up. I hate how Blizzard did the protection for cloaks, but then not for boots. But, like, basically everybody does not want to see boots. I feel like if you're going to do some, like, weasel shit like that as a developer, then at least give players the option to say, I do not want to show boots. That cannot be a very hard thing for them to toggle. But, of course, you know, fuck the players, right? I don't know, see, I mean, that's just a partial socket. This is just an objectively bad vault. I don't really... I mean, I don't have a socket yet, but it's not even a full one. I will eventually... like, I will need to socket this. So, I will need sockets down the road. I haven't taken any. I think this is the first socket I've actually taken, but it's also not a full socket. So... yeah, that pisses me off. that really kind of pisses me off. At the very least, you know, it's on a character that I've already finished with. But I'm still in the process of trying to get my 12s done in Resto Shaman. So, getting fucked over like that is a bit of a bummer. Especially the fact, you know, if it was just an item where I'm like, it's not really that good. Like, I've gotten a string of mediocre vaults on my Shaman. I started the season off strong with 2 really good vaults, and I've gotten a lot of mediocre stuff. Like, last week I took a ring, which, like, saved me a few crests, and it will be kind of good in the long run. But right now it's not. So that kind of feels frustrating. But taking something where it's like, oh, the one Mythtrack slot you actually have and boots, like, that feels like a gigantic middle finger. So, I'm not thrilled about that. I'm, a little bit annoyed. Oh, well. My Preservation Evoker literally does not need any trinkets. If I got Lumithar's Living Silk, I would use it. I have 1 Heroic Raid slot and 1 Mythtrack Dungeon slot. I'm like 99% sure I just rip this as Prez for the similar reasons of if a trinket shows up in my vault, I would like for it to be Lumithar's Living Silk in the Raid slot. And I'm going to be really pissed if I get a complete dud thing in the Mythtrack slot, because there's actually so many slots that I could get as Prez that would be an upgrade. I've gotten a lot of sockets. This is one of the characters, like I said. I have 2 sockets right now, and I have nothing I can use it on. So, if I have to take another socket on this character, I'm going to be... make sure I correct loot spec. Observation. I'm going to be kind of pissed. My Shaman at least got some good early vaults. My Prez Evoker has gotten... wow. I already have a weapon. This is useless. I mean, I guess I take this, right? I'm not thrilled. It is usable. It has leech. I would be kind of a little bit peeved if it didn't have leech, but this is This is at least usable, I think, for both Dev and Og. It's, I know Og really wants shitloads of mastery. Not that I care that much about Og. That being said, this is a very good, very, very good Prez ring, so I can't complain too much. It's, it has mastery, it has leech, obviously, which is very good. And the high level of crit, I mean, crit is very good for Prez, too. Basically, you get your mastery to a comfortable amount, and then you get your haste to a comfortable amount, and then you stack crit, so this is... Yeah. I mean, I don't need sockets anyway, so I take this. I'm not thrilled about this vault, but it's not a bad vault, so it's not a socket. The question now is, what do I drop? That's a tough one. This is actually really tough. Because on one hand, like, this, obviously, oh, you would replace the Crit Mastery ring with Crit Mastery, but then this gives me, I lose a decent amount of mastery. Let me take off my Alchemical Chaos, just to properly evaluate. Yeah, this would put my crit ahead of my mastery, which, right now, I think in the long run, that actually would be ideal. But in the immediate moment, I'm not super happy with that. And, like, I have a really good Crit Mastery necklace, so I'm going to keep this on. And then I could do this, but then that would... Then I'd have low haste, and haste for dungeons is very nice. So I think this is kind of a case of, like, I would need to find somewhere to get more haste, but where? I've already crafted haste on my embellishments because I needed it. I could... I think, honestly, I need to 100% craft a haste fiber right now. Because I will... I think no matter what happens, I'm probably going to have to do that. Because that probably is the right call. Right? I replace this ring. Let's just do that and see where that lands my stats. Yeah, I mean, my mastery is basically the same. You know, I gain a little bit, which I'm fine with. And my crit is now really high. So now, ideally, I want to lose a little bit of crit and gain a lot of haste. And I think the best way to gain a lot of haste, the easiest way, is to change my fiber. And then I have to just do fiber. This. By the end of the season, I'm going to have all 4 fibers crafted on, like, all my characters. The rate at which I'm making new fibers to adjust my stats. It is actually quite a nice way to play around with your stats, because, I mean, it's completely free. Right? Just, pop in a different fiber, it takes like 5 seconds, and bam, you, come on, auction house. Fiber, chronomatic, do that, public order, 42069. So that will help a little bit, but yeah, now my mastery's a little bit low. Now I need to balance out my crits. I guess what I could do is any of my gems that have, like, crit in it, I could switch to haste gems. There's only so much I can change, right? Like, I have no crit on the gloves here. I have leech in this helmet, so I can't really replace that. Haste here. Like, I could replace my pants, I guess. What, if I catalyze these gloves, what stats do they have? They have high mastery. So I could do that. And then, are there any pants that I could wear that have... that has crit on it. I would need a very specific pair of pants to make that switch work. Because then, like, obviously this would be nice in that it would allow me to take off my pants and lose crit, but then I would need haste to account for that. Because, like, as much as I want to lose crit, I also want to gain haste, and this is a valuable source of haste right now. I could theoretically put on this belt, but it doesn't have a socket, and until this gets nerfed, is it worth it? I could also just craft a belt, but I'm not going to craft anything with turbo boost literally next week, so that isn't a viable solution right now. That's awkward. It's awkward, but I obviously I've run this ring, right? I'm going to have really high crit. I'm going to have low haste. The literal only thing I could do is Radiant Haste Enchants. I think I would need to do. Stupid game. Yeah, I'd have to do Radiant Haste, and then I'd have to switch my gems from crit to haste. And I think that might be enough to balance it. So if I do this, my haste is now at 10k. What did I have in my previous ring? I had a haste gem. Okay, so I can do same exact gem with Masterful Emerald, but then I would do a quick Sapphire. That's easy enough. Radiant Haste, and then Radiant Haste, because I would want to do new stuff before overwriting existing gems and enchants. So Masterful M, and then Quick Sapphire. Yeah, Quick Sapphire. I definitely want to do. That is, I believe that's my only Sapphire, which is the way I like it. Then I put this on here. I could upgrade this to 704. Which doesn't solve the haste problem, but I'm just more thinking out loud. Where's my other stuff? Just remember to do that. 4. My Evoker is now 705. Cool. Update that. And... yeah. It's a little bit awkward. It's not that much I can do. I definitely want more haste. I think I'm gonna have to just switch this stuff out. In fact, I already have 2 mastery gems. That's my 1 ruby, right? Yeah. It's my 1 ruby. So I'm gonna keep that just because I'm gonna replace this belt soon anyways, so I don't want to like bother buying a new gem for it. But this I'll put a quick Sapphire in my necklace, and yeah, quick Sapphire in my necklace, and then, or quick Onyx, I mean, quick Onyx in my necklace, and then 2 Masterful Emeralds. That's ideal, yeah. Quick Onyx. Onyx, and then Masterful Emeralds. There we go. It's not perfect. How cheap is a quick ruby? Okay, it's not one of the ones that's like 2k. Fuck it. Like, you know, gems are only gonna move the needle so much, but I figure every little bit counts here. I also... We'll reevaluate after this. Because problem is I am losing mastery, but I feel pretty comfortable with the amount of mastery I have right now. Still, I have so much crit, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. Once you have a comfortable amount of mastery and a comfortable amount of haste, you do just run shitloads of crit, right? So it is not a bad stat to have a lot of. Honestly, having that much haste would probably be more problematic, because that's more than I would really need. Crit, I at least know it's not a wasted stat. It's just maybe not what I'm comfortable with. I think I'm going to... The last thing I'll do is I'll replace Radiant... I'll put a Radiant Haste on my other ring. And that's really all the triage I can do at the moment. Everything else I would just need new pieces of gear. Which theoretically I could get something out of Delves. Because, like, as good as this necklace is, if I had a Haste Mastery necklace, like the one from Halls of Atonement, I could run that instead. But it would have to be a Haste Mastery necklace. Otherwise, it doesn't balance my stats in a way that I'm comfortable with. Like, this is Haste Mastery, but it's Veteran. Mastery Verse. Haste Verse. Yeah, I don't think I have the specific ring that I need. Or ring or necklace to balance this. Are there I know there's Haste Mastery stuff from dungeons, obviously, from like halls, but I don't have it. I'm actually not sure if there are delve options, because obviously this can drop from delves, I think, but I actually don't know if it's in the current delve loot pool. I think it was like Season 1 delve loot pool, and you could buy it off the vendor, which is where I got this. But I'm actually not sure if this is something you can still realistically get on, like, Hero Track. And even if you could, the odds of it would probably be insanely low. This is good enough, though. Like, this is... I put a lot of stuff into haste. If I went in with, like, you know, only 8k haste, I would feel kind of, you know, concerned. But 17%? I like to be above 20. I think, there's, from what I remember about Prez, there's an important breakpoint at like 27% haste, but that's like more advanced. But then, I forget, there's like a secondary breakpoint that I remember seeing recommended in a guide that was like, this is a comfortable amount. I think closer to 20%. I forget exactly what it was. I remember 27%, but that was like for this really like niche burst healing window thing that I'm like, I'm probably not good enough to take advantage of that anyway. So I wasn't running that much haste, but I was running about 20% before, and I felt more comfortable with that. But this should be fine. I don't really think I'll have too many issues. It's not that much lower than I was playing with before. So, how much haste did I end up losing in the end? Probably something like... probably about like 2,000-ish, when you factor in the amount that I've added to my gear from all the other sources now, so... Not terrible. But yeah, that's Prez Evoker. In the end, yeah, honestly, this is a weird ring. Not like thrilled with this vault. There's a lot of things I would have much rather got, but it is something, it is long-term, outside of a myth track version of that, that's basically my best in slot Prez Evoker ring. Also, the screen is black. I know I'm switching accounts, just so you don't freak out and be like, oh, is the thing bugged? I'm not going to change this in editing. It just, you know, it takes me a few seconds to close one account, open the other in BNet. There you go. But yeah, it's like, it's fine. It's fine. It's, the odds of me ever taking that off on Prez are extremely low. I'm probably going to use that ring until the end of the expansion as Prez Evoker. As Devastation, I will probably do it, because it looks like those, like, crit is really good for Dev, so I can just run that, and then if I have to balance out the rest of my stats, I'll make do. I'm almost certainly going to use that on Dev for probably the remainder of the expansion. And Og, it doesn't seem bad, but Og very much wants, like, Haste Mastery, so... By the time that I do Og, which I highly suspect will be, like, literally one of the last like, 1 or 2 specs that I do as part of the challenge. I don't know if I'll do it literally last. I think probably a Warlock spec might end up being last, just because, well, speaking of which, this character is just kind of so far behind the other ones. Even though I'm kind of putting Og off as long as I possibly can, I am still working on my Evoker, and it does still have pretty good gear. I already have trinkets for Og. I have, you know, tier. I have all that stuff. The only thing I don't have is, like, perfectly itemized stuff for, like, Og, which I think wants mastery. And even then, I'll be honest, I haven't done that much research into it, so who knows? Maybe that is a really good Og ring. Either way, you know, we'll take what we can get. I have a single Delve Vault slot on this character, so maybe it's an upgrade, maybe it's not. It's a belt. I mean, I'm gonna take the socket here because this is like, the odds of me ever using that are extremely low. And I just noticed I have a partial socket on this character, so of all the times to take a partial socket, you know, at least this way it completes the set. And I am going to try and get my Warlock, you know, into keys this week. We'll see. I don't know. We'll see. I'll play it by ear. It's definitely my lowest priority, though. My mage, 100%, I will get this character into 10s this week or die trying. I need my mage to be ready into 10s by the time Legion Remix comes out, which, jeez, that's next week, huh? Yeah, so I want to get as much done as I possibly can this week, so that next week I can just fully focus on Legion Remix. That's, like, a top priority for me. So, bare minimum, getting my mage in there would be nice. I would love to get my Warlock in. If I can say, like, I'm starting Legion Remix and all 13 of my characters are cruising through 10s, that would be lovely. But I'd take 12 out of 13. You know, that's good enough. Let's... What's up? What? Oh, I blinked under the vault. Same thing here. I can't, you know, my loot spec doesn't matter, so I just rip this open. Raid slots. Okay. There's two interesting things here. Oh, that's tier. Do I want this? It has leech, but I don't really care that much as a mage. I probably take one of these two. And my mage actually has really crappy trinkets. Now, neither one of these is an astral antenna, which is a bummer. Do I want either one of these, though? They're both okay trinkets. Let me see. I'm like 99% sure I'm going to take one of these two trinkets and not take a socket, because, yeah, actually, I have a partial socket on this character. I don't have a full one. But also, it's going to be a long time before I even have something worth using a socket on, so I don't really care this much for my mage. And these are at least usable trinkets, and I have a bad trinket, so... Let's see here. So, for Arcane... for Arcane, obviously, I would want to have Astral Antenna over anything else. I have Empowering Crystal, which is not bad. And Nazindri's Mystic Lash on AoE is actually decent for Arcane. And Ritual Forge is also decent. So it's hard to say. I think this is a situation where I basically need to check Warcraft logs. So, let's look at Lumathar. It's a patchwork-esque fight. And I'm going to look at... Warcraft logs will fucking load. I'm going to look at Arcane. And, yeah, as I expected, overwhelmingly, Diamantine Void Core, which, it seems like it's pretty good. And then I assume most people are also using it with the set, which probably makes it BIS. That makes sense. So Diamantine Void Core with the set, Parapodia, Astral Antenna, and then I suspect Void Core without the set is probably still, you know, fourth best-ish, if you can call it that. So, yeah. There's barely anybody actually using Mystic Lash or Ritual Forge. That said, this... according to Blood Mallet, at least, is more of an AoE trinket. If I look, let's look at Soul Hunters, which is a perma-cleave fight. Still very low usage for Mystic Lash. Yeah, it's not a popular trinket. And it's not like, every now and then when I see like barely anybody using it, I'll look at like what are the top parses running. Because every now and then there's like a one person in the top 100 is using a trinket, but it's like the rank 1 or rank 2 parse. And then you can look at that and be like, oh, maybe it's actually sleeper OP and they're cooking something. But in this case, no. It's just like random people towards the bottom of the top 100, so you can just assume they probably got it on Myth Track, and nobody else wanted it, and it was better than whatever they had. Yeah, it is overwhelmingly Antenna Parapodia Void Core for Arcane. Like, not even close. In fact, the fourth most popular trinket I'm seeing is Arakara Sackbrood, which, although I would like to get something higher than a veteran trinket, the fact that this is my veteran trinket is at least, it's passable. So, yeah. For Arcane, I actually don't think either one of these trinkets is worth taking. However, there's two other mage specs. I'm gonna check them. Frost likes both of these trinkets. It looks like. I'll look at logs in a second, and then I'm gonna check Sims for fire. Fire does not like Ritual Forge. Wow, that surprises me. And Mystic Lash is like meh. Fire seems to value kind of the same stuff as Arcane. If I look at logs, let's look at Soul Hunters. So, obviously Arcane's going to be the most popular, but I can still look at Fire. There's a decent amount of Fire parses still. Fire is Parapodia Void Core, Antenna, and then Sackbrood. Okay. Yeah. Lovely. And even then, like, among the underused trinkets is the Empowered Crystal of whatever, the one that I have right now. And I'm just going to look at Limbuthar. Single target is anything different. Exact same. In fact, Sackbrood is actually... Sackbrood's used in a lot of the higher parses for fire, it seems, which makes sense, because it has flat haste, so that gets more mileage out of a very haste-heavy spec like fire. So, yeah. Alright then. And last, I will check Frost. Oh, man. Wow. Screams of a Forgotten Sky. They're one of those people. They like using that trinket? Really? I would imagine only on single target. There's not a single Ritual Forge in the top 100 for Frost on Lumathar. It sims pretty well for them, and none of them use it. Wow. Sim bait, I guess. They're all using passive rock trinkets. Mystic Lash is actually higher up there for Frost. I'll look at Soul Hunters. Okay. Mystic Lash is actually decently high up. The number one Frost Mage parse on Soul Hunters is using Mystic Lash. But Ritual Forge is not seeing like any play whatsoever. Wow. Okay. That's surprising. Here's the problem though. So Ritual Forge, this is a trinket that is obviously extremely high in demand. So for the specs that like it, I would definitely take it, because like there are a few specs like, you know, Feral Druid. I have been running normal Araz on my Druid to get this, and I did get it last week on Champion Track. Like, all top Feral Druids run this trinket. So obviously, for the people that like it, it's really good. And that means if you're pugging the raid, it's really hard to get your hands on this. And if people sell it, they usually sell it for a lot of gold. I won the roll on this on normal. So I've had pretty hot rolls this past week. Haven't had to buy really... I don't even know if I bought a single item. Actually, I bought one pair of boots. Which character? One of my characters, I bought a pair of boots for 100k. Forget which one. I think that's the only item I actually had to buy. The rest I just won. A few I offered to buy, and you know, they were like, yeah, I'd rather keep it. So, unlucky. So, that's Ritual Forge, though. Now, it does look like, whenever I do play Frost, this is unironically a very good AoE trinket for Frost. A lot of the top parses are playing this. It's a combination of Parapodia, Void Core, Antenna, Sack, and this thing. Here's the thing. This is an extremely easy boss to pug, whereas Ritual Forge, I've said before, pugging Heroic Araz is a fucking nightmare. Most pugs just are super terrible at Heroic Araz. Like, obviously pug groups get past this, but I would say about half the pug groups I see disband on Araz, because they just get fucking brick-walled there. And then the rest of them disband at Salhadar. and then like 1% of them actually go the entire way. But pugging Heroic Araz is a nightmare. Pugging Soulbinder is really fucking easy. This is an extremely easy boss to pug. And this trinket, nobody fucking wants this thing. So if I'm trying to get this trinket and pugging Soulbinder to get this trinket, I have an extremely high chance of getting it. And odds are, if I offer somebody like 50k for this thing, they'll probably sell it to me because they don't even really care that much. I probably could offer even less. And this is just not worth taking, with considering I'm not even going to play Frost anytime soon. Like, initially I'm like, oh, this might be a small upgrade for me right now. But actually, it doesn't save me any crests. Everything I've seen indicates that, no, actually, you'd just be better off with your current 2 trinkets, even though one of them is veteran track. And I can take a full socket. If I couldn't take a full socket, maybe I'd change my mind. I don't really... I said before, I don't value a full socket super highly on this character, but... I mean, if it's that, or a trinket I would never actually use, or a trinket that I would only use on the final spec that I'll play, because I'm gonna do Arcane, and then I'm gonna go back to Fire, because it seems, based on everything I'm looking at, that Fire, the death of Fire has been greatly exaggerated. I think, I'm seeing solid performance. Arcane's still better, for sure, but I know how to play Fire, I enjoy Fire, and although I've committed at this point to just, you know, doing Arcane Keystone Hero first, especially because I want to get better at it, and I feel like it is clicking, so I want to keep up the progress. I'm definitely going to do Frost last, and by that point in time, I could probably get a Hero Track version of that trinket, so yeah, alright. I mean, that was one of the longest decision-making processes I took, and although it ended in taking a socket, I'm not too upset considering the odds of me getting something on my mage were low. In hindsight, because I saw that vault initially and I was pretty happy with that, but if I actually think about it, there were only 2 things I could have gotten in that vault that my mage would have been happy with, and that is Astral Antenna and Soul Hunter Boots. Both of them champion track, and I actually think my mage can probably pug Heroic Raid at this point. I think that I'm good enough at Sun Fury Arcane, but I just didn't want to invest the time last week. So, I'll pug normal again this week, and then I'll probably dip my toes in Heroic, assuming I don't get, like, extremely lucky. Come on, game. So, all things considered, I'm actually, for having to take a socket, I'm really not too upset about that. It's fine. And I feel like on the journey that we took to take that socket, I learned a lot more about the ideal trinket options for all the mage specs than I had before. I didn't fully appreciate exactly what they used. Did I upgrade? But yeah, I saved the final upgrade on this just in case I got something out of my vault. I also forgot to put my tempered pots on my bars. Whoops. I'm gonna open this as survival, as usual, just because the items that I can get are basically the same, and if I get a weapon, I would want it to be a survival weapon. But I really hope I don't get a survival weapon. There's no fucking shot. There's no fucking way! I mean, what are the odds? This is the second Hunter Vault I've opened that has this exact dogshit trinket on Mythtrap. That's insane. What are the fucking odds? I don't want this thing. Fuck off. This thing's terrible. That really pisses me off, man. 2 vaults have the same unusable trinket. Man. Oh, that's so fucking annoying. And I mean, like, fuck am I gonna do with this, right? Oh, it has a socket. This also has a socket. Right. Better stats. I mean, it's a partial socket. That actually really pisses me off. Like, seriously pisses me off. Because that's a serious fuck off. For the record, by the way, this is the only character out of any of my characters, I am still using a previous season item on. I cannot get any good rings to save my life. It will not drop. I've gotten like 50 million necklaces, and I've not gotten any good rings at all. Got this on Veteran Track, which I bought off the vendor, I'm pretty sure. Fucking hell, man. Shut up, Bran. Yeah. I don't even have a condition in my spreadsheet for like previous season item. I've entered NA into the track because I'm just like, I don't know. There is none. I don't really feel like adding an entire like color code for, you know, dog shit. At the very least, it is BIS MM Hunter stats, which is the reason I'm still using it. I've gotten like other very mediocre rings, but I've gotten nothing that I can actually use. I pugged Plexus Sentinel on both difficulties, didn't get the ring. Didn't even drop, couldn't have even gotten a chance to buy it off somebody, so. I'll try again this week. But there are a lot of things I could still get as upgrades in my Hunter, and getting a belt that is unusable, and the same exact dogshit trinket that I've been offered a second time, that sucks. That's a fucking punch in the gut. Alright, well. Demon Hunter Vault. This is the one that we just finished a few days ago. Obviously, you're watching the Prot Warrior Keystone Hero, I'm 99% sure. This is what I'm going to post first. But Vengeance Demon Hunter, this is the most recent. This is the one that I was kind of bummed out about because I was going to try and get the second vault slot, and I just forgot. I think I opened this as Havoc. Because I don't really care at all about Vengeance. Like, obviously getting a Hero Track brand of Ceaseless Ire would be nice, but there are a handful of different trinkets that I could get for Havoc that would be better than what I have on. So I'm gonna throw Havoc loot spec on, and I'm not really gonna think about it too much. It's already Havoc loot spec. Don't fuck me again, please, game. Huh. That's BIS stats. BIS Havoc stats, right? Double check. I think it is crit mastery. Crit over mastery is the ideal Havoc. But I mean, still good. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Take it. Yeah, I don't even need that. I already have Hero Track for that. Okay, yeah, sure. The game is apologizing to me. It's that is pretty good. Yeah. Myth Track weapon? No complaints here. Means I don't need to craft a second one. It's really good stats for Havoc. That is just, yeah. The only very, very, very marginal bummer is I had this thing. I was really excited I got this weapon. Crit Mastery Leech? Ooh. I basically got the exact same thing on Myth Track, which, like, you know, like, nah, I can't be too upset. Can't really be that upset about it. I'm gonna put Radiant Power on it. Actually, let me double check. What does Havoc run? Because they might run, like, Council's Guile or something like that. Let's check Lumithar. Actually, no, I want to check, Soul Hunters for Havoc, because that more accurately simulates the conditions where I'll be playing Havoc. And I think, do they play Eldrachi on it? Yeah, they do. Eldrachi is the playstyle for Soul Hunters. So even on slight multi-target, they're already switching to Eldrachi. And, oh my god, I'm a fucking genius. I predicted it. They are running Council's Guile. Yeah. Council's Guile, some are running Stonebound Artistry, which I believe is the Mastery proc. Oathsworn Tenacity. Which one is Oathsworn's Tenacity? Is that Versatility? How'd you run that? Yeah, a lot of them are running 1 crit, 1 mastery. Yeah, 1 crit, 1 mastery. 1 crit, 1 mastery. Actually, it's overwhelmingly... yeah, Stonebound Artistry on 1, and then Council's Guile on the other, which is 1 crit, 1 mastery. And then there's, I saw like 1 person that was running something different. Stormrider's Fury, that's the haste one. And yeah. Yeah, it seems pretty universal. Alright, and because fuck Vengeance DH, I'm actually going to just switch all my shit to Havoc from now on. Council's Guile. And I'll do Stonebound Artistry. Why is my phone? Oh my god, I don't think it picks up on the mic because it's like halfway across the room and I have decent noise cancellation, but my phone has been beeping non-fucking stop for the past like 10 minutes. It's just every now and then do like, and it's not a Discord notification, right? Because like I have Discord open. Because it does that for like all different types of notifications. So like if somebody pings me on Discord, that's the notification I hear. But like I'm literally looking at Discord right now, no notifications. So it must be like I'm getting spam emailed or something right now, like fucking boomer shit. All right. So on, do I have enough Gilded Crests? I have a lot of Gilded Crests. I think I might not have enough to fully upgrade it right now, but I think after my... How many is it to fully upgrade an item? I think it's 75 to get something up to max, but after I do my Delver's Bounty, I should have enough. I also... Oh, fucking... Valor Stones! Curse you, Valor Stones! My mortal nemesis. Damn. And then let me update my spreadsheet. 710, Myth Track. Hell yeah. Yeah, I honestly probably just gonna have to grind out a shitload of Valor Stones. Oh boy. It's a fucking nuisance. Maybe I just get like a shit ton of delves done on this character and like carry some of my alts through delves while I'm at it. That way they at least have like more socket options going forward, because we're gonna start to hit that point where I'm gonna have less potential to actually get upgrades, so it'll be good to take that into consideration. Also, I just realized that I was gonna fix my transmog, and then I'm like, wait, when did I do that? I literally got the item that I was transmogged into. That's crazy. My my K-pop Demon Hunter's Mog is intact. Hell yeah. Well, while that is a very good vault, it doesn't solve my trinket problem. So I will still need to pug raid to try and get a better trinket. I do have options, though. Antenna would be the best. But I have things that I could get. Havoc has a few different, like, weird trinkets that are actually not terrible for it, so I can play around with that a little bit. We'll see. Okay. This has been a weird week of vaults so far. I had 2 of the craziest vaults I've ever seen, in the form of, the Priest and DK vaults were an insane way to start it off. And then I've had some, like, that's a fairly standard vault there. Like, I'm happy with that sword, but is it, like, an absolutely insane, crazy sword? No, especially because I already had a pretty decent weapon. But it's a good vault. But it's not like my Priest vault where it's like, holy shit, you know, Bish chest piece, massive upgrade over what I had, and it has Leech. That's fucking crazy. Or Best in Slot Trinket with Avoidance. Like, both of those are fucking wild. But, yeah, it's still pretty cool. I have a shield. I've already crafted a one-hander. I could get a hero track brand on my Prot Warrior, but I don't really care that much. I probably will play my Prot Warrior quite a bit, even after the challenge is done, because I really enjoy Prot Warrior. But, like, I can just keep pugging Soul Hunters. I have no problem doing that. I still need Hero Trek boots. That would be nice if I could get it in the raid slot. And I think Prot Warrior is kind of the same deal as like Blood Decay. Of there's some tank stuff that I can get, but a lot of the good things like I think I also Prot Warrior is also a Curstone Idol enjoyer. So if I got Curstone Idol, I would actually use it over Astral Antenna in keys. I would definitely run that. Right? Wait, let me double check. Yes, absolutely, yeah, I would. I mean, Astral Antenna is very, very, very strong, but I would personally... I think Curstone Idol technically sims higher, and I don't really like Antenna. It's like an annoying trinket that I now have on like half my characters, but I hate playing around it. It's just such a pain. It's not the worst thing ever. It's not my least favorite trinket to ever exist, but it is mildly annoying. So, Curstone Idol I would take, which is also a mildly annoying trinket, but... and then I open this as arms, because if I get a weapon, I would want it to be a two-hander so that I could switch to Arms of Fury soon. That's an interesting pull. Oh, that throws a wrench in my plans. I take this. I definitely take this, and... In fact... Yeah, it's equal beyond that. Yeah. Oh, this is such an awkward vault. This is so weird. I'm definitely taking this, right? I don't have Mythtrack chest. You get offered a Mythtrack piece of gear, you take it. The problem is I now need to make this work. And this is my Writhing Armor Banding slot. So... I guess I'll do this. I have enough Valor Stones. Yeah, I have plenty. I can craft. The belt goes now, I think. Belt is kaput, especially because I actually have a socket ready to go. Yeah, I have 2 sockets, so that's actually a very easy decision then. It's not as bad of a swap as I thought it would be then. Okay, I put on the chest piece. Do I have the crests to upgrade this? A decent amount. And I'm going to craft the belt at 704. Yeah. Do this. Okay, and then I need more gilded, but I'll have enough from Delver's Bounty, so that's 706. 706 item level. Update my spreadsheet. 706. Chest, 720, myth. And, yeah, that's really awkward, because now the problem that I'm facing is I have to recraft on belts, but do I turn this into tier or not? Because if I turn this into tier, obviously, in the long run, there's a good chance that I do convert it into tier. Throw a Crystalline Radiance on it. Just because I'm going to eventually reach a point where I'll have, like, random Mythtrack stuff, and to justify holding on to it, it would have to be tier. But in the meantime, it would be fine to hold on to this. This turns into Heavy Mastery Low Crit, which is... Honestly, Prot at this point, all stats are kind of comparable. Those are... actually not bad Fury stats. Interesting. Looks like Arms is crit haste, but Arms I'm going to save for last, because Arms is, like, down bad right now. So I'm going to do Fury second. And... I mean, the reality is, like, versatility is just a weak stat for all specs. Like, even Prot Warrior, it's not bad for Prot. Like, I value everything equally, but, you know, I more so was like, maybe I don't switch this because of the haste. But I actually have a lot of haste right now. Like, if I cancel this, so it shows my stats accurately, I have a ton of haste. Tons and tons and tons. So, yeah, actually, I'm just going to let this rip. I have the Catalyst charges to spare. And that gives me a big chunk of mastery. I gotta fix my chest piece here. So that's, yeah, a big chunk of mastery. That gives me way more mastery than I want. I have a crit fiber because I was really low on crit. And previously I had a haste fiber. I'm really happy with my haste. It's still fine, especially because I have this ring. I'm definitely not taking that off. That's a really nice ring. And I have this, which previously, when I didn't have much mastery, was fine. But now, I actually have quite a lot of mastery. And although, honestly, my stats are looking like they'll be really nice for when I play Fury. Like, I actually have pretty ideal Fury stats here. That's going to be good. But in the immediate moment, right, like for Prot, I want more verse, and I want slightly more crit. So ideally, I want a crit verse ring, or a crit verse necklace. There is, I believe, can I buy off the Delve vendor? Aha, I can buy a crit verse necklace. I actually think that's what I do. And I think I drop my mastery that way. I'm not going to buy it just yet because I still need to do my delves, and it's entirely possible that I just get, like, this on hero track for my Delver's Bounty, in which case, just save the undercoins, right? But I actually think that is the solution, especially because my necklace is only 691 right now. So if I buy this, then I lose a big chunk of mastery, which would bring my mastery more in line. I'm gaining a little bit of verse. I'd like to get a little bit more, but, like, honestly, that would put me at about, what, 7k? Which is fine, I think. You know, that would be a respectable amount, and then it would give me a slight amount of crit, which would also put my crit in a level where I'm happy with. I want a bit more crit than I currently have. That would actually, yeah, buying this would almost perfectly balance out my stats. The only reason I'm not going to do it is just because I could get this out of my weekly delve, which I always do those. That's like the first thing I do every single week before I do any dungeons or raids, so I'll get that done first, but that's good. Yeah, that works out quite nicely to balance my stats. So overall, that ended up being a really good vault. And then the only thing I need is I need to do the Kill Dementious quest to get my second Runes crest. And I'm going to use that crest to craft a belt in the meantime. And then when Turbo Boost rolls around, then I'm going to invest 90 Gilded Crests to get that belt up to 720. It's just right now, you know, I'm going to spend, whenever I get more Gilded Crests for my Delver's Bounty, I'm going to upgrade this chest piece. So I don't have enough Gilded to get the belt at this immediate moment. So I'm just going to slam a craft in the meantime, just so I have Writhing Armor Banding functional. And then I'll just recraft that piece, because no matter what, I'm going to have to recraft it anyways. So I think that will work out. That is my plan for Prot Warrior. But honestly, you may have already seen those changes in place, because the only sucky part about that for me, recording right now, is my initial plan is I was like, I'm going to open my vault, and like probably tomorrow on Wednesday, I was going to slam my final Prot Warrior key just to get it out of the way and then get the Keystone Hero uploaded earlier in the week. Problem is now, I mean, that is a long chain of events of things that I would need to do. It's technically not that much, but I have to do delves, then I have to do Dementious, which I guess I could just do the story mode. Yeah, I'll just do the story mode and say fuck it. That's actually not that much effort. Maybe I will just be able to do it on Wednesday, we'll see. But that is infinitely more work than I thought I was going to have to do from a single Great Vault opening. But it works out. I think that will balance my stats extremely well. And I'm curious to see if I'm able to pull it off cleanly by next time. Alright, we have 2 vaults left to go. We have arguably 2 of my most important vaults because... actually, oh, I lied. Technically. Earlier, I said that my Hunter was my only character that still had a previous season item. Technically speaking, my Prot Paladin still kind of has a previous season item. I'm still using my last season Pacemaker. That said, I have trinkets that I could use, so I guess it's kind of like my BM Hunter, or MM Hunter, where, like, on single target, I have the, what's it called? This thing? But this is not good in dungeons, so I am still using this. But the bigger problem is I just really haven't gotten any good trinkets on this character at all the entire season. It's been pretty bad. Like, I got Sackbrood, which is okay, but I was not happy to take that. I was kind of bummed. My Paladin has, similar to the other ones, a Heroic Raid vault slot and then the Mythic Dungeon vault slot. I'm 99% sure I opened this as Prot. A lot of times I was considering opening it as Holy, because then I could get healing trinkets, but this is the only character that I have a Hero Track Living Silk on. The only other Living Silk I have is the Champion one on my Druid, but I managed to get this on my Paladin, so this was pretty nice. So, I don't really need anything on this character for Holy. And I'm probably not even going to play Holy next. I think I'm going to play Ret next, just because it's... Actually, I don't know. The fact that I managed to pull that trinket... We'll see. We'll see. But I really need a shield. Like, the two things I'm down bad for right now is I need a shield, and I really need trinkets. And although... Like, I'm pretty sure Prot Pally likes Curstone Idol. Yeah, Prot Pally does like Curstone Idol, but... Prot Pally also really likes Brand of Ceaseless Ire, and I do not have any Brand of Ceaseless Ire. So, the problem is, if I were to run Ret Loot Spec, which is the only way to get Curstone Idol in my vault, then I would also eliminate my chances of getting shields. So, I have to go Prot. There's still good trinket chances, and there's a chance I get a shield. Come on. Truth, there's no fucking way. There's no fucking way! How is that even a thing that can happen? I literally have this ring! How is there no protection in the vault? It's literally unique equipped! What the fuck? So bullshit, man. That's so fucking bullshit. And I got a helmet when I have a Mythtrack helmet. Fuck this game, man. This is so fucking stupid. Wow. This character has gotten, like, repeatedly shafted. Well, I was heavily leaning towards finishing Prot Warrior Keystone Hero first. Anyways, but this cements it, right? There's no fucking way I'm doing Prot Pally Keystone Hero first. I mean, I will finish it this week, right? Like, I only need one more dungeon, but I am going to do all of my raid pugging, which will probably take a while. Fuck, man. Really? I have no trinkets. It's so annoying that at this point I still don't have any good trinkets. I still can't get a fucking shield. And the other annoying thing is, like, I could craft a Mythtrack shield. I don't have enough Gilded Crest, so, like, I would have to farm for that. But fucking Turbo Boost is next week. So I'm not going to craft it right now. So I'm gonna finish the Prot Pally Keystone Hero challenge with dogshit trinkets and a dogshit shield. It's really annoying. It's really frustrating. I guess all things considered, this character hasn't gotten the worst RNG ever. Mythtrack, Mythtrack, Mythtrack. Mythtrack, Mythtrack. Yeah. Getting a duplicate really fucking smarts. That one's rough. In the very least, the first time I got offered the ring, I took it, because it is my best ring. The Hunter one feels worse, because it was a duplicate of a shit item that I didn't want both times. But that still really fucking stinks, man. Ah, fuck. Monk time. I have one Heroic Raid slot and one Mythic Dungeon slot. Again. I would like Mythtrack Tome of the Priory. I would also like Mythtrack Curstone Idol. I would like Lumithar's Living Silk on Hero Track, but I have good Mistweaver trinkets. I have overall good Brewmaster trinkets, but this is my main. So whenever I start raiding again, I would like to have a Mythtrack Tome of Light's Devotion, because I will eventually be going for Parses. So that's a tough call. I think I'm gonna do Windwalker next anyway for Keystone Hero. I think until I get... Yeah. As much as it, feels bad to just gamble for a chance at... Basically, I suppose I could get Astral Antenna still, which would be nice for Windwalker, but this is really just a... Do I get Tome of Light's Devotion or not? But it's... I think I still need to do that. So... It's Abyss Windwalker Ring. Probably take this. It's, double check. Is this good on Mistweaver? I think Mistweaver at least doesn't have any dead stats like Brewmaster does, so it's probably at least usable. Yeah, high haste. It's okay, it's fine on Mistweaver. It's not like best. I'm pretty sure this is BIS for Windwalker, right? Windwalker is still Haste Mastery. Yeah, that's a BIS Windwalker ring. Alright, I'll take it. I don't need a socket anyway, so. Also BIS Windwalker necklace, but hero track, so. It's not a dead vault. I'm gonna... Technically, this actually saves me crest, so that's nice, I suppose. Where'd it go? Yeah, this lets me upgrade this ring once. So I'll do that just because, like, why not? The weird thing is, though, I'm in an awkward position now where, like, I could upgrade this, and eventually I will because I will be playing Windwalker, but it sucks having... Honestly, now that I've looked at most specs in the game, I think Brewmaster is maybe one of the most isolated specs in terms of its stat prio compared to all of the other specs of its class, at least right now. It used to be that all of the monk specs wanted crit verse, but now Brewmaster wants crit verse and hates haste, and both other monk specs really like haste, and Windwalker has the polar opposite stat prio of Brewmaster, which feels really bad. Especially since I main it, so I have to actually min-max Brewmaster. But, like, while it is nice to get an upgrade on this, I'm probably going to invest in a myth track version of this ring. I don't know if I'm going to buy it this week or next week. We'll see how I feel. But if I do that, then I will be in a weird position where, like, I obviously don't need this ring, and I would never use this as brew, but then I would actually get a crest discount on this one, so I don't want to upgrade this any further, just in case. I think I will do that. I'm also just going to use this because I overbought the upgrades there. So I'm going to hold my crests for now, just in case, but it's good to know I have this, because now one of the other concerns I had playing Windwalker or Mistweaver is that I didn't have any haste mastery rings. I had, like, some rings that I was looking at this one, like, maybe this is okay, I could use this. I got this necklace from pugging, and I only have a 704. So this actually enables me to play Windwalker, because now I have this ring, I have this necklace, I can switch out my crit verse stuff, and I probably still just use Logic Gate Alpha, maybe? Just because it's, like, 723. Although, honestly, like, it probably is... The fact that it has, like, Cursed Crit, which is obviously BIS for Brewmaster, but, like, that drains my haste on Windwalker. I think instead I would probably just use one of these rings and just balance out my stats, because this would be a lot of haste. But in that case, I don't want something that's high haste, because I want to balance. So I want a ring that's high mastery. So maybe I could use this ring. This. That's high verse. I forgot I had that. Wait, actually, yeah, no. I completely forgot I had this. Okay. Hold on. In that case, yeah, I definitely use this, because it's haste mastery and it's already gemmed with good stuff, so yeah, no, that's perfect. Then I use this, and then my second ring would be, it's still lots of haste mastery, haste mastery. I would want something that's like high mastery, low haste, ideally. And there is that one delve ring that is that, but I don't have it on a comparable item level. So right now I'd probably just use that. Though, also, I don't, like, the rest of my gear, I might be in a position where I just have way more haste on the other parts of my gear than, like, other stuff. I'd have to take a look. But it could just be that it doesn't need to be haste mastery. Like, this might be fine. I might just have so much haste on my gear that not having any haste on this ring is actually good at balancing out my stats, so... Because, like, crit and verse are not completely dead stats for Windwalker, but you don't really want that much of it. But it's not like haste for brew. Okay, that's good. And then, I'm just gonna organize this now. This... for Windwalker, I'm definitely gonna use that. What else? What else would I use? What else would I use? I have 2 different Signet of Collapsing Stars. I should probably clean out my bags at some point. That's probably redundant to have there. So 23, yeah, so I just keep that. And I have a Myth-Track weapon, so I'm definitely not going to switch that out. I have a Myth-Track Signet. I think I might use that on Windwalker. And... yeah. Yeah, I think there's more than enough here for me to set up Windwalker. I strongly considered doing my first Windwalker key last week, but in the end, it was 8:30 a.m. I had to still get a weekly key done on this character, and I didn't want to have to, like, scramble to get Windwalker set up again this season. Because I would want to do it properly, right? Even though I have a functional Windwalker build, I wouldn't want to just be like, oh yeah, let me just play whatever I had last season. I would want to actually look up what is Windwalker playing now and do it right. And I hadn't done any of this, right? I hadn't done itemization, so that would have been kind of fucked. And I just figured, screw it. I'll just do it next week. But the nice thing is, it does look like I have more than enough right here in front of me to get Windwalker ready. And I'll probably still pug raid to try and see if I can get, like, an antenna or something, which I believe would be better than Sacroot. But I'll have to double check that. Also, as a final note, this is the key that I was talking about, the really shitty key, where I said, like, I just beat everybody in damage, so... yeah, fun, having to deal with that shit last second. Worst gambit I've ever been in. And that's every vault. It's a weird week this week. Because as far as vaults are concerned, that is. Because all things considered, I had 2 of the craziest vaults that I've ever gotten. Those are absolutely crazy good vaults on Priest and Blood Decay. And then I had a decent amount of, like, solid vaults, right? Like, I had, honestly, this was a pretty good vault. There are very few things that I can get on Monk that would actually be an upgrade. So the fact that I didn't take a partial socket here is fine. So that's nice. Right, I had a few other characters that took, like, minor upgrades, side grades. But I took, like, was it 4 or was it 3 sockets that felt really annoying. Whereas last week, I don't think I took a single socket. Even on the characters I didn't get dungeons with last week, my mage and my warlock, I didn't take sockets last week, so... I think on one of them I might have, but it was on one of those two. But overall, it felt like a much better week. This is like highs and lows. This, I feel, is like what an average Great Vault opening week would be, but considering I had 2 weeks in a row with, like, insane RNG, it's a little bit of a bummer, but it could have been a lot worse. And I'm still happy with the progress that I'm making on the challenge, so... yeah, I guess I'll leave it there. Wow, 1 hour, 55 minutes. I said I wanted to make this one short, but it just went on and on and on and on. But yeah, I mean, I guess I hope you enjoyed watching. This has been number 5, Keystone Hero. So we're slow but surely, but making progress. And I'm 99.999% sure that Prot Paladin will be next, but we'll have to see. I'm like pretty sure. There's a small chance at how frustrated I am with the gear that I might just say screw it and do like Druid before it. And I don't know. We'll see what I do. But yeah, anyways, hope you enjoyed watching it, and I will see you in the next one.